Are there any changes that need to be made to the agenda? Please raise your hand. One.
Hi there, can we strike SFS for this week?
Daniela.
Hi, can we strike ASRF and TGMF? Thank you.
Devon.
Hey, can you strike a bag, please?
All right. And then also, can you add to new business, Office of the President, surplus proposal? I'll send the link. Is there any other additions or subtractions that need to be made to the agenda?
Can we strike capital contingency as well?
Okay. Jessica, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind you all that we do still need an action item vote on the agenda to approve the remaining restricted surplus. So far, there's only been a vote taken to approve the 150,000 that goes to contingency, capital contingency, and BOD programming, and then the BBRC funds. So everything else that's restricted, you can vote it all in one vote, but it does need to be an action item so we have it for the record and can enable the rest of those restricted funds to go to the proper source.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, can we add that as well? Vote on, you said the remaining restricted surplus funds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Milan, did you just add it for A under new business, right?
Oh yeah, I just added to A.
Can you put remaining restricted surplus funds? Okay, awesome. All right. If that is it, can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve today's agenda.
I second.
All right, Phoebe motions, Alicia seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, my vote of 13-0, the motion passes and the agenda for this week is approved. All right, next up we have the minutes. Yeah, I know this is gonna be a long meeting. We're gonna get through it though, don't worry. Next up we have the approval of the minutes. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding or any changes they would like to make to the minutes from last week's meeting? Going once, going twice. If not, can we get a motion to approve?
I move to approve last week's minutes.
I second.
Eliana motion, Sarah seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Oh. There we go, 11. Okay, 12. Okay, and by a vote of 13-0, the motion passes and the minutes from last week's meeting is approved. All right, next up we have public comment. Public comment is a time for individuals from the Undergraduate Student Association to come to council and give us any feedback regarding questions, concerns, or comments that they may have. So if you're in the audience and would like to give public comment, please raise your hand so that you can be promoted. Keep your hand raised, please, once you're promoted, so that we know who to promote and who not to promote. So we got a lot of public comment today. Nice. All right, everyone keep your hands raised, please. Keep your hands raised, please. All right, going in order of who I see. All right, first up, we have Lucy. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lucy. I'm a third-year physics student, and I'm also an intern on the Oceans Campaign for CalPERG. So as I'm sure you all know, our marine animals and ecosystems are being destroyed currently through overfishing, oil drilling, and plastic pollution, among other pollutions. So our campaign is currently working to combat this by getting 30% of the California coastline designated marine protected areas by 2030, which experts say will allow the oceans to naturally regenerate, which would be great and help fight climate change. So CalPERG is interested in passing a resolution with you that states that you support our mission to protect the ocean and prevent pollution throughout California. So I'm sure a few of you already know this, but I reached out to you all last week through email about setting up a meeting to discuss the resolution and also what you're up to this quarter. So check your emails, and I look forward to meeting all with you this week.
Thank you. Next up, we have Angus.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angus. I'm a fourth year MIMG student here at UCLA. I'll make this really brief. I'm here to voice my support for the campus-wide New York Times funding. I think on a per person or per student basis, it's very cost effective. And literally just this weekend, I was using the New York Times to do research for one of my classes and to browse the literature, and I ran out of free articles, and I thought that was really frustrating. And I think this would provide a very tangible service for students. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, we have Clara.
Hi guys, it's me. I'm here to do a couple updates for CalPERG. First of all, we have our numbers finally for our pledge drive across the state. UC Berkeley is a little bit later because they're on semester system, but they finally finished their membership drive as well. So this quarter we have signed up 8,000 new student members, so we're really excited about that. And the other thing is we just had our National Federal Lobby Day in DC yesterday, and it went really well. It was super cool. We had 40 students from across the country from all different states, and there was 2 representatives, myself and Emily from UCLA. So that was very exciting. We did over 70 meetings on the Hill, and actually California did 18 meetings, which was crazy. We met with so many people, and we talked about the issue of right to repair, textbook affordability, and also plastic pollution. So it went really well, and we were able to represent a lot of student voices. Yeah, it was awesome. So that's a little bit about what we were doing. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you guys have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Nico.
Hello, my name is Nico Maroney. I'm a first year here at UCLA, obviously. And I also just wanted to speak in favor of the proposal for the New York Times subscription. I think it's a pretty good resource. And honestly, I was kind of shocked coming here the first year to realize we don't have a New York Times subscription. I keep having to make new Gmails for the free trial to be able to do some of my homework for classes, especially when my teachers assign articles to read, expecting me to be able to have access to them. And then for me to get a window that says I have to pay $7 a month or however much. So I have to keep making new Gmails to get the free trial. And I would appreciate it if I didn't have to do that in the future. So I'm in favor of the New York Times subscription. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Sienna.
Hi, my name is Sienna, pronouns she, her, and I am here in support today of the free Lyft, free rideshare program that is being proposed in part by the Office of Gen Rep 1. I have firsthand experienced the free Lyft program at USC's campus, and I've got to say that it is a huge help in just the safety of students at night and also just accessibility and not having to traverse areas around campus when it may be more dangerous. Also, just as a woman myself, public transportation, unfortunately, usually just does not do enough. There have been instances where I have taken public transportation at night and I have been either harassed or people have taken photos of me. And I think that just having a private ride for students only would really help to solve this issue. In addition, I have also heard testimonials from my very close friends of them walking home and being chased by unhoused individuals for multiple blocks. And I think it's just very imperative to the safety of not even just women on this campus, but of all students as a whole to get this initiative passed. Thank you.
Reggie.
Hello, y'all. My name is Reggie. I'm a fourth year undergraduate student. I'm here on behalf of Afro Latinx Connection UCLA. Essentially, I'm here from Eliana's recommendation to come and show up for our initiatives. Our mission is to bridge the gap between the African diaspora and Latinx communities while educating those on Afro Latinx cultures, histories, and existence. And essentially, we have two initiatives coming up: ASUCAD, which is a community-driven event along the lines of cultural education and political education in our annual culture show. And the relevancy really for both of these initiatives and what we're doing here on campus and off campus is UCLA is becoming a Hispanic serving institution. So that means it's even more relevant that people know about Afro Latinx identity, especially in just the racial and political climate of LA and our campus. So yeah, I can't wait to expand on that more, but thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you. All right, looks like all our public comment. We'll be closing public comment at 7:14. All right, next up, we have contingency programming. Josh?
Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm filling in for Josh today. So I'll just present the allocation. And before that, I'll just put it in the chat as well. So this week we had a total contingency programming request of $46,778.71. And we recommended an allocation of $21,332.67 for 39 non-USAC entity related events. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Sarah, you have a question?
Sorry to say this out. This is not about contingency questions. I just think we have one more person who wanted to speak for public comment. I assume, if her hand is raised.
Well, we've already closed public comment, so I'm sorry. They didn't, I asked everyone to raise their hand when we was doing public comment, so sorry about that. Lucy, were you done talking?
Yes, I just presented the allocation if there are any questions, but other than that, I'm done talking, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Does anyone have any questions or concerns about this? All right, if not, can we get a motion?
I move
to approve capital. Oh, go Daddy.
Okay, I move to approve this week's contingency programming allocation.
I second. Ooh, okay, Kiana. I see how it is.
All right. Daniela motions, Naomi seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, by a vote of 13-0, the motion passes and contingency programming for this is approved. All right, next up we have SWC fund, programming fund allocations.
Hi all. So this week the SWC programming fund allocated $1,316.71 to non-SWC groups.
All right. This is a consent item. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or objections to this? If not, then it is approved. Next up, we have ARC allocations.
Hi everyone. This past week, ARC allocated a total of $2,377 to one non-USAC entity.
Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding ARC allocations for this week? If not, it is a consent item and it is approved. All right, next up, we have special presentations. I guess this could have been under old business. Phoebe, is this the bylaw change you presented last week?
Yep.
Oh, it has to be voted in before we make an appointment or something, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, awesome. All right, if you want to, you got the floor.
Cool. same bylaw changes last week, just trying to get another co-chairperson to OSAC because that job is hard. All of the logistics were discussed last week. So I moved to approve this bylaw change.
I second. All right, Phoebe motions, Keon seconds, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 14 votes. Okay, everyone's here. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. And the bylaw change for Article 2, Section C, 4.H.1 is approved. Okay, next up, we have appointments. So can we please, if our appointments are here, Giovanni and I see the name Gio raising their hand to be promoted. Can we please promote Gio? And we also have Alberto. Alberto is here. Can someone please promote Gio? All right. Nice. Okay, so for our appointments, this is how the process goes. So you'll give your opening statement. We'll start obviously with the office space allocation committee co-chair. You'll give an opening statement. We'll open the floor for question members for 1 to 3 questions, and then you'll give your closing statement, and then we'll hear ARC's recommendation. You did an interview with ARC, and then from there we'll do a discussion amongst council members, and then we'll do a final vote. Tonight I will be enforcing time limits because we have a lot on the agenda, so I want to get this stuff through. So for your opening statement, we'll give you 2 minutes, and closing statement 2 minutes as well. Okay. So without further ado, Gio, you're free to give your opening statement.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giovanni Prudente. My pronouns are he, him. I'm currently a second-year pre-political science major, and I'm applying for the co-chair position for the OSAC Kirkhoff Hall chair that pertains to how the space is going to be allocated. I believe I'm best suited for this position as I have extensive experience in leadership, event planning, and I'm currently in an office technology job at Dodd Hall. And I believe that these 3 fields, I've had the opportunity to work in numerous situations that granted me skills like delegation, marketing design, organization, and adaptability, which I believe are really essential to succeeding in this position. And furthermore, I'm someone who believes in the importance of transparency, communication, and accountability, which is something I've noticed is a common theme with USAC and the current people who reside on the chairs now. And I believe that these things are really essential for success. So if appointed for this position, I will ensure that these 3 needs are met through actively interacting and conversing with the UCLA community. And I'm more than confident that these spaces will be used efficiently, accessibly, and equitably. So with that being said, thank you for considering me. I look forward to working with you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about me or my skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, now we'll open the floor for questions from council members. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Let's get like 1. Okay. Alicia.
Hi, Jill. Thank you so much for coming and for giving us your introductory statement. I guess my question for you is how would you increase community engagement with the office tenants in Kirkhoff Hall?
I think that's a really great question. Thank you. I think first I would make sure that the channel of communication between me and the UCLA community is really accessible, whether that be through just general conversation, a Google form, or other means. Just establishing those channels is really essential to gaining a lot of information to how the community needs to utilize these spaces. I think it would be really naive of me to think that I have the answers to how all communities at UCLA can be represented and feel comfortable with these positions, which is why I think that, yeah, establishing communication and talking to these different groups of people is really important to making sure that these spaces are used to the best of their ability. So yeah, that's how I would go about it. It's just, forms, conversation, and also just actively communicating with you all, since you guys have experience in these field as well.
All right, next up is Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much for coming to council. My question was, could you expand and talk about some of the previous roles you held and how those positions would help you in this position that you're applying for?
Yeah, so my leadership experience that I was in high school, I was ASB president, which I was in a small town. So it was a pretty arduous job, since they had us do everything from budgeting to event planning to even drafting a Bill of Rights for the entire school district I had to do. So all of these experiences helped me develop a sense of being able to be independent, make decisions quickly, and make sure that I'm working as a team and work with others to gain a collection of opinions and ideas. And then I'm currently employed at Dodd Hall, where I basically facilitate the office spaces there, including the reading room and the seminar rooms. And that job, I think, is really excellent and giving me experience for this position, because I can see firsthand how certain spaces at UCLA are used, how the schedules are made, how they're developed, and what it takes.
This document. I'm sorry about that, Gio.
What?
Does anyone else have any questions? All right, if not, you're free to give your closing statement.
Yeah, so thank you all for considering me. I hope I get to work with you all and bring the experiences and perspectives that I have to the rest of USAC and OSAC to hopefully better the campus and have our students and community feel better connected. So thank you.
Thank you so much, G. I appreciate you. All right, next up, we'll hear ARC's recommendation.
Yeah, I think ARC approved a deal with a 3-0 vote. If you all can hear me. Okay.
Yes, thank you. All right, now we'll open the floor for discussions. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments with the appointment? All right, if not, can we get a motion?
I move to approve. Is he in the call? Did he leave the call? Oh, Gio for the sorry. I move to approve Gio for the co-OSAC chair position.
I second.
All right, Sarah motions, Phoebe seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, 13. We're missing one hand. All right, by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. And Gio is now the new Office Space Allocation Committee co-chair. Congratulations. Divine, you have your hand. Is that a new hand?
No, sorry.
Okay. Next up, we have Alberto. Has Alberto, I think Alberto has been, yeah, I see Alberto. Okay, Alberto, you're free to give your opening statement.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Alberto Flores. I'm a fourth year econ major and a Chicano minor, and I'm a first generation student. My pronouns are he, him, his. And I just wanted to say, sorry, did my camera turn off? I just wanted to say I'm really thankful for this opportunity. I'm applying for the Student Fee Advisory Committee, and I feel like I'm very qualified for this position specifically. I've had a lot of work in the past and a lot of volunteer work, working with lower income students and students that are on the fringes, more marginalized. And I've had a lot of work like helping those students, and I feel like I'd be really qualified in this committee. And I feel like sorry. I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to interview for this position. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Alberto. Okay, now we'll open the floor for questions from council members. If you have any questions, please raise your hand at this time. Yes, Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much, Alberto, for coming to speak with council. Could you expand a little bit more on your previous leadership roles and how they will help you within this position?
Yeah, of course. So I've previously worked more so during high school for an organization called Future Leaders of America. I was a treasurer for them, and I did a lot of work helping predominantly Latino students with getting volunteer opportunities and making them more knowledgeable about college. And I feel like during that time, like having more funding would have definitely helped. So I know a lot of humanitarian organizations and a lot of school organizations on campus that would definitely benefit from that type of aid. So I feel like I could provide a lot of expertise on which places to fund and that type of thing.
Naomi.
Thanks. Okay, thank you for coming today. I really appreciate it. Just giving you the platform to kind of talk about some of the initiatives you would do if given the position today. And yeah, just really expand on that.
On some of the initiatives. Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I feel like I would provide a very unique lens when it comes to, like the decisions that are made in SFAC. I am very experienced with teamwork and leadership, so I feel like I would prioritize above everything, making sure that everyone's voice is heard and being very collaborative to make sure that no single person is left out. And I feel like above everything, I would really prioritize accountability and making sure that everyone is you know that everyone's voice is heard.
All right. Looks like no one else. Okay, wait, we got one more hand. Phoebe?
Sorry for the late hand raised. I guess I just had a question about your knowledge about like the current student fees that all UCLA students have to pay, and like just wanted to hear your thoughts on like that.
Yeah, so at this current moment, I know that a lot of students have to pay, fees for services, including like on-campus services, and like some students have to pay fees for, like a health insurance if they use the UCLA insurance. And I know it's not entirely affordable for all students, especially since there's a lot that's included in there that doesn't always get used. So I definitely feel like there's a need to like assist certain students when it comes to some of the fees, especially since some of it isn't used by everybody.
Okay. All right, that was the last question. You are now free to give your closing statement.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I'm really thankful to be given this opportunity, and I would love to be on the committee. I apologize for getting a little nervous during the introduction. I haven't done a presentation in a while, but yeah, I just really am grateful to be able to speak here, and I would really look forward to be a part of the committee and to be able to actually make a difference in this community. I would love to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. And no problem, man. I get nervous all the time. You're fine. All right, now we'll hear a recommendation from ARC.
ARC approved Alberto with a 3-0 vote.
Okay, and for those who probably couldn't hear, Milan said they approved Alberto with a 3-0 vote. All right, now we're open the floor for discussion amongst council members. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this appointment? All right, if not, can we get a motion?
I move to approve Alberto for Student Fee Advisory Committee.
Can we get a second?
A second.
Who's second?
Daniela.
Oh, okay. Eliana motions, Daniela seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right. Wait, we got 11. Okay, everyone lower your hands, please. All right, all abstaining, please raise your hand. All right, please raise your hand. Please lower your hand. And then all abstaining, please raise your hand. So, all right, so that's 11 votes supporting, 1 vote abstaining, 1 vote against. The motion passes and Alberto is now on the Student Fee Advisory Committee. Congratulations. All right, thank you for coming. All right, now we'll get into officer reports. I'll make this fast, like 3 bulletins. Dealing with the whole CPO transparency issue. We're working currently, my office is currently working with Ryan, who came and gave us a report a couple of weeks ago regarding CPO to finalize the transparency documents that we're gonna ask for. Met with the ASU CLA executive director regarding the vote the ASU CLA BOD took. Me, him, and the GSA president will have a meeting pretty soon to discuss a bunch of grievances from both of our organizations to figure out the best way forward in regards to ASU CLA and USAC's involvement within ASU CLA. And then I met with the chancellor yesterday, discussed some initiatives and talked about some of my surplus proposals. And yeah, I'll pass it off to the external vice president.
Wait, did you say me? Is
Oh,
going?
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Actually, I'll pass it off to the internal vice president. Sorry.
okay, yes, sounds good. Hi, everyone. I'm hoping you all can hear me. It's a little loud, so I'm like double zooming, but I'll keep this short as well, just because we're short on time. But this week, we are actually, I misspoke last meeting. Our Campus Safety Alliance meeting is actually this Friday from 3:30 to 4:30. It's an open meeting, so anyone can attend. Again, we are still waiting for questions. So if you have any questions for administration regarding campus safety, please fill that out. Everything should be finalized right now. We're just sending out final reminders soon. This week, we also hosted our pre-professional photo shoot, which happened this Sunday. I think it was really successful because it kind of rained on Sunday. We didn't have as high of a turnout, so we might be doing another one sometime soon. And then another thing that we worked on was the IBP Rent Relief Awards, surplus presentation, the IBP Partnership Fund. And lastly, I worked on the USAC Social. So thank you to all of the council members who came out. But that should be all. And I'll pass it off to Divine.
I will also make it really quick. Sorry, I'm trying to cut down so that way it's only the action items. Okay, so I attended a meeting for a conference that I will be attending in 2 weeks regarding a national initiative for higher education reform. If any of you all know any contacts for different student governments across different universities across the country, can you please message me? We're trying to get a nationally sign-off letter basically for the initiative, and it would be really helpful. I only have so many contacts. So if you know anyone in different UCs or outside the UC system, excuse me, please let me know. We have finalized the dates for UC Hill Day. It'll be sometime in April. We have also yes. If you know, specifically community colleges too. Yeah, if you know any contacts of anyone, and then I think it's SSCCC or anything like that, please let me know. But yeah, finalized dates for UC Hill Day. Black Student Lobby Day interest form is out. Me and my team will be contacting respective organizations and student groups to make sure that we have a great attendance. And bag apps are also due this Friday. I'm trying to see if there's any other action items because I don't want to take up any more time. No more action items. That is it for me, and I will pass it on.
And I'm also going to keep it short. Because I know we have a long night ahead of us. So it's pretty much this week I've been mainly working on our surplus proposal. My team is putting a lot of time in the presentation and getting sure all our facts are right. And then we just also had an all staff meeting and then just try to figure out other ways we can help students. So good luck for everyone on their presentations tonight.
All right, Agenda 3.
Thanks. So yeah, I've also been working on surplus proposals, so I'm pretty excited about that. We got some really cool stuff, and thank you to Amethyst Phillips from University Council on Disability and Reggie Miles from Afro Latinos Coalition for their help with that. I'm working with Carl on getting the Congressional Advisory Board going, so that's exciting. Also, I was looking around through various USAC documents, and apparently we used to have a women's center, and then they basically got rid of it. That was the process they decided to take in creating the Bruin Resource Center. So would like to bring it back. Let me know if you're interested. What else? Gonna have an event week 10 about internet addiction, healthy internet habits. Are we posting that? Would appreciate if y'all could share. And yeah, much love.
All right, thank you. Campus Events Commissioner.
Hi, everyone. Just two things to kind of propose. We have an event tomorrow in Kirkhoff Grand Salon. I'm dropping the Eventbrite right now. It's basically a panel, an Iranian activism panel that I think is really interesting. And we're just trying to promote a bit more to ensure that we have some good attendance there, but definitely check that out if you're interested. It'll be at 7 p.m. And then next Tuesday, we have another concert in Kirkhoff Grand Salon with the headliner announced as Mind Chatter. It's like a synthwave concert. Should be super fun. We'd love to see you guys there. And I just have like some surplus proposals too, but that's it for me.
All right, next up, we have Community Service Commissioner.
Hi, y'all. So two quick little things that I'm going to update y'all on. The first is that over the weekend, the Community Service Commission took 27 students to the University of Amherst, Massachusetts for the Impact Conference. It was freaking amazing. Shout out to Taryn Dieppe and Anna Meyer and all the other drivers and leaders that helped make the conference happen. The next thing is next week, we're going to have our basic CSC is going to have the Basic Needs Town Hall happening next Wednesday, 6 to 8 p.m. in Haynes Hall. Please visit uclacsc.org for more information or visit our Instagram at UCLACSC. I am in the Slack channel for all of USAC Council. I sent a post if you would like to repost it to your own Instagram account. I would appreciate a repost of our post that we made. We want to get as high of attendance of student leaders to the conference as possible. So I would really appreciate all of your help in getting this movement going. Thank you so much.
All right, next up, we have the Facilities Commissioner.
Hey guys, so updates this week, the Transportation Equity and Access Committee, they're going to present their referendum idea to council next week. Yay, exciting. And then they also had a meeting with Emily Hahn earlier today, an active transportation planner at UCLA. And they talked about scooter safety improvements. So, trying to get it's not just birds, but, getting all of those out of the sidewalks and stuff. So people can walk around still safely. Building Our Space Committee is just filled out their recreation event fund application. So check out Wooden during finals week. It's gonna be open to like 8 p.m. to 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I don't really remember the exact times, but it's gonna be multiple days. And we'll have snacks and drinks and also like fun vibes to study too. And then also, okay, my mind is blanking. So that will, I guess, will be the end of my officer report. But check out the surplus presentation later.
All right, Financial Supports Commissioner.
I will keep this like everyone else, super short and brief. Worked on a surplus proposal for paying directors in the New York Times. Met with the lovely Eliana to talk about some changes we're going to be doing in terms of bylaws and making sure the bylaws are being implemented, specifically like with the Women's Center. Oh, thank you, Eliana. Trying to set up a meeting with parking. They are sort of avoiding our emails, and working with students at Hillel to promote a Shabbat this weekend with the chancellors and some vice chancellors. Oh, and also just a quick shout out, if anybody wants to come, I can drop the link in the chat and you can come interact with admin and like interact with Jewish students and get a free dinner. Yeah, I'll send it in the chat.
Okay. Next up is Transfer Student Representative.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone is having a good and dry day. I will also try to keep my report short. I wanted to kind of, I don't know, I'm just having a lot of issues with transitioning into the position. It's been like weeks. So I just wanted to say, like, for people who are going to be on USAC next year, kind of be like conscious of ways that you can implement like strategies to ensure that different staff members' well-beings are like up to par. So like if someone feels like they have to leave board early, like there are people there to support them. But also if students are appointed later in the year, that there's like protocols surrounding that and how to transition people quicker, especially for like newer positions like my own. Not only am I like a regular student, I'm also a transfer student, so it's much harder for me to get acquainted to like USAC and different USAC initiatives and like what it means to be TSR. I'm kind of just like guessing right now. But outside of that, I have my transfer triad meeting on Friday, so I'm going to be working with the Transfer Student Center and the Transfer Leadership Coalition to start working on more actionable items. I also have a meeting for the Blackboard and Transfer Extravaganza on Friday, as well as a joint meeting with MECHA. I wanted to ask whoever was working on Afrofest, could you guys potentially tap in with me to help me to create like a vendors list for a Black transfer free market? That would be great. Also on March 11th from 9 to 3 p.m., there's going to be the conference for Stomp, which is like one of the major transfer orgs here on campus. I will be a part of it, ensuring that there's representation of Black transfers. So I'm going to be hosting a workshop from 2 to 3. Also inviting ASU and Yamoja and the BBRC to table there as well. Additionally, I'm going to be working with the Transfer Student Center and Yamoja and ASU on a Black transfer graduation checklist event. I'm working on my TSR surplus proposal with Ileana, hopefully later this week. I want to thank Juan again for letting me sit in on his meeting a couple of weeks ago. And then I want to see if you wanted to collab with ASU on like a winter essentials drive for LA homeless individuals. We're seeing a lot of posts about like how people are dying from how cold it is and like they're not really getting the support from LA that they need. So I thought that would be a cool initiative. I think I wanted to follow up with Divine on the Transfer Student Lobby Day and when that will be and like how I can start getting people involved with that. And then if anyone knows any transfer students, the Transfer Student Center has like extra tickets for the gymnastics game this weekend. So let me know and then I can get people front row tickets for that. So yeah, that's all for me.
Okay, and next up we have the International Student Representative.
Hi everyone, good evening. So this week I started with meeting with Julieta, who's from the Armenian Students Union, and the resolution that Milan put in the group chat. we worked on that. It'll be presented in week 9, and I'd like really appreciate if everyone in council could look over it and try and co-sponsor it, because their idea, it's really important that we support this blockade, and the entire feeling of like that, the entire point that someone in our community is feeling as though we are anti-Armenian altogether is something of concern, and we must, like, I guess as a body, do something to fix that. And aside from that, I met with Cindy to work on a resolution that's related to inclusive accesses, opt-ins and opt-outs. I think their organization will be reaching out to more council members as well. A big thing that happened specifically this week was that we finally met on ISWEL. ISWEL, for those of you who don't know, is like the international student wellness community. It includes like a lot of admin from like DASHU and from CAPS and a lot of like senior doctors who are on like board. And we discussed how we're looking at creating a resource specifically to train staff on how to be more supportive to international students in the way they kind of structure classes. So basically every professor and every TA would have to do this module, and it'll kind of make them aware of the differences of education between what's going on, like the system of education over here and internationally. And so that when they structure their classes, they can take that into account. And the transition for international students in their academics is much easier. I also met with ACM and found a person who can code the website that my office is creating. So I'm just going to be working on hiring them and paying them their stipend. And then in the coming week, will be meeting with Sanaz, who is from the DASHU Center, and from like UCLA's Career Center, to discuss this career fair that we're organizing specifically for international students, where we're going to try and get as many organizations as we can. And like finally, I just want to take this opportunity to talk about Kian's proposal to subsidize lifts for as part of the surplus. I think it's extremely important. It's extremely relevant specifically to international students, because as you all know, that most international students don't have cars or don't have proper means of transportation, and everywhere that they go, they mostly use Ubers, which basically is so expensive when you start thinking about it. Even for the smallest distance that you can't walk, we have to take an Uber. So in that regard, I think this proposal is excellent. It affects all students, specifically my community, and I would really, really urge everyone on council to support it and go with it. But yeah, that's it this week from my office, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll get into admin reps. Orlando.
He's not present.
Jessica.
No updates from me today, thanks.
Okay, is Steven here? All right, no Steven. And last but not least, Lori.
It was nice to see those of you that came to Poly for the women's game, and looking forward to all these proposals you guys have.
Awesome. Thank you, Lori. Yeah, thank you for setting that up. You and Milan, great event. All right, now we'll get into new business. So first up is a vote to approve remaining restricted surplus funds. Jessica, do you have that amount?
Yes, I can drop it into the chat. Or actually, maybe it's more helpful if I share screen on it, because I have it in a little spreadsheet. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, here's my screen share. Okay, can you see that Google Sheet with the restricted surplus?
Yes.
It's like 1,471,373. And then this 230 has already been approved, but you could just do a vote to approve the remaining surplus. Here, let me see if I can do that math really quick. That minus the 230. Okay. So this is the amount to approve.
Okay. Thank you. It's a little small for me. Can you put it in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
One second. Here, I'll stop share really quick if I can get that.
Oh,
Sorry, my baby.
that's okay.
Chatty today.
Thank you. All right. So yeah, this is the remaining surplus, a restricted surplus amount that we have to, per the bylaws. You know, they're earmarked for certain things. So can someone motion to approve this?
I move to approve restricted surplus.
A second.
Okay, Sarah motions, 1 second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and the remaining restricted surplus funds are approved. All right, now we'll get straight into the proposals. All right, so from speaking with Jessica, I do understand that we are over. Like the total amount by all council members in totality is more than the 746,000. Jessica, do you know how much we're over by?
Yeah, so my SGS students put together a quick little spreadsheet, but some of the proposals were not linked yet. So we're missing a couple numbers. So I can't tell you the exact amount we're gonna be over yet, but we're missing 3, 4, 5. We're
Okay.
missing 5 amounts. And so far there's $16,000 left. So I'm just assuming that those 5 proposals are going to be more than 16,000. So
Right.
yeah, and I can let me just actually I'm gonna get a link to this and drop this in the chat so y'all can hop on it and see. We kind of tried to go through the presentations and pull the amounts that everybody was asking for so we could total it up. So let me change the edit access to editor, and then this way you can update your amount for your proposal if you see that it's incorrect or missing on the spreadsheet. And then yeah, we can balance it out there and see what the total overage is. Let me know if anybody can't edit.
I can't edit.
I also can't.
Okay, let me drop the link again because I just made it edit access. So hopefully this one will work. And then I feel like did someone mention too there's another proposal that's coming later potentially?
Just noticed you have this my cultural programming thing that was like my placeholder for the Afro Latinx Coalition, which they've put up.
Can you edit that?
I will.
Are you able to edit that, Eliana? Or do you want to just drop the new number in the chat? We can change it for you. Because basically what you'll want to do is figure out what your total ask is before you go into the presentations, because you're going to have some way to reduce down the asks so that you don't go over the available amount to allocate. So it's better if everybody's kind of on the same page with how that's going to be handled before you get into the details.
Perfect.
All right. So, wait, we're still missing some? That's what you said, Jessica? Like there's, because I know Tired, you said you wanted to present something or something soon? Hello? All right. So there's two ways we can go about this. We can hear every proposal out, and then for each proposal, we can kind of, while the proposal's going, or after the proposal, you can ask questions or whatever, and then we can go back through them and say, well, hey, maybe I don't feel comfortable giving you this amount, but I'll give you this amount. Or obviously you can say, uh, I prefer not to give you anything for it. That's one way we can do it. The second way, I was just speaking with Milan behind the scenes about this, is we could do the proposals propose them this week, and then not vote on them until next week, so that we can all bring our number down and get it to where like everyone can kind of work to get at least something from surplus. So what are council members feeling right now? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I just seen the hands. Keon?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think we listen to all the proposals and try to see if we can come up to a understanding of what like everyone wants, see if we can come up to a reason tonight. And then if it takes too long, then maybe like table it as give it a shot. And then if it takes too long, then let's, give it a week. That's my proposal.
Giovanna?
This one's like biased, but we have put off the Bruin Bash from last year's bill until now, and I do think that is something that I need, like me and Alicia really need to get paid. So I was wondering if there's certain surplus proposals that have an immediate need to be voted on. We could vote on those with the understanding that we're already over. But I just think that I can't really put that off again.
Daniela?
Just phrasing what Gio just mentioned, particularly for books for Bruins, our AAC budget is still in a deficit because we've been having to hold off on getting access to surplus. And to put this off for longer would mean that students would not have access to their books for Bruins reimbursements for this quarter, basically until the end. And we were really hoping and working with SGA to get that process soon.
Alicia?
I second what Keon said, because some of my proposals also have some urgency, including the Bruin Bash one, and also for Hip Hop Congress, as well as community fund. A lot of this is that it would be really ideal if we could come to a decision tonight, but if not, then table it to next week.
Naomi?
Yes, I would also agree with that, even though I don't have a proposal. A part of a proposal, but not doing a main one. I would say we do it tonight just because in thinking about next week, we don't want an extremely long meeting, as it'll be week 9 of the quarter. So yeah, get it over with.
Okay, awesome. All right. All right. So I see that most council members want to go and get it over with tonight. That's fine. Okay, so we'll get into the first proposal. So I think that is Student Wellness Commissioner STI testing presentation.
Okay. So I think that for what I'll do for the STI testing, since everyone remembers it, if you give me a thumbs up or a reaction, Otherwise, I don't want to do this whole presentation again. I don't think you all want to do it either. Yeah. Okay, great. So, Milan, could I use screen sharing abilities? Milan, were you able to hear that?
I just changed it, so you should be good, Anna.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just do the very last portion of this presentation about what we're asking for. And reminder, 50,000 from surplus funds so that we're able to give free STI testing to UCLA students without UC ship for 5 days during Sex Week. And they're like all of the sexual reproductive health organizations are going to be working on this to ensure that the news is out there, that like people will be utilizing this. And it's a really great opportunity for us to promote and destigmatize STI testing on campus, especially for students that aren't able to get it easily because they don't have UC ship. And here's the distribution plan again. Great. And just one more time, these are all the people that do not have UC ship. So they aren't able to get STI testing as easily on campus. And yes, okay. Should I just move on to the basic needs presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then this is going to be the basic needs presentation. Oops, okay. So then this is the second surplus presentation that we have, and this is the basic needs gift card program. And so it is out of one of the committees or like student orgs that are housed within the SWC by Brew Necessities. In 2020, the Student Wellness Commissioner Mejia established a quarterly basic needs subsidy to meet the basic essentials of students during the onset of COVID-19. But before the basic needs subsidy, SWC would offer the occasional like care package and kits as a programmatic activity. And so these would be things that would have like dental like toothbrushes, like toilet paper, all of those kind of things when we say basic needs. And so in 2021, the subsidy grew rapidly, and we've received 100 more applications in the fall of 2021, but only 195 out of 250 actually completed a lengthy application process. The basic needs subsidy team was a group of 5 individuals, and they had to process 250 applications during midterms and finals week. It also created like an excessive amount of labor for SGA. And as we all know, with the backlog, it's as like they have more work, it's much more difficult for the rest of us to also like continue our programming, but we need to get these the funds to different students. And then, so the individual who was supposed to give this presentation, her name is Janice. She's truly amazing. She was the one who basically spearheaded this basic needs revamping gift card program, which I'll explain a little bit more. So in the spring of 2022, they received 160 responses for basic needs care packages. These were hand-packed packages, and it was all very tedious. It was very crowded in the SWC office, which is actually now the Peer Support Lounge, and it coincided with a supply chain difficulty at the UCLA store. And so we quickly realized that we needed to alter the program to make it more efficient for for Brew Necessities, which are the individuals that package these, that created these like care packages for people, and also for students to receive them, because people wouldn't come and pick up their packages just because it was difficult to coordinate. Like you have to like it from campus to your apartment or to your dorm, and they were pretty like hefty packages since they had like toilet paper rolls, paper towels, pads, tampons, all that kind of stuff that were supposed to last you for a quarter. So then in fall of 2022, we launched the Basic Needs Gift Card Program, basically created gift cards solely for purchasing basic needs items from the student store. It added a level of need tiers to ensure that students were filling out the form were truly in need. And then we divided the gift cards up into 3 tiers based on the student's self-reported level of need. Tier 1, which is the highest tier, would be $42. Tier 2 is 20 and Tier 3 was 10. And of 178 responses on the form, around 140 students were selected for this program. So we received 98 responses on the Google form in this quarter. Due to limited funding this quarter, we only sent the form to students who picked up their gift cards in the fall of 2022. Yeah. Based on tier responses from last quarter, we changed the financial description since many were tier 1. And so for tier 1, we had 75 $50 gift cards, and tier 2, there were 10 $20 gift cards, and they will be receiving the gift cards soon from the UCLA store. We're aiming to hold the gift card pickups. Actually, we've been holding the gift card pickups this week and last week. So the process is that Brew Necessities buys these gift cards from the UCLA store based on budget and demand. Student requests a gift card through the Google form, then they receive the gift card, and SWC leadership facilitates the gift card pickup at our Kirkhoff office, and students can use them at the UCLA store. So this is what our form looks like, and this is what we would be using in the spring too. So pretty easy to fill out. And so the gift card is valid for aisles 1 and 2 at the Ackerman store, which means that it is limited to truly like household products, hygiene products, and menstrual care. So it's for those who are in need. And these are basic needs that everybody should be guaranteed, especially these students that we represent. So why do we need surplus? Currently, Brew Necessities has exhausted all available internal funding. During the fall and spring quarter rounds of gift card allocations, they weren't able to accommodate new students at all that were in need for spring quarter because of this. And with surplus, we can accommodate new and returning participants with greater monetary value per gift card. Ensure that every student can receive a gift card substantial enough to adequately support themselves each quarter. The gift cards have had overwhelmingly positive feedback, and past participants' most common feedback is needing a higher value gift card. $42 for the first round was not enough, and $50 is still not enough to support an individual for an entire quarter. And that's why we really are applying for this surplus funding. And so what to expect moving forward, the Brew Necessities Basic Needs Committee will work on the gift card program at weekly meetings, as well as producing new resources for students. For future quarters, they're requesting $20,000 in surplus funding so that we can offer $100 to each student, as we're anticipating more applicants for spring. And the gift card offers direct aid to students, and their feedback for gift cards is overwhelmingly positive. We really want to make sure that student fees are going back to the students, and this is a really great way of directing them to students who are in need of these essential products. So thank you. Any questions about this? All right. Thank you all so much for listening to this. And thank you to the council members who also voiced their support and were sent this presentation and gave some feedback and advice.
Tara, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if we can table the vote on the surplus proposals until next week so that I can put mine in. I don't know how you feel about that, but
Yeah.
I do marginalized population, so I do need more funding from my office.
No, yeah, I understand. So what we can do is once we hear all the proposals, well, Jessica just asked a question. She said, yeah, do you have an estimate how much you need?
I was planning to ask for around 10,000. I didn't know how much was available. And I know there's like a lot of us asking.
Okay. Yeah, add it to the spreadsheet, and what we'll do as council members as council members go through their proposals, ask questions, speak up. If you feel like you're not going to vote for something, or you feel like, hey, I feel like a better amount would be reasonable, obviously, like, it's all love, don't take it personal. Like, we just trying to get through this and make sure that everyone can get something from surplus so that they can kind of do their initiative. So, kind of ask questions and bring up relevant stuff. Okay. So yeah, Tyra, we'll revisit that when we finish the final proposal. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right, next up, we have the Campus Events Commissioner and Cultural Affairs Commissioner surplus proposal for Bruin Bash.
Yeah, Elise and I presented this last week, sorry. I can just remind the amount, which came out to be 82,103.71. And I put it in the chat as well. Unless anyone has like major questions about what we went through last week, I'll just leave it at that kind of thing. And like, I'm happy to like answer anything, obviously. All right, cool.
All right, next up, we have the Academic Affairs Commissioner surplus books for Bruins.
Yes, thank you. I'll be sharing my screen, and then Jonathan, Vera, and Lisa are 3 directors of AAC, so they'll also be co-presenting tonight. Can you all see that okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you all so much for listening to our proposal. This is going to be centered around books for Bruins for this academic year. So this is what we're going to touch on today, and then I'll pass it over to Jonathan.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much, Daniela. It's Jonathan Valenzuela Mejia, one of the co-directors for Retention First. So the purpose of Books for Bruins is to address financial disparities that have limited the academic success of low-income and marginalized students, in particular here at UCLA. No student should have to worry about payment for academic material, and not ensuring that's not the reason why they may need to step away from their education, which is the reason why we have Books for Bruins for all students on a quarterly basis, and ensure that they're able to fund the textbooks that they need in order to get a succeed here at UCLA as students.
Yeah, so this is just to characterize the impact of Books for Bruins and what it has been historically. We do have data that goes beyond the previous academic year, but I would have to go back and dig for that. But from what we do have, during fall 2021, Books for Bruins received a number of applications and distributed a larger amount. And what we essentially have found are that the trends show that during the fall quarter, we received the highest influx of applications and also, as a result, distribute the highest amount of Books for Bruins awards. This year, as you all can see, Books for Bruins was applied to less and thus distributed much less as well. And it has pretty much stayed the same between quarter to quarter. As far as like reasons to explain this, we might think that it could be due to a new collaboration with the textbook store, and we'll go into that a little bit more in detail later on in the presentation. But also, we've been like reviewing these applications and checking in with each other in the Retention First team. We've also just noticed that more professors have gone towards the shift of online materials. as you all have heard from ASUCLA, working with inclusive access. So that could also be a potential reason why our applications have dropped and why the amounts we distribute has dropped as well. This all just goes to say though, and prove that that our requests later on, as you all will see throughout this presentation too, will be much less than what Books for Bruins has asked for in previous academic years. So that's just something that we want you all to keep in mind too. And this just goes to like some statistical analysis about what the trends that we just mentioned are. So we did some calculations on the averages and medians of the applications comparing the previous 2 years. So on average, we get around 117 applications a quarter, a median of around 100 applications. We distribute an average of over $9,000 per quarter and a median of $7,000 or so. And some of the takeaways that I had just explained previous as well. And I'll also touch on the funding sources. So just for some important context, Books for Bruins tends to operate out of primarily surplus. This year, we have been taking on some of the costs from AAC's internal programming budget due to the delays in surplus that we have all experienced as a council, and with SGA too, and them being just having like an excess of labor. So now that explaining the delays, but because surplus hasn't been available, we've been having to front the cost in order to continue to support students in this aspect. But what we are finding now is that we're at the point in the academic year where the assistance that we can pull from our programming fund has pretty much been exhausted, to the extent where some of our winter allocations for this quarter had to be cut down, because Books for Bruins tends to operate where every student that applies gets at least some amount, because we try to make sure that the program is accessible to everyone that expresses a need. In the past, AAC's Books for Bruins has also been able to incur funds from external donors, and there are conversations with the support of Jessica and Roy, who have done some back-end solicitation of grants for Books for Bruins. However, details about getting access to those funds and securing those funds are still up in the air. Thus, we're still having to go and ask for surplus in order to continue putting Books for Bruins forward. And yeah, this just goes to explain a little bit of what is characterizing this year. So with the turnover that SGA has experienced, I think that we all also experience the same levels of difficulties in accessing surplus a little bit later on than expected, which ended up having a huge impact on Books for Bruins resources, since it is heavily funded through surplus, and where AAC has gone to continue to support and uplift Books for Bruins has led us to our programming now being in a position where we would not be able to continue doing that for the remainder of this quarter, which still has some outstanding charges for Books for Bruins, and for spring quarter moving forward to finish it off. And we've also had to, in addition to AAC's programming, we've had to pull funds from other areas of our budget, such as office supplies, honorariums, and retreats, in order to just being able to exhaust as many resources as possible. But of course, like turning to those avenues did end up having some trade-offs that left other programming avenues heavily exhausted and under-resourced as well. Yeah, so now I will turn it over to Lisa. Sorry, Vera.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to dive into the process of Book for Bruins, kind of how we give out the reimbursements and how we review applications. So in the past, specifically the 2020 to 2021 school year, and even last year, we would give out gift cards from external vendors in the year 2020 to 2021. And then last year, we were giving only UCLA store gift cards. And even from 2020 to 2021, we were actually also giving Zelle, Venmo, and checks, so our payments were very accessible. And now that has kind of changed, and now we're only doing really reimbursements via the UCLA textbook store. So as mentioned, we were collaborating with the UCLA textbook store. Apps open like at the very start of the quarter or right before the quarter starts. Directors review apps. Once we have the list of recipients give it to the textbook store. This includes the name, the email, the UID, the award amount. We email the recipients of the award. We explain what information they have to give at checkout to get the award and the award will be applied as credit towards their total. And then we transfer the funds to SGA. SGA pays the textbook store after the store invoices SGA. So really our role in this process is to review and approve the apps and notify the awards. We're not the ones directly giving money to the applicants. And here's some more information about our application review process. So the application opens up to 1 week before the quarter. It remains open until about week 3 or 4. This quarter, we actually tried to do a rolling application so that people who really wanted their textbooks and wanted their money earlier could apply earlier and get those funds earlier. The application considers if the purchase is going to be made at the textbook store, if they're a STEM major, or just personal circumstances that may exacerbate their need. We review the applications anonymously. We split it between retention first directors and members of the executive team. So people who have kind of been trained on how to review these applications. And then as mentioned previously, most students receive some form of money from Books for Bruins. It's very rare to turn away a student away if their purchase is eligible. Usually the only students that are flat out not given the award are ones who just unfortunately don't have an eligible purchase. Awards are given at intervals of $25, maximum to $150, and we round down awards to the nearest 25, and we notify recipients of their award status only once all awards are finalized. And we also, using the textbook link information that we're given from the students in their applications, we cross-reference their information about the purchase with the textbook website just to make sure that everything lines up and that these textbooks are available at the UCLA store.
Hello. So for surplus requests, so for surplus requests, we currently, for our winter quarter, we had split it up into 2 rounds. And at the moment, we still have about 1828 still left in terms of like that we need to like being reimbursed for. And we also have for round 2, we also have $2,850 as well. And we have been having a delay in terms of sending out these awards as a result of like not having these surplus in order to fund like these awards that the students have sent applications to. And based on how much we've been able to like give for surplus, we also estimate that we probably need around 1,600 in terms of surplus to be able to give out as awards to our next applications. And this would bring us to about a total of $10,978.73 in total in order for our request for Books for Bruins. And yeah.
Thank you all so much. I believe that concludes our presentation, but would be happy to take any questions. And also thank you so much to Jonathan, Vera, and Lisa. Naomi, go ahead.
No questions. I just wanted to say how much I support Books for Bruins, especially as someone that applies and uses it. I really appreciate it. I just hate my professors sometimes when they like have us order books on Amazon and then I'm like, this don't qualify, but I love the program and I 100% support this. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Juan?
Hi, everyone. I also support this so much. I just had a quick question in terms of kind of like the usage and specifically to kind of like maximize the impact of surplus and all of the things. So in the presentation, you mentioned that that the Books for Bruins only reimburses for books through the UCLA store. Has that been discouraging for, I guess, in terms of kind of like the program's applications, number of applicants, especially considering that the UCLA store isn't always the cheapest option for the purchase of textbooks?
Yeah, no, for sure. So your concerns are concerns that we also have. And it's something that we have been conversing about. That's kind of like an appendix advocacy project that AAZU wants to take on with the general staff that support retention first. Hopefully trying to negotiate with the UCLA textbook store some kind of price matching program. But we've also been communicating with Linda from SGA, seeing if there's a way that we can run some kind of dual program where we continue to primarily function outside of the textbook store, but still create flexibility for those who can only find their materials from Amazon, let's say, or other vendors that are cheaper. Because as I shared with all of you too in our analysis, looking at the trends over time, particularly in comparison to the previous academic year, the reach has definitely declined. And we think that part of it could also be the shift of working with the textbook store. But I will just say though, in order to try to explain why this shift happened, it's because I think primarily it was just a concern for the labor. As you all can see, like there's only 3 main directors who are full-time students themselves, who oversee and run these applications. So that's a lot to take on for them, who only have stipended positions. In addition to that too, when we were operating Books for Bruins only on a reimbursement basis, where it was through checks or gift cards and so forth, that would be one single requisition that SGA would have to process for each student. So if you look back at fall quarter from 2021, that was 167 individual recs that they had to process. And so doing the textbook store collaboration would allowed us to just order, which facilitated and made the process a lot.
Well, I'm sorry, Keon. Yeah, I'm sorry, Daniela. Somebody had unmuted.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. So basically we found that in trying to make the funds accessible by doing the reimbursements options, it ended up actually doing a disservice to students because we in this new term, we inherited a number of applicants from the previous academic year's commission where Books for Bruins recipients had yet to receive access because of the turnover in SGA and the number of labor that was being placed on them. And so we figured that this would just kind of be like a necessary trade-off that we'd have to take on at least for this year and just reflect on how it continues to move forward. So that hopefully explains a little bit of why we made this shift, but also what we want to do to address it moving forward. But thank you. Sorry, that was a lot. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing as there are none, I'll pass it back to Carl.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have the General Representative 1 Lift Safe Ride Program. Keon.
Hi, everyone. Let me share screen. Got it. Sorry. Okay. So as many of you guys have heard, I've been talking about it for a while. So my proposal is for the Lift Safe Ride program. So why does UCLA need this program? So the simple answer is safety. So students need a safe and accessible way for them to get from campus to their homes late at night. So many students, they have social events, they have professional events around campus, and they need to be able to get to their home at night in a safe way. So let's say if some club has a meeting up in the apartment side, but a student needs to get back to the hill late at night, they need to have a safe way to get home. Many students that I've been talking to say they don't feel safe walking at home at night, especially since there's been a couple attempted kidnappings in the recent weeks. So for these reasons, we need a way for them to get home safely. There is different ways that UCLA has done this, like UC Safe Ride, but one, it's only from 7 p.m. to midnight, and it's only during the weekdays. So students need a way during the other times for them to be able to get home safe at night, and specifically the weekend when social events are at its highest, students need to be able to get home safely. All right, then it's also students need to have the equal opportunity. So many students, because they don't have this option, they don't feel like they can be involved in these different ways, in these different social events. They feel that if the club is meeting at night and it's by the apartments, they don't want to go because they don't know how they're going to get back home at night. So for that reason, we need a safe and accessible way for students to be able to join these social events, these clubs, because honestly, that's one of the best parts of UCLA. It's not only about the class, but it's also these other factors that we need to have. And just for our mental health, to relieve the stress, we need to be able to see other students, be able to have that safety of mind that I can get to and back from these events and just feel safe about it. All right, so why Lyft specifically? So one, they have background checks. So for every driver, so people often feel safe about it. There's a critical response line on the app, so you can call 911 very easily. If you give someone a rating under 3, then you'll never see them again. You'll never have them used again. There's a 0 drug and alcohol tolerance policy. So for these reasons, it makes it a very safe ride. And then the accessibility of it is all the students, or many students at least, use Lyft already. It's on their app, they're doing it. So why shouldn't we pay for it? Because I've talked to many students, because they don't feel safe, they're forced to order the Lyft by themselves, and it's just costly for them. So it's a very good mechanism for them to be able to get home. It also has a disability service in case students are in wheelchairs or for those, so that helps a lot. And then it has a lot of flexibility. A lot of these other programs that have been used, there's specific drop-off and pickup locations. With Lyft, it'll come directly to you. And it will drop you off exactly where you need to go. So you don't have to feel like unsafe to walk those couple, the half mile or whatever. All right, so as many of you have also seen, I talked about it in many of our council meetings, we've run a small pilot program to see how this works. So I was doing that through contingency funding and through my own office funding. So I just want to talk about how we did it. So we ran it for 3 different weekends, right? First, January 12th to January 16th. So we put out 200 codes. Out of those 200 codes we put out, 182 were used. And that's just because, it's hard for social media, and it's just my office and different offices that were reposting it. So 182 were taken. The second time we did it, February 1st to 6th, 200 codes we put out, all 200 were taken up. And then students were asking me for more. So I put out another 50. So in total, 235 out of the 250 codes were claimed. And then in the third weekend, February 16th to 20, we once again did 200 codes. And after the 200 codes were taken up, we put out another 50 as well. Once again, all 50 were taken. So in that one, it was all of them were taken. So you could see that during each week, more students wanted it through word of mouth. People saw how good it was, and they were able to use it and get home safe. So how we did it was, number one, the transportation had to be within the UCLA Westwood area. So it either had to start or end from here. So we know that, students aren't doing it wherever they are, but it's specifically so they can get home safe at night. So you can see the geofence that we've done it. So it includes Hillgard, includes the hill, includes apartments. And then this is actually on the first one, but after the first one, students told me they wanted it a little larger. So we included the Westwood Village as well. So how we did it, you can see the screen, it shows the times we used it. So we did it times from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. because those are when students usually go out. Those are when students come back. So that's when it would work the best times. And then it was also, we gave out $7. So if a ride was under $7, it would be free, and we would just pay for however much it was. Like if a ride was $6, we would pay that $6. If a ride was over $7, like let's say you're going to a further place, to Santa Monica, whatever, and it's $20, we would pay $7, the student would pay the rest of it. All right, so then we put out a statement. So we put out a statement saying how much students need this, how good it is, the different factors of it. And we asked students to sign on. So we had over 300 students sign on, which was it was so nice to see. It gave me a lot of passion, it gave me a lot of, to want to work more on this. So you can see the statement here. You can see the main points here of why we needed a lot of the different reasons I've been discussing before. So these are some student testimonials that you can read over, because I asked for students' testimonials to see what they thought about it. So one student says that, they don't feel safe. And even though it's a small college town, they want to be able to walk around the neighborhood, walk around Westwood. They don't feel safe about it. So if we had these lifts, they could be able to go to more events. Some students say that without a car, it's very hard to go to different places. As Hanska said, for example, the international students who don't have cars, they can be able to go see different sites in Los Angeles, really use Los Angeles for what it's meant to be and don't have to pay for lifts even because it's so expensive. So one student said that helps keeping the vulnerable population safe around campus. Some students said that they have late night shifts and they don't feel comfortable walking home after that. One student said that that they live off campus, so it helps them to be able to get to and from these social events. So it's a lot of different ways that students think that this program can actually help their lives in countless different ways. So that's what we did. We did the 3 weeks. We did only the weekends, but I'm saying it's not enough. I want to do it where every single night students will be able to use it. And that instead of giving it 250 codes, 200 codes, I want to be able to give it to all 31,000 undergraduate students, right? So what we're going to have to do is, number one, it's going to be more of an opt-in. So we're going to send a link. And then if you hit that link, you're opted into this program where every month you get 4 credits, right? 4 credits for $7 a piece that you can use at any night you want to. So that each month, another 4 credits is re-put to your account so that you don't have to worry. You don't have to go, oh, what's the code? You're just in this system and it keeps on giving you these codes. Still, it'll only be used from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. It'll only be from to and from campus, but it will be every single night of the week, not only on weekends. The good thing about Lyft is, though, we only pay for what students use. So if students don't use the ride, we are not paying for that. So if a student chooses to use 1 ride a month, we'll pay that $7. To use 2 rides a month, we'll spend the $14 a month. So we know that every single dollar that's being used is being used directly to keep a student safe at night. So I think that's one of the most important things. So students will have the ability to log in, and then in the app, it'll kind of look like this. It says, 2 out of 2 rides. For us, it would be 4 rides, which I think would help students be able to go, maybe 1 time a weekend or 1 time a week. They can more easily do it. Here it says $10. I'm doing specifically $7 because I saw through the pilot program that would be able to get most students around from one side of campus to the other. So I thought these were the best different ways. So now specifically why I'm asking for how much money I'm asking, where does that number get from? Because it is a big number. So we want to send this opt-in, this login account to 31,000 undergraduate students, right? So using the data that Lyft gives us based off other campuses that they've been doing this with, because they've done it with USC, they've done it with UChicago, they've done it with plenty of other campuses, they have an estimate of how many people will enroll and opt in into the program. So out of the 31,000 students that get the link and get the option to log in, only 29% of the students will actually enroll into it. And this is because, a student might have a car, they might live off campus, they might not need it. There's many different reasons. But for the 29,000 students, for the 29% of the students that use it, it says out of them, only 30% will actually use the ride. And I saw this with my pilot program, a lot of people put the code in, but they didn't actually use the ride. So out of those students, only 30% will actually be using the rides. So that would be those 2,600 students. But even with those 2,697 students, it's still a lot of the students will be, sharing it with their friends. It'll be rides of 4. And so it gets to help a lot more students than we actually think. So now, because we are currently expecting, we're going to get 4 credits per month, but on average, students will only use 2 of the credits. So that would be an average of $14 a month per student. Then with the test and times the anticipated students that we think are going to be using it and rides, that'll be $37,000 per month, $37,750,008 per month. Then times the 4 months that we have remaining in school that we could use our surplus. So with that number, it'll be $151,032. So that's why I'm asking. So for this, we can be able to make sure students feel safe on campus. Because the big thing I've been hearing when I said I want to do this program and I said USC has it, why don't we? A lot of students are like, oh, they're a private school, we're a public school. But I don't think that should make a difference, Just because we're a public school does not mean we shouldn't feel safe on our campus. We say we're the #1 public school because we are, but let's live up to that standard. Let's make sure students have the safety to get around campus. Let's make sure students have the accessibility to get to their clubs, to get to their social events and have that stress relief. So I think knowing that each one of these dollars will be used for a student's safety and accessibility, I think is an amazing thing. I was thinking it's an amazing thing that we're giving it to all 31,000 students and have the ability to use it instead of just for some groups. So it's a lot of these things that hit a lot of different factors is the reason why I think we need to fund this. So I would really appreciate everyone's help. And if anyone has any questions for me, please, please, please don't be scared to ask. Lori?
What's your plan if you go over the amount that you are awarded?
So by seeing how many, because each month they give us a report. So we're going to be able to see how many students are using it, how many aren't. So we could be able to like change the factors based off that. And once the money runs out, hopefully we don't think that it will just based off these numbers, then, we would have to start changing how many rides people get a month and stuff like that. Phoebe?
Oh, I think Gia's before me, so I'll let her go.
Sorry, Gia?
Yeah, I have a couple friends at USC, and I've just like been reading about the LIFT program because it was interesting to me when you first started it. But two things that I've kind of like heard of in terms of this like LIFT thing, and I know that this maybe is different from what's offered at USC, is that wait times for lifts have become just like insane, averaging around like 20 minutes or something if they even accept the ride at all. And that some drivers, especially at USC, have stopped going to pick up students there because of the program that they initiated there. So I was just wondering like whether that was something that you thought about or like if that is even a problem here.
For sure. So something USC has changed recently. They only do shared lifts, so you have to like work it with other students. So a ride will pick up one student and then go pick up another student. So that changes that time. So that's not something we've been planning on implementing here. We're doing the one ride for however many students. And I think that would help a lot on these wait times. And it's what students have been telling me because, everyone has friends at USC and they also saw that as an issue. But, we're going to do these the same way we did on the pilot program that everyone loved, where you can just order a lift, they'll pick you up, drop you off where you need to go. So wait times are usually estimated in like 5-10 minutes.
Okay. I was just saying that because like when I get lifts, I usually wait like 20 to 30 minutes when I'm like paying for it. That's kind of like what I was thinking, but got you.
Yeah. Phoebe?
I just wanted to say that I'm really impressed with this proposal, especially given that, you built like this pilot program from the ground up at UCLA. So it's really exciting to me to like see like, I guess just like a program that like gets students home, limited to Westwood at like strategically at specific times that like students need to feel safest the most. This is not like a comment on the proposal necessarily, but with Bruin Safe Ride, I do want to see improvements to it like in the future, given that like, I think at the end of the day, it would be ideal if UCLA had like its own service. So then like, we don't have to like pour money into like, like a startup or a corporation or a company, a private company. But I think this is really great. And I'm very excited for this proposal.
Thank you so much. And then one thing I would want to push out, I think we should like get the UCLA Safe Ride better. And then maybe this could be in the times they're off, if they go until 1 a.m., this could be from 2 to 3, like we could work around that. So like everything can work harmoniously. Daniela?
Hi, yeah. So a logistic question, kind of going off of what Gio mentioned. So like, let's say that there are 2 UCLA students who are booking one lift. Would they be able to combine their codes to essentially get like, let's say if it's $14 off a single ride?
The way we've done it in the past is it hasn't. I can definitely talk to Lyft, see if this is a possibility, because that does sound like a great idea. So I can definitely talk to the my contact at Lyft, and hopefully, that's something that we can implement. But thank you. That's actually a good idea. Thank you, Danielle. Eliana?
Thanks. I love this idea. I was just wondering how this fits in with Safe Ride. Like, if we think some of this function could already be served by Safe Ride, and we could maybe by publicizing their services or whatever, and therefore decrease the cost, or if like all the function that is served by this is going to be like not overlapping with Safe Ride.
Yeah, so I think right now one issue with Safe Ride is, students they're not using the app, or it has longer wait times. So we could definitely start building up Safe Ride as well as we build this up, and then just use it as, when they're not being used, or if it doesn't, like, Safe Ride's not going to take you to Santa Monica, for example, or like, take you to Century City. So this can be used in different aspects. So you can use both of it, and it can be, so students have all these options. I don't want to take away Safe Ride, but I want to add
Yes,
accessibility options for
that
students.
makes sense. I was also, and I apologize, I probably should have brought this up earlier, but I've noticed Ubers are cheaper and don't make you wait as long. So should we maybe use them? Or is there a
So-
reason why you prefer Lyfts?
There's a couple, we've looked into both options. Lyft just has a specific, they have a specific things for college. For colleges, they have Lyft EDU, which makes it a lot more helpful. They have a lot more like accessibility options with that, and the platform for specifically for college, they work with a lot of different colleges. So for that reason specifically, Lyft seemed like the best option.
That makes sense. Appreciate it, Kian.
And I see that there's a question. Let me just read it. Will this program continue to be funded through surplus? Can funding at time passes, or would student fees have to be increased? So I would never want to, I don't really want to, increase student fees that are already expensive as they are. So this seems like a great way to have it. And maybe we could just pilot for this next 4 months for the rest of the year, see how it works, see if students are liking it, So once we see that, then maybe there's a different funding source that we can find it, or maybe it can continue being through surplus. There's a lot of different factors that we can try to figure out, but I think this is a great way to fund these next 4 months of it. Any other questions?
I just
Also the other one.
I'm sorry, I had a well, first things first, for the Q&A, council members, if you want to, take on those questions, you can. This is like, time for council members kind of discuss and ask questions, but obviously we want to, take the public's comment into this discussion. So, but if you could please like read the comment out, and that would be considered your question, if you're going to read the question out, okay? Now, in regards to the Safe Ride program, I just want to give you a little feedback. So I did meet with the chancellor this week, and I kind of talked to him about the Bruin Safe Ride. I think Phoebe brought it up as well. She said she wanted to see more out of it, and that's something that me and my team had, kind of discussed as well. We've heard from a lot of students. So Vice Chancellor Michael Beck did agree to extend the services to this weekend. So I just wanted to kind of put that in there for your train of thought in regards to this. And then I guess one of my points of concern regarding this, because this is something I was kind of looking into at first. But your initial, the first time you did this, right? The first 3 initial like usages of it, you showed the 3 different weeks, right?
Yeah.
I understand that it was a code, correct?
Yes.
Was there any, I know you posted the code on your Instagram, was there any way to verify that it was just students using it, or is the purpose of this just for anyone in Westwood?
So it's pretty much the reason we had to do it like that, because there's like, hopefully we can work with the administration to do it based off emails. For now, the reason why we did it at these specific times, we know that students specifically at 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. around Westwood Village, or around, apartment side, Hillgard, the Hill, that's where the students usually are. These are where the students need it the most.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think it's a good idea, or, obviously you can kind of partner with Bruin Safe Ride and maybe help expand that program. But I think my biggest concern with this one is just, we don't know specifically if it's been just students using it. It could have been like anybody in Westwood. It could have been, and I know students don't want to just, pay for the travel of anyone in Westwood. We want to make sure that it's specifically students. And so that's just my biggest point of concern with it so far. But yeah, I think that's all I have.
Yeah, so I think the 2 things is, one, we're hopefully going to work with administration to get the emails that can work with that. And then otherwise, it's from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. around on campus. So that's where the students are, but I definitely hear the concern. Thank you.
Gotcha, no problem.
Any other
Does
questions?
Naomi?
I think you're on mute. Naomi?
My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm slow today. Okay, so I'm just going to read off the question from David Ramirez because they also said another question. They said another thing. So just want to make sure voices are heard. So quote, why are you proposing to raise our already high fees to subsidize college partying? Yeah. Okay. Rather than providing the service during working hours for working students who are already struggling to pay for our tuition and fees.
So 2 points to that. Number one, not trying to raise any fees. This is from surplus. I wouldn't want to raise student fees because I know they're expensive. And then number two, it's not specifically for partying. It's many different things. It's accessibility factors. It's if a student is trying to, study at nights and they buy apartment side, but they live on Hillgard, they live on the hill. So it's for like that. And then also it's specifically at night, just because that's when students feel the least amount of safety on campus. No one else?
Yeah, Daniela.
Yeah, so I guess a clarifying question just to make sure that I understand this. I know that the pilot program that you released was like codes to be to certain days and times. If you made it available so that every student would have like two waivers essentially per month for 4 months total, would they be able to utilize that on any day, any time?
So what we're doing is hopefully 4 credits per month that don't roll over every month that get like renewed. Then they can use it any night they want. So specifically on nights and specifically from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m., but they can use it whichever night they want. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And thank everyone so much. I've had a lot of support from different council members and the community has been behind me. So it's made me want to do this a lot more. So I appreciate all of you guys listening to me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Keon. All right, next up, we have USAC executive staff and director stipends. So Phoebe, I know you led this initiative. First off, just want to say thank you so much for corralling all this together. Do you want to take the lead? I think you're first, right?
Yeah, sure. I'll do like the intro part. I'll like go through it. And then like once we get to every individual office's part, like you guys can not only like, share the accomplishments of your office, but also like highlight any other additional points that you want to include in the presentation. Yeah. Okay, let's get this started. Sorry, my screen looks god awful. Alrighty. So the purposes of this presentation is to use surplus to give any non-referendum office director or executive stipends. So here is our summary of request. We are requesting $48,000.360 in USAC surplus funding to offer appropriate stipends to the executive board and project directors of these offices here. All of the offices that have like different numbers of like directors and executive members, so they put the numbers there, but just because we don't want to have like excessive amounts that we're applying to by surplus, we did set the maximum of 20 people per office, and we set the number to $520 per person. Why $520 per person? While it seems that using SGA to get people into the payroll, into UC Path, it requires a minimum amount of payment of $40 per week, given that there's 13 weeks left, starting from this week up until when we end the term on May 31st. $520 is the math. Oh, and most other methods of stipending officers like brewing card deposits or gift cards, it's not really the most ideal form of payment that's like universal to all people that might use it. Perhaps with the brewing cards deposit, it might not be used in a way that like is the most helpful to the individual. They might have to like tailor their purchases. And it's not like exactly fair in terms of like giving them a stipend. So that's why we have $520 there for the logistics reasons. And then just to like highlight in terms of like, pay equity, given that is something that we want to address in our surplus proposal, our directors and executive members, especially like as a team, they work as hard, if not harder, than like, the council member running the commission or the office themselves. We can't do our jobs without our teams. And, given that we're stipended, they should be stipended too. And each, just like running the calculations, like not thinking about the 13 weeks thing, because that's just like from now until the end of the quarter or end of our term. This is how much most USAC office exec and directors work. I took liberties here, just FYI. We have the week before week 0 in fall quarter, because obviously a lot of us do prep there. A lot of us do work during week 0 for like EAF and recruiting people, hiring. I just want to let people know that I did exclude week 5 and week 10, just because like midterms and like the week before finals. I assume that like y'all's directors and exec might still be working, but given that we are all students, like, just so that we're like keeping the numbers fair, maybe there are some off weeks for each office. And I did that for winter quarter and spring quarter as well. And then just on this baseline assumption of how much like all of our directors and exec work, everyone works at least 3 hours a week. Every office, for the most part, from what I'm aware of, they have a general meeting. If there's a director, they probably have their own committee meeting, probably have admin meetings too. There's probably project director meetings as well. So the 3 is the bare minimum, but likely directors and exec are working 4 or 5 hours per week, depending on how closely they work with the USAC officers as well. They might be working more than 3 hours. Maybe they'll be working up to 10 hours per week. And if we did it based off fair compensation, just like on their labor alone, $520 is nothing compared to like, the amount of this calculation, which is already pretty, already kind of underselling the labor, 1,116 per person. Obviously, we know that, even with like the surplus technically being a rollover, meaning like students had the opportunity to use these funds and like funding bodies and et cetera, and this is the extra money. Even with that, we know that like we still want to be conservative with the amount that we're requesting for our offices, just because, we want to give as much money back to the student body as possible. But at the same time, we want to be fair to the students that sign up for USAC, because if we aren't fair to them, then most of them are probably not going to want to help us with all of these great initiatives that, are proposed throughout other surplus proposals and, throughout all of our officer reports over the last, like however many months. Like all of that work is impossible without these teams. And we want to make sure that we are treating them fairly. So just FYI, once again, like, sorry. Yes, based off of the requested amount, based off of like the 3 hours for 24 weeks, which is might not be true. We are paying them like less than the federal minimum wage. And we are also paying them less than like the hourly jobs at ASUCLA, which just to put it into perspective, like some of the work that's like facilitated by ASUCLA, really great work. And like by SGS, like that some of that like doesn't really happen if there aren't projects to facilitate work on, meaning we need our directors and our exec to be forwarding these projects so that the work is out there. They're a really integral part to the USAC experience. And then also on the flip side, if students like, have like these financial burdens, like it's likely for them to like go to like a different campus job than be able to spend more time to do USAC work. So yeah, how does this benefit the overall student body? Well, one, USAC offices can't create initiatives without directors and executive members. I know this from firsthand experience. Honestly, like a lot of the work in my office, like it is a director or an executive that is doing it. That is not me. Like interviewing appointments, for example, like I am not the one interviewing all of our appointments. Somebody else is helping me out with that. I am providing like the advising power. So want to put that in perspective and make sure that people are fair. Yes, time compensation, I kind of already said that, but also accountability. There are certain times in the facilities commission, for example, where we have struggled to say like, oh, like this person like isn't really pulling their weight. Like, I don't know what to do with them though, because like, honestly, we don't have like any reason to technically like let them go. Like it's harder to be like, oh, you're not doing your job. Like we're going to like find like a different director because like, I mean, I'm not compensating them. It's like harder to have that kind of conversation of like, hey, like this is a real role. Like you need to put in like the effort because, you owe it to the student body. So having a stipend does actually help with that like accountability piece too. And then also it does help our directors ensure that they're able to allocate more hours to their position versus like hours to like other work where they are being compensated. And then also the third thing, TGIF is one of the funding bodies that had like helped with like student support fund as like a method that FAC tried to use in the past to get stipends. Didn't really work very well. One, because like honestly, the funding body isn't like as much as like it can like in theory compensate like sustainability specific like advocacy efforts like in terms of like fairness and equity like to students for like improving campus in this way. Like the funding body ultimately isn't made to do that, and by like opening it to the public and all of that, like having all these like requisition forms with like honorariums became like really, really challenging, and probably contributed to some of SGA's like processing issues the last school year. So like really trying to avoid that through consulting with Jessica and making sure like this type of stipend program makes more sense. And then this is a testimonial from one of the directors in USAC. Yes, I would like to advocate for all USAC offices gaining the funds to offer stipends to their directors. I already have 2 other jobs, and earning a stipend through FAC would allow me to dedicate less time to my other positions and more time to my projects at FAC. Given that my team and I are working with administrative stakeholders to change infrastructure and available options for students, which will impact a large majority on the student body on a daily basis, I believe my work to be critical. And then just like commenting that a lot of the student labor that, ends up going into USAC and like projects, like at the end of the day, like we are providing like real services to students, and like their UCLA experience will not be as complete, and the university would also not look as good if we weren't here to like, provide that kind of support. So it's only fair that the people providing that support also receive recognition in some form. Sorry, I always have like thoughts that I'm missing. Okay, and then also just like putting it into the picture, I've already talked about this, but yeah, I mean, at one point it was unheard of that our USAC officer stipends were going to get tied to the minimum wage in California. And that was like unheard of. That was crazy. But then like, like there's conversations about it being an equity issue with tuition increasing and like student fees increasing a bit too. Like how come, USAC officers aren't receiving stipends that equate to like the labor they're putting in, especially since like it's getting harder and harder to like do work like at the university because like things are getting expensive. So the same kind of logic applies to directors. Like the work is becoming increasing in magnitude, so they do deserve at least the bare minimum of compensation. And the more that like we at least achieve a baseline for everybody to have compensation, then there's going to be more retention in USAC, which obviously has been a problem in the last couple of months, as we've seen with funding bodies and like offices and whatever. And then the longevity of our work, we can like pass it down. The transition is easier, like stuff like that. People want to stay around our offices. Yeah. Okay. If I come up with the last thing I was going to say, I will probably say it in the final remarks, but I'm going to start handing it off to other folks in a bit. These are just some of the FAC highlights. Some of these are like important to our roles right now, like these appointments. Like honestly, our USAC office wouldn't be as functional if we didn't have this. Oh yes, and I do want to note, actually no, never mind, sorry. And then like also the social media, not only does it promote like FAC stuff, but also like we plug USAC stuff too. So like it does support the overall community of all of the services that we need to provide. And similarly, staff are required for the commission. So it's great that we have somebody directly overlooking it. And then also just FYI, like there are obviously like big picture infrastructural things that our office does, specifically like trying to improve like outdoor study spaces in a YRL. Hundreds and hundreds of students will eventually use these spaces, obviously of no cost, but like obviously students will like put effort into it. So recognizing those efforts, and then similarly with gender inclusive restrooms, like really making sure that, we are speaking to make sure that like campus is inclusive of students. Just like, I guess like a difference of like USAC labor being like, it is for the betterment of the campus community as a whole, which is not necessarily the same with like all campus groups. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip and bring it to IVP so they can go next.
Okay, hi everyone. Sorry, I like the lights turned off in my room. But yes, so I'll just highlight some of the IVP's achievements and kind of brag about my directors, just so that you all can see like the work that my office and then other offices, I guess, when you all present, you can all see what we've been doing and what like we've been working on. And like I think my directors, especially because a lot of them are from like low income, like they're first generation students, they expressed that they would love like a little bit of extra cushion just because they're putting in a lot of work. And like they're putting a lot of hours into my office while they could actually like have other jobs that probably compensate them a lot more for their work and the hours that they put in. But yeah, so we can jump into my highlights. So this is my executive team. I don't know if like you want me to go into the specifics, but my assistant internal vice president has been working a lot with just setting up my office, and like she's been working since the summer. She helped me hire 50 plus staff members in the fall, and then also supported the internship program that got us around 20 more members. So our office is really, really big and working on a lot of initiatives. And she's been working with all of our committees to make sure that our initiatives are functioning and like trying to make it out to committee meetings, which is a lot of hours per week. But yes, and we can move on to the next one. Oh, Vivi.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
I think it's okay that we don't need to like go into like direct things. I think it'll be good to like highlight like overarching things that like, you know, like
I
the
can highlight,
achievements.
like some things of different committees. But here are my two chief of staffs. They've also helped me since the summer, like since summer even started. I think I hired them very, very early on. So they've been working for a really, really long time, which is why like the timeline that Phoebe gave in the beginning, it could even be longer for some offices. And I really think that like 520 is like paying them way under the minimum wage for what they're doing, but but it could really, really help, I think. But here are my two chief of staffs. They helped with the following initiatives, like UCLA Club Hub, the IVP Fall Internship Program, the UCLA Off-Campus Housing Fair, the UCLA Leadership Lobby, the IVP Graphics and Marketing, and then also the IVP Professional Photo Shoot. And they've also been trying to go to a bunch of committee meetings, which add up to a lot of hours, and making sure that they have the resources that they need to complete these initiatives, which they have done. So if anyone has ever like checked out any of these initiatives, I think that was really, really helpful. But yeah, we can move on to my directors. I'll just quickly highlight some directors and some of their like achievements. So far, this is updated for fall quarter, but winter quarter, they did a lot more and are doing a lot more. But here are my student involvement directors, and their main committee, they focus on, I don't think I put it on there, but they did the ASUCLA t-shirt contest with Guy Adams and ASUCLA. They planned the True Bruins Raise reception with UCLA Crisis Management Services. They also helped with the EAF. I think they were like tabling there. And they also created the UCLA Club Hub, which is like an Instagram that helps promote UCLA clubs. And if you are in a club and you're on there, and like you can see that's really, really helpful for students, I think. They are also planning the finals de-stress events. Right now they're happening in week 10. Then there's my finance director, who has been filling out all of the funding applications for me, which has been really, really helpful in getting the funding for events because we don't have any money from referendum. And then here's my education accessibility committee, which has also been doing a lot. They've been sharing like information and resources on class selection, academic resources, and then like housing, food and financial resources. They're the committee that helps me plan the CSA meetings, and they've been really, really helpful in that. They've also helped me plan the off-campus housing fair, which took a lot if you all were there, but I think it was really helpful for students. And they're currently working on the Housing Relief Fund and raising money for the Housing Relief Fund. And then there are my pre-professional directors, and their biggest thing right now was the pre-professional photo shoot that took place last week. So move on. And then there are my student group and outreach directors who created the UCLA Leadership Lobby, and also reached out to a bunch of student organizations to make sure that they have the resources for like funding. I believe they updated our funding guide so that it's all updated and student groups can use it. And they've been meeting with a bunch of student groups to see how they can best support them. And then there's my transparency and accessibility committee, which you all could have seen. They what was it? They were a part of meetings recently, and they post meeting recaps so that you all can, so that more students can see what USAC has been doing. And they're also working on like the IBP TikTok, which has been helpful. I think, okay, my last few directors, but there's my marketing and social media directors who've been working on graphics. And they've been doing a lot just graphic wise and just making sure that all of the marketing needs are met. And then there are my internship directors who was able to transition like 20 interns into our office so that we have more help. But yeah. Okay, just additional remarks for me on the surplus. The achievements that I have highlighted in my previous presentation was reflective of mainly fall quarter. This does not include like winter and spring achievements. So it's not encompassing in any way of like how much my executive staff and directors work. So far, we have a total of 20 individuals with 3 executive members and 17 directors. Just to give a rundown of how many hours, like the minimum hours that my directors and staff work, we have 1 hour IVP meetings, 1 hour IVP director meetings, and then each committee has 1 hour committee meetings, and then executive staff has 1 hour executive meetings, and staff can work between 1 to 4 hours a week on their various initiatives. That includes like meetings with admin, running events, and like planning events. So the minimum that I think my staff works is around like 4 hours. And I think that a lot of staff would really help. It would really help a lot of staff if they could have a little bit of compensation, just because I think, yeah, a lot of them could, yeah, a lot of compensation for their work could help a lot because they are mainly doing this for only that amount. In addition, our office has like no money, or not a lot of money from referendum or anything. We have mainly pulled from USAC contingency and USAC board of directors, like the fund, to book spaces and do our events. So I think it would be really nice to have our directors have a permanent source of funding, and surplus could really help us out so that directors would want to come back to the office next year, and then also like stay motivated, and also have the resources to even keep working in my office, just because a lot of them do face a lot of financial insecurity, and this could really help. I don't know how it is with other offices, but I've talked to my staff, and I think stipending them for the minimum of 4 hours that they work per week would really help out in the long run. Yeah, that should be all for me. I'll pass it off to the next person.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make this quick. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so basically, OP office, we're comprised, we have 18 directors. We have, I'm sorry, why does it say 17 and 18? That's incorrect. Okay, the second number is incorrect. We have 18 officers. We have 15 different committees, so we have some co-chairs. The office is, my officers are mostly women and men of color. And though facing economic and systematic barriers, these officers have worked tirelessly for free all year. Sorry, can you go back? For free all year, and the amount requested today is well deserved and well earned, in my opinion. At the end of the day, it's $520. It'll be something for them to pay their phone bill and maybe go grab a couple snacks, maybe, right? And that's just for all the work that they've done. Here, I'm not going to read through all this, but these are slides that you can go through to read in regards to what each different committee does in my office, or what each different cabinet position does. Next slide. And this is furthering that. All right, in the next slide. And then this is also furthering that as well. So this just kind of expounds a little bit on what each individual in my office does. And yeah, I just +1 everything that Phoebe and Milan just stated. All these students are working. A lot of these students are system impacted students who could definitely be working a full-time job, but instead they're here sacrificing for the UCLA student body, and they put a lot of hours in. So I think 520 is way less than what council got approved. I think last year we got approved like 80,000 for our different offices. So this is like half, I think, of what, it's definitely less than last year of what USAC council members used to pay their offices. So there's that. So yeah, I'll pass it off to the next person.
well said, Carl, and everyone else who went before me. I don't need to reiterate it. I think we're getting the point. So much of the things that my office has been working on has been the lifts and getting more transparency out. So the internal directors have been working with lifts, have been personally with me in these meetings with the people at lift, reaching out to the clubs so that they can get highlighted. As Milan said, I also have a similar program, about the transparency reports. I think they're very helpful. Just get out, more news. I've been seeing that a lot of students don't fully know what USAC does. So I think this is a great way just to use our platforms. The external directors are currently, the external directors are getting out, different affordable transportation, like 50% off bird scooters, free bus passes. So a lot of different things that UCLA offers that students might not know about. So they're trying to get it out. They're working with UCLA head of communications about different ways that we can, better increase USAC publications and get out the news. They're contacting student leaders to see how our office can help their communities, because I don't know what every community wants. So I think it's a great way to figure that out. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then, so each one of my platforms has 2 directors. The safety directors also been working very hard on these presentation that I worked with. They have contacted different offices in USAC to work with them to sign on with the lifts. They've also tried to work with UCLA administration to maybe get a late night patrol around Westwood. So that's another way we could implement safety around campus, because that's something I'm very passionate about. Yeah. Next slide, please. Thank you. The graphics director has been working tirelessly on getting out graphics for the lifts, getting out presentations, getting out the transparency reports, the club highlights. We're soon getting out our Linktree account. So they've been working very well. Hopefully we're getting TikTok videos and stuff that we can be posting, reels, different ways to get students to hear about it. Then the finance director has been working on all of my requisite forms, applying for contingency, working to publicize various USAC funding, because a lot of students don't know, that contingency funding, TGIF funding. So they've been working on that. So we're getting out some more graphics. So I think that's a great way we've been working with the finance directors. Thank you. Sustainability director has been, they are very passionate, trying to find like composting. There's a composting different things than having that option on campus, because they were surprised to hear that we don't have a very good one. We're going to spread awareness of sustainable living practices and different things we can do to be able to post that on our social media. So hopefully those are coming out soon. Then the accessibility directors have been working on to getting out the statement on list, getting out these codes, getting out to as many students as we can, because we want students to be able to get around campus. And then also been working with professors that maybe don't do online access for the classes and work with them, because that's something that's very passionate for a lot of students. Thank you. Sorry, that's weird. The chief of staff has been working to create, he's been helping me. He's like my right-hand man, been with me since the election and the campaign. So he works with many of the different administration, goes to a lot of those meetings and works with them to figure out different ways we can work with administration to better. I know he goes to a lot of the TGIF fund works and works with a lot of different offices. So I'm very thankful for him. Thank you. Perfect. Pass it on.
What? Okay, slides. Okay, next slide. So yeah, I'll be talking a little bit about my office. So these are my directors and chief of staff. I don't need to go into little details because I have my next slide. You can go ahead and hit the next slide, which goes over our accomplishments. I'm sorry for the super small font. Even I can't see, and now even have my glasses on, but it is okay. So I'll take you through a little journey, a little car ride through this our year so far of what we've done. So my directors have been super helpful. I could not do this without them in getting our microaggression training and research done. That will be going to Seoul affiliated clubs, their leadership teams. So like when you register, how they make you do a workshop or 2 workshops in order to like officially be affiliated. We'll be having a microaggression like little topic, and it's also a presentation. It's also gonna hit some implicit biases and also talk about just a little bit of identity. So really hoping that helps like future clubs and such, and just like sort of recognizing some of the things that happen on campus and how we can better the population for our students. We also hosted a Studying Abroad workshop where it's talked about scholarships, still helping people write scholarships. Now me and my team working with that. We are also getting people like just the experience in general, especially as a person of color going on these trips that UCLA really don't tell you about. We also hosted a self-care night where we gave over 150 items that include sleepwear, eye masks, under eye masks, what else? Snacks and other resources to Black students in the BBRC. We also we started off our weekly resources little campaign today. So we highlighted the Career Center and we'll be doing that twice a week. I believe we're going to be posting Tuesdays and Thursdays, so keep an eye out for that. One other thing that's not on here, we're also getting Black learning assistants in the BBRC. Right now we have one for LS7C in the BBRC that meets there on Thursdays. So we're also working to get more for next quarter as well. One other thing we're coming soon is our small business highlights. We're reaching out to small businesses now to kind of talk about their journey, highlight any resources they need so we can kind of put some things together early spring quarter. And then we're also planning a networking night with some alumni and some Anderson professors as well. But yeah. I will say, oh yeah, you good, Phoebe? You got it. Okay, so I will say this year, all my directors are women of color. I really love and appreciate them so much. And with this money, I really want them to live, laugh, slay. That is the goal. I know with $520, they can't really do much. I'm letting y'all know, you can't really do much with $520, and especially in this economy. But I think this money is well-deserved and well-earned. And I know a lot of y'all face problems hiring people, and we can attribute that to a lot of factors. Also, like a lot of people didn't get paid last year for being on staff in a lot of offices, me included. So that definitely did not help application season this year around. And it's only gonna get worse if we don't pay people to do this labor. Nobody wants to do free labor on this campus, and most people can't afford to, especially people of color. So I just wanted to highlight that and seconding the points that every other USAC member has said before me. But yes, thank you so much.
Right, I can take it over from here. Thank you, Naomi. So can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, right. So my office has a really small budget in comparison to most other offices, and we were only able to onboard 2 people who are working basically everything through my office. One of them is handling my finance and the technical side of it, and the other just basically manages social media, outreach, promotions. And aside from this, the both of them have basically been helping write content for the website. And I know the website is not released, so you don't know how much content is on there, but I promise you it's a lot. It's a really comprehensive resource. It's taken us months to make. It's still in the works. And so they've basically, the both of them have been putting in, I'd say, almost 7 to 8 hours a week, which is much more than I think other office hirees, which is why I personally don't feel that $520 is even enough for them. And I think it's justified that just because I have only 2 people working in my office, they get compensated slightly more as in comparison, considering the workload. It's not that we couldn't hire more people. It's just because our office is so limited in terms of its budget that hiring more people would have just complicated the situation even further. And I learned this from the previous ISR's experience because they had almost 7 to 8 people working in their office, and relatively we're not able to get as effective of work done because the budget is so limited, but the work is so much. So that's why I kept it small. And I feel like in that regard, the both of them should be compensated more than $520. But just to give you a brief, like I said, my first director, Aarti, she's basically on finance and tech. They've written detailed content for websites, and she is currently sitting down with the coder for the website and structuring it and designing it. And for whoever's made a website, they know it takes hours and hours at a stretch, and it's more than 7-8, to be honest. She sits on it for a really, really, really long time. And as goes for Arya, everyone who's ever reached out to our social media, outreach, emails, everything is done by her. Aside from that, she has also worked on the content that is actually being put in there in the website. So it's just kind of like a collated effort of, I'd say, the 3 of us who's put together this website. And in that regard, I would really appreciate, just because I have lesser people in my office, that the $520 is kind of increased as a stipend. But yeah, I'll keep it short. That's it for my office. We can go to the next office. Thank you.
Hello, lovely people. Appreciate this.
And yeah, thank you, Phoebe. Thanks, Carl, Naomi, Hanzika, Kian. Appreciate this. Next slide, please. So yeah, I have some great staff. Right now I'm focusing on the Isaac Levy, who's already, I think Kian already talked a bit about how awesome he is, but he also works on my staff and he should be compensated for that too. So yeah, he does amazing stuff. He deals with the UCLA administration all the time, which ideally should be paid like $100 an hour if you're dealing with the UCLA administration. So I actually have made headway with them, which y'all know how hard that is. And also working with associate students, which shout out to him for stepping into that minefield, working on USAC's behalf with associate students. Has a really exciting project right now with the amazing folks at American Indian Students Association to get more representation for like Indigenous communities, communities of color on associate student social media, and also just always advocating for transparency. He's working to increase ethical sourcing in the UCLA stores, worked on the disability peer mentoring program. He's working with a bunch of like media outlets to make sure they're hearing students' voices. Just all around hardworking, brilliant, amazing guy. And really, he's been like paying out of pocket for some USAC stuff. Really deserves to be compensated for his amazing work, and same goes for every single staff person. So, yes.
Hi, everyone. Sorry. Okay, so for FSC, I'll go over this really quickly. I'm paying 5 of my directors via this way, and then I have a few more that I'm paying through our office budget. Because we are in a non-referendum, office, we don't have that much in our budget, and we're trying to spend as much as possible towards student programming. That being said, all these people have dedicated countless hours starting in the summer to now to work for the FSC office, which is why I really wanted to get them paid for all their hard work and dedication. My chief of staff talks to me on a daily basis, unfortunately for her, but we work together on the initiatives that we are leading, including collecting data and talking to administration about the New York Times subscription, organizing the distribution of lab coats, eye clickers, and goggles for students, and conducting outreach to Westwood businesses. My director of workshops, Nico, is been in charge of all the workshops that we've hosted. I think we've hosted 4 in the last 2 quarters, and we're going to host more. We have 1 more this quarter and more in spring quarter. He has done outreach to different organizations, specifically organizations such as the Mother Orgs and other marginalized communities, to make sure that those communities are being served through FSD and on our campus, and also has helped out with the distribution of class materials. My director of campus affordability does all the lab coat stuff, and then also has met with administration to make campus more affordable for students, and also has done fundraisers with Be Real. My director of transparency, Isaac, has helped me on the bylaw change and doing the research on that. And then also serves as in an advisory role. He also gets to talk to me every single day. And then the last person, last but definitely not least, is Tara. She's my director of social media. She is in charge of the whole thing. I am very anti Instagram, so she like does everything. She makes posts, makes advertisements, does a little bit of outreach with Westwood businesses. And yeah, thank you guys so much for listening.
Okay, so hi everyone. Next slide. Oh, okay. So the TSR one is pretty straightforward. I actually don't have a staff right now because I haven't had access to the Instagram or the email, but I did get to log in today. Thank you to Jessica and Anakit, the webmaster. I found a document in the Google Drive that has like a breakdown of the different positions under the TSR office. And so I'm hoping to give at least 6 students stipends for their work under my office. I definitely need to hire two chiefs of staff, one under student affairs and then one for operations, and then also directors of external and internal relations, as well as a director of diversity and inclusion, and someone to help me with financing. And so I just hope you guys will support this initiative to support an office that definitely needs all the help it can get right now. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, cool. We're at final remarks. Thanks for all the folks that have supported the stipend presentation, not only the council members that have been able to present and like add slides. I know it's been really difficult and challenging pulling a presentation across like a lot of people that are really busy. I appreciate that and appreciate all of the other council members for hearing us out through this lengthy presentation. And then just like a quick one to support Tyra's proposal as well, just because like I think given that like TSR like does need like a lot of like support and like the labor and stuff, I think what a great way to advertise by saying that there is a stipend already readily available and we don't have to argue for it in post. So very happy to see that, and hopefully that helps with staffing in your office. But yeah, definitely not all encompassing. Clearly, I mean, there's a lot of like people on here that like were left out too, just for the sake of time. Yeah, I mean, most other orgs on campus, I mean, USAC, our like primary role is to serve the students. So we should probably be like, you know, supporting the students that do that kind of work. And we've already made tangible impacts. You can see by our officer reports. So we are not kidding all of y'all. Yeah, and it's not fair that we get paid and we can't pay our staff. So yeah, they should get a good amount of pay too. The end.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? Okay, moving forward. All right, next up, we have the Campus Events Commissioner reimburse 21-22 fiscal year bills for campus events.
Yeah. Let me share. Okay, to go faster, I kind of like combined my requests. So all the requests that I had aside from the Bruin Bash one that I'm doing with Alicia. So I'll just kind of go through those now. So okay, so I've got 4 surplus requests and I realize we're over. I wasn't aware of that. So we can definitely like talk about where we can lower things. But they're kind of structured in an order of importance in terms of like what I really need money back from and other things. So the first thing is just getting reimbursed for some unpaid expenditures. We had 3 bills come in, I want to say last month, for bills that we had properly submitted to SGA last year and just weren't like processed or something or lost somewhere. And I was only notified about that like pretty recently. So this is the total requested amount to reimburse our office for those expenditures. It's just like, you know, shouldn't be affecting my current year bills. And it was money that was left over and was there to pay those things. So that's just that for this. And here are the numbers. I won't like spend too much time on this. Okay, just before I like go into this, I just kind of want to give a brief overview of CEC's like spring plan. We've been trying to ramp up the number of events we have and the success, and also just making sure that we're maximizing our budget, trying to get like discounts and deals where we can, maximizing our relationships within the industry, and not like just continuing to complain about our lower budget, but we're starting to have bi-weekly concerts in spring quarter on Kirchhoff Patio and in the coffee house. And we'll be doing this in collaboration with ASUCLA to kind of diminish some facilities costs that may come in. Concerts is also planning to have a Hammer Museum arts party that I'll go more into, and Ultra Bloom, and then another April jazz show. In terms of speakers, we'll be having 3 speaker events and potentially 1 more. And then films will continue to do around bi-weekly screenings and advanced screenings of films, and there will be a short takes film festival. Okay, so kind of the implementation of how we do our programming. We have 8 staffs, 3 of them are programming staffs, and then we have 4 staffs that kind of support the marketing aspect. And
bring in some sponsorships when we can do that. We have weekly directors meetings and a monthly all staff meeting, as well as one-off meetings to kind of cover certain events that are coming up. So there's just like a wide range of tasks that people have to do in order to get their events properly marketed to students, considering we have a pretty large budget and we're trying to make sure that students actually know what we're doing. A lot of fall and winter quarter was spent planning programming, but also trying to re-envision how CEC plans our events and how we use our budget. A big issue that we noticed was just like the way in which we were booking artists, booking speakers, was not a cost-effective way of doing so, and didn't make use of the relationships that we could be making within LA, and kind of trying to figure out where is our leverage in using UCLA as a brand, et cetera. So a lot of our work has been kind of restructuring CEC, kind of getting us out of COVID, making sure that we can continue to program bigger and bigger events that better serve the student community. This has been like a big thing that I've been frustrated with in the past years, and that I think most of the student body has noticed, and has been something we're working towards improving. So kind of towards that, we have successfully agreed with the Hammer Museum to continue our partnership on the Hammer Arts Party. It will be on April 28th in the evening, and it's basically an event in celebration of their new exhibition opening. This party will be open to all college students in the LA County, but since it's in Westwood, it obviously will be like a major pull for UCLA students. There's just like a brief description on the event, and we've only done it twice before in the past, and those are the artists that we've had in the past. Kind of a breakdown on the cost. We had allocated a budget of $8,000 for this event. And you can kind of see this chart to show you like where the like proposed budget is kind of breaking up. So obviously a very small portion of that goes towards like hospitality and travel that artists require. Facilities does take up a large portion of that. And then honorariums are kind of where our biggest expenses go. The reason we're asking for an increase in our honorarium budget is just to kind of reflect the basically tripled increase in the cost of artists when going through agents. And as we haven't been able to fully establish those relationships that we're working on, we do need to do one thing, which is establishing a legacy of events, and bringing in a slightly larger artist for a slightly increased price will triple the attendance that we could pull in. So these are just kind of some names that we could secure as a headliner and opener with this requested surplus. Okay, I'll go from there. Obviously, like the purpose towards our mission, you know, when I ran for this, like I understand that CEC's main goal is just to provide entertainment to the student body. And while this may seem like kind of a frivolous endeavor compared to a lot of things that other people are proposing, I do see music and entertainment as a main source of support for community within UCLA and just general overall well-being of the student body. But specifically, this event is a huge contribution for getting our organization recognized to the entertainment industry, to the LA community, to companies. It expands our marketing to other schools that in turn gets us connected with key contacts within the industry. It will be getting coverage that again goes towards that, towards helping us improve our programming, towards fixing those issues that are constantly being brought up. And then the other opportunity for students to connect with other students at other universities, and just kind of participating in a really cool event like this. The event is thoughtful, it's entertaining, and it will be accessible. All right, I'm going to move on to the next event that I'm requesting for surplus. There's a link to last year's website. I'm not going to click on it. I'll just drop the link in the chat later. But Ultra Bloom has been an annual dance music event that we host in the spring. It is one of our landmark events, and we have seen a lot of value in strengthening landmark events through programming. This has been something that Campus Events has like used to strengthen and kind of build a legacy on. If you've got an annual event going on like Bruin Bash, you can kind of use the past performers to bring in newer ones for a lower price. So that's just kind of a short description of the event. And through the years, we've had an array of artists that have gone on to become major heads in that genre. And I've listed their names below. And the venues that we've used have been Sunset Rec and Ackerman Grand Ballroom. And this event is also a space where we can pull in a lot of contacts with companies to then use that towards Bruin Bash or further programming next year. So the event that we envisioned this year, I've attached a reference photo that was the main source of inspiration. This is kind of our goal for Ultra Bloom this year, is to have it in Kirchhoff Patio and to pull in a crowd of this size. A way that we know we can ensure this is by securing a larger artist that would have just like a greater audience at UCLA. Another way that we're ensuring that this event and the funds that go into it would be reaped by students is by working on a partnership with the Boiler Room. So that's in the works. We've also strengthened our both online and in-person marketing. We've increased our social media audience. We've increased our audience just through people coming to our events. And Ultra Bloom is an event that we put in a lot of effort in promoting, just kind of like figuring out what promotional events through those like bi-weekly concerts I mentioned earlier. How can we flyer and target like audiences that would really enjoy this? And then obviously social media. The event, as everyone that we try to do, is for it to be accessible, thoughtful, and the artists that we choose. And I think that that's something that has demonstrated through our past events, and then entertaining, because sometimes like that's just kind of what students want, or just really entertaining events that they can go to free of charge. Go to the next one. Okay, so obviously again, like this is something that's been talked about a lot, the increasing in costs, most notably in facilities and artist booking costs. When I say facilities, a lot of the costs that we incur, not when we're booked, like obviously we book through ASUCLA and they try to offer whatever they can, but artists are requesting additional backline that has basically tripled in rental costs. And like I mentioned before, the booking artist costs through agents has just like skyrocketed, and is something that we're trying to keep up with, and also like use our leverage to book these bigger artists, but we kind of need that money to like counterbalance it. This is an anticipated and heavily marketed event. So in 2019, when it was kind of like at its most successful, we were able to pull in 823 people. And last year, sorry, it was 2022, but last year we were only able to pull in 415. While there's like a half size thing, I would say that the reason for this decrease in attendance is something that we have not only fixed, but surpassed what the audience level that we had in 2019 on campus. And so I would say like an anticipated number is near the 1,000 or 1,500, especially considering the artists that we could get with this surplus request. This is an impactful investment for students as well as campus events. Like I said this before, music and entertainment may seem as like frivolous and not that important, but it is like one of those things that you can offer to students, and you just know that they would enjoy it, and it's just like free of charge to go to a concert. These are artists that students enjoy going to, and they don't have to travel across the city and pay over like $100 for a ticket to see a show. They can just participate here. It increases community among the student body, and is proven to be an aid in physical and mental health. So I could go on and on about the benefits of music and entertainment, but I'll stop there. All right, so that kind of concludes my first three. And here is my last surplus request. So kind of similar to the presentation that happened earlier, I'm kind of just requesting for a sort of like bonus to offer to my directors for the amount of labor and work that they have put in this year. So I have 14 directors that have been working since May of 2022 and will be continuing to work until May of 2023. Kind of in breaking down what their time is spent on, it's managing their staffs of 10 to 15 people, all of which are volunteers. So what goes into managing a staff, as you all know, is like weekly staff meetings that I've averaged to be about 1 hour. You know that there's probably more time going into that in terms of planning that meeting, but that's just where I've left it. We have weekly directors meetings that I've said are an hour, all staff meetings also being an hour. Independent staff work. So this is just like the amount of work that they're putting in outside of those meetings and working on their like independent projects. And this is an average between my marketing and programming directors, where I would say that programming maybe have a little bit more and marketing maybe a little less in some weeks, and that kind of fluctuates. So I've averaged it there. And then working events. So our events usually last 4 to 6 hours, considering pre and post production work that goes into that. So that's just like another time lot to keep in mind. The role of directors this year has been really intense compared to the past 3 years, because a lot of the work this year has been focused on restructuring, on fixing our problems, on where have we gone wrong in the past and what can we do to improve. So it's kind of like people have been doubling the work, where they're not only just focusing on the programming that we're doing now, but also cleaning up what's not been done in the past like 3 or 4 years in campus events, and kind of like getting stuff organized so that next year's directors have a more manageable job and are not coming into a role with no precedent. And so that's kind of been a lot of the work. I kind of see that a lot of this work is going to be beneficial and kind of making more use of our budget and establishing how we can increase the level of programming that we offer to students, as well as the level of speakers and artists and films that we can offer, and how like we want to bring in more famous people. We want to satisfy those demands that people have been asking. And so a lot of the work has been in brainstorming, testing, and kind of trying to get our foot in the door in an industry that is like notably difficult to break into. And so that's just kind of been a lot of the work this year. So just to be clear, currently each director does receive a stipend of $140 every 2 weeks. I've been asking them to track their hours throughout the year and have come to kind of establish their weekly hours in this role, amounting to 10 hours per week during the summer in supporting Bruin Bash and EAF, and an average of like 15 hours a week during the academic year. These are what I would say are pretty like low numbers, considering a lot of the staff is basically wakes up to check, like has emails coming in from the second they wake up until the second they go to sleep, because of the nature of the entertainment industry and how everyone is just like on this stupid 24-hour clock. But this kind of amounts to them receiving an average of like $5.50 an hour. And, you know, realistically, it's probably less than that, considering just like the stressful nature of the job and the amount of hours that they put in. And I was just proposing a bonus for them for the end of the year to offer $350 to each of them. And it would amount to a total request of $4,900. So this kind of like breaks down my whole request, and I'll look at the chat if there's any questions, but if anyone else has any questions, let me know. I also can't like see if someone has their hand raised. Yeah, what's up, Keon?
So if I got this correctly, your directors get paid $70 a week.
Yeah.
So in total, like 140. So they get paid a lot more than even we are trying to give all of our directors. And then you want to give a bonus to them at the end. I just want to know like what you see is the difference between our offices and yours.
I wasn't seeing it as a way of comparing my office to yours office. Like that's not really how I make arguments. More just looking into the amount of work that my directors put in for programming the events that we put on, and the amount of work that they've put in to like kind of get us towards a different and a more like superior level of programming. And that's just kind of the reasoning that went into this bonus stipend. And I'm very aware that they get paid, and that's something. It just, based on the amount of work that I've seen them and have had them track down, this is kind of the conclusion I've come to.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for asking.
Sarah?
Sorry. Hi, Gio. Could I ask how much your total office budget is for the year?
Yeah, it's about, I think it's like around $300,000.
What?
Yeah. I get it. Like, I'm not an idiot, and I know that there's a lot of other programs that go on and a lot of costs that go into that. And I'm happy to like break down my budget and how that kind of is spent. But yeah. Sarah, do you have another question, or do you want me to like go more in depth on
Yeah,
that?
could you go into it a little bit more, please?
Totally. So basically the majority of my funding is split up between the 3 programming staffs. So I want to say, all right, let me stop sharing so I can like pull up actual numbers. All right, so I have about 300,000, and we have allotted to concerts around $120,000, and speakers gets $80,000, and our films department gets like whatever the rest is. So that's kind of the quick math because I can't really pull up the rest. Do you want me to like go into like why those costs are so high, or why, like, can I get more like specific questions so I can like kind of answer better?
No. The cost I understand. Could you just go into a little bit more about, because I'm just struggling with, I also think my directors put in a lot of work. So can you go into more of what your directors are doing on a day-to-day basis to provide for this increase in price?
Totally. Okay, so I'll start off with the programming. So speakers work to program around 3 speaking events a quarter. What goes into that is communicating with agents back and forth on speakers that we want to get. That goes into like once you do finally get a speaker, you're contracting them, working with Jessica and Fernando to do that aspect. And then obviously on the day of, running the event and doing all of those things. Same goes for concerts. It's a lot of communicating with agents. It's a lot of negotiating, and then it's a lot of time spent contracting and ensuring that all the like necessary requirements on behalf of the artist and on your team are being provided. So like both people are providing the requests that they need from the other for a performance to happen. And then on the day of the show, you have a performance that's maybe in the evening from 7 to 10 p.m. But considering setup, we usually have members showing up at like 10 a.m. To begin setting up and all of that stuff. So concerts requires a lot of time in that on the day of events. And then I want to say films, you're spending same time kind of like communicating with the people who are trying to promote their advanced screenings. So when we had Women Talking, that's something that you have to communicate with agents on. And then you're also communicating with the speakers that may come after a screening. You're communicating with the event manager for the theater that you're working on. And then I'm trying to think what else you're doing there, but that's kind of the work for the film screenings for both advanced and just like regular screenings. And then you're having films that is hosting short takes, which is just like our once a year film festival for students to submit a short 10-minute video to then be presented there. You know, a lot of work goes into planning that festival, which I don't want to like waste everyone's time with, but I'm happy to like talk about it more on the side. So those are the 3 programming staffs at a very like skeleton basis. On a more real basis, you are learning everything from like insurance to how to communicate with a range of individuals, including artists, their managers, their agents, their marketing people, they're like everybody from A to Z. And a lot of that time is spent emailing and speaking over the phone, and then on day of events. Where our marketing comes in is they're making the graphics for events. Usually for one event, we'll be having 2 to 3 graphics to promote it properly and to get that kind of through to the student body. So they're kind of doing that. Our media production covers every event that we have, and they cover every video that we make, any promotional materials we make. That is their responsibility to do. And a lot of their efforts go into just like day of events. And then post events is developing those photos, editing them, and making them ready for us to publicate and market to the student body. Moving into our online marketing and sponsorships department. Their focus over the summer is to bring in sponsors for Bruin Bash. They worked with Learfield and brought in a sponsor from Depop to work at Breakfast. And then they work on basically every giveaway we have. We do around, I want to say like 5 to 10 giveaways a quarter at the very least, of concert tickets, of random things. And that's kind of the sponsorships role, is like giveaways and sponsorships, as well as partnerships. So like the Boiler Room thing. And then online marketing is running our social media account. I think our story is active like 24/7, and we are posting like, I want to say at least 2 to 3 times a week on both Instagram and TikTok, increasing our audience there. I think we started off in May with like 7,000 followers, and we're now almost at 11, which is like cool. And then that's kind of, yeah, we're on Twitter too, but I don't like judge us for that one because they're really like, I don't know, they kind of wild out there. But that's our online marketing. Sorry, I'm gonna try to go through this faster. And then our web development team runs the website. They make the Bruin Bash website, they make a Short Takes website, they make a Ultra Bloom website, and I think and they run our CEC website. So all our events are listed on the website for access to students to RSVP there. It's also a place where we're gonna start building our archive of past events, and they're just developing a lot of like add-ons that we can add to the website to get people to engage with it more and just kind of make more people aware of what we do. That's kind of just like the breakdown of their roles. And my reasoning for this bonus, as I kind of stated before, was due to the fact that this year was kind of a double work year where they're not only trying to clean up kind of the mess of the past few years, but also continuing to program on a higher level. And so that was kind of my thinking behind this bonus.
Okay. And I'm gonna try to speed this along, and actually we're about to implement like a time thing just so we can get through, because we have 21 proposals. We're at number 5 right now.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But in regards to the director stipends, I mean, I wasn't aware that your office got so much money. Like my office and like the gen rep offices combined, like 4 of us, I think we all get a total of like what, $8,000, like all 4 of our offices. And so like to see like so many different requests, not just from you, there's other offices as well on here that have like, that get a huge budget. To see so many different requests is just kind of like, whoa, what's going on? And I understand you do amazing things. You guys threw Afro Fest, which was the first like Afro beats concert of any kind, which in the history of UCLA, and I appreciate you for that. It was amazing, by the way. I will say I cannot support the director stipend, the bonus. It's not even a stipend, it's a bonus at this point, because our offices are, I mean, we're giving people $520. That's what we're trying to do, give them $520. So, I mean, there's already officers, I mean, in your office, there are already people that they're getting, $140 every 2 weeks, which is way more than.
Not to like cut you off, but just so we can speed it along, like I'm just making a proposal and I'm open to like crossing things off. And I totally understand. I get a big budget, let's cross it off. We can move on. In terms of the other requests, I'm open to like adjusting them and leveraging those. And just to kind of use the example of Afrofest, that is an event where you kind of saw like the headlines that we could get and those artists that we could get, to me, are pretty successful. And I want to say that event cost us around $50,000. And so like to think that like you got to be able to plan, and we're trying to like increase the like height and level of our programming to kind of build this legacy that we can then go to agents and be like, hey, we've gotten these like crazy good artists, like this is a good opportunity for you, like lower your prices. We need to kind of have that background of programming and that level. And that's just kind of where my requests come at. Whether we get it or not, we will continue to do our work and like obviously do it in the best way possible. It's just a request that I think I'm allowed to make as much as any other office. But I'm down to cross off that budget, that bonus one, if that's like a huge point of contention and we can just move on. But I would like to consider like maybe lowering the amounts of the other ones, but I do think that there's something I want to think about.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, we'll keep moving forward, but yeah, just wanted to say that just in case, for our final conversation regarding all these, just so no one is blindsided by any type of vote, and that, officers can, start changing stuff that they need to change right now before we have that final conversation, because, obviously, with us being over 280, over by 287, 280.
I got you. We're good. I got you.
We're gonna, this is for everybody, Gio.
Okay.
But obviously with us being over, 287 currently, even me, I'm going to, I'm looking at my proposal right now and, moving things and taking stuff out that I can, because I want to make sure that everybody at least gets something, especially those officers that, only get like $1,000 or $2,000 for the year. So we'll move forward. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be unfair, but I don't want to be here till like 6 a.m. and I'm pretty sure a lot of council members don't want to be here that long either. So what we're going to do is we're going to implement like a 3-minute, like if you can give your spiel in like 3 to 4 minutes, that would be amazing. And then we'll allow like 2 to 3 questions and we'll go from there. If anyone objects to that, or if you have a proposal where you feel like you need more time, please let me know, but we'll try to do that. And I'll do a timer. And when it hits like 3 to 4 minutes, I'll like cut in and be like, hey, sorry, like we're out of time. Okay. So we're going to the next one. So let me see. I think the next one, because Giovanna, you did like 3 just then, correct? Or
yeah, I did I think it was a total of 4.
okay. Did you do you didn't do the Bruin Bash 2023 one, correct?
No, I haven't. That's with me
Okay.
and Alicia.
Okay, bet. The floor is yours.
Okay, cool. Alicia, you want me to share the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, cute.
Okay. Hi guys.
All right. 3 minutes.
We can start. We didn't really do the order, but we could just do one and one.
Yeah, we can skip this one. You guys know what the purpose and reasoning of Bruin Bash is. I think the biggest argument is more like why we're asking for this in advance. We're kind of just basically asking for a surplus request that always comes in for Bruin Bash. And it usually comes in at like after Bruin Bash has happened. And we're thinking just because of the large surplus that was presented, that we could take this and kind of make a plan on how we could plan it in advance and kind of get some of those funds like done already.
So the organizational development for Bruin Bash 2023 could look a lot more different if we have these funds in advance. The ideal timeline would look similar to, the normal timeline, but we would be paying the facility and venue costs much earlier before the fiscal school year ends. And, that would facilitate a lot of our logistics, especially working with Lori. The rest would be a lot easier to deal with. Like, for example, we could work more on sponsorships and create connections with sponsors. And that could carry on into the future Bruin Bashes, which would help a lot with their financials. Last year, we did not have the time to work on sponsorships, and we only got $8K from sponsorships. And so if we had more time and more financial security with our budget this year, that could look a lot more different. Because like the referendum is not affected by inflation, which means we're still going to get around 100K every single year when the cost of Bruin Bash is almost 300K. Next slide. Yeah.
So, do you want me to? Okay.
Yeah.
So we were kind of estimating we'll be receiving 110K from our referendum fee next year. And as we've explained in the paying the last year's bill, we kind of expect it to still be around $280,000 to put on these 2 days of events. So what we're kind of trying to figure out is like, how can we ask for this money in advance, and what does that kind of help us? And where it helps us, as Alicia mentioned, is starting to plan in advance, starting to get our things covered before the summer starts. And in turn, it kind of creates like more of a pressure on us to put in more dedication into those sponsorships to secure that, so that we are asking for less and less money from council in the future. So we've kind of come to this request of $50,000, which we think has been like a fair request considering what we're asking this year to pay off last year's bill, and the previous like historical stuff that we had shared in last week's presentation. This is less than like what it has been in the past few years, but it's something that we think we could work with to then put on more work on our shoulders and say like, how do we find sponsorships? How do we make this work, even if we're asking for less?
And I do honestly want to say that like I would not prioritize this proposal in like the vast amount list that we have, because you know there are more urgent and pressing proposals for other different types of services that are not entertainment necessarily. And you know, we already asked for Brew and Bash, but if there's any money for your consideration to help, that would be really, really, really helpful. I want to be mindful of the other proposals, and I want to be mindful of that. So yeah, it would facilitate a lot if we had this, but I do see that like we are at almost 300K from the balance. So yeah, but yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Awesome. Okay. Wait, does anyone have any questions? Going once. So, Sarah?
Thank you guys for your presentation. Alicia, how much is your yearly budget, just so we know?
My yearly budget, I was going to go into it with my other presentations, but it's around 170K, and 75 is allocated to jazz reggae because the facility venue cost for Sunset Rec is like $90,000 as is. And then every other part of our budget, another major part is HHC, which gets 36,000. And I can break it down more, but it is, yeah, I do get less because our budget is not our referendum or the entertainment fee is not affected by inflation. And we are scrambling for funding. And it's really, really hard because we have 9 series, and it's very difficult, very, very difficult. Yeah, so that's why we have like 3 presentations from some of my series today. Oh, and in the past few years, CAC has not contributed to Brew and Bash because our budget is truly very tight with the allocations we give to like our own individual programming. And because it's a smaller budget than CEC usually contributes some of theirs. And the past few years, it has been pretty easy to cover Brew and Bash because of the fact of the COVID, like the quarantine COVID years when the money would pile up. So that was something that helped facilitate CAC's like safety with their own programming.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, next up we have Internal Vice President, IVP Partnership Fund. Milan.
Hello, everyone. I have my 2 directors in here already, and they will be presenting most of it because they're the main people who worked on it, but I'll share my screen for them.
Okay, I'll start the 4 minutes now.
Hi, I'm Simon, and my partner, Xavier. We're both the directors for the Student Groups and Outreach Committee of the IDP. We're requesting money for the partnership fund proposal. Next slide, please. So the partnership fund was started in 2019 and was shut down due to COVID. It allocates up to $1,000 for any organization of any type of any event program they want to organize. This funding comes along with logistical support and publicity, reserving spaces and partnerships, etc. There are a couple guidelines, meaning the funds have to go through for a certain event or program. It has to take place on campus, and it has to be open to people that aren't members of the organization. $1,000 is the max, and all allocations will be made without bias and shall solely be based on viewpoint neutral criteria. So why do we need it? The number one request our office, like our director, we get, sorry, the number one request we get is for funding, and other sources of funding do not always meet the demands that are needed to run certain events. Things cost a lot of money. Proper funds allow clubs to run events and programs in the best manner possible, and greater funding allows for greater publicity and access for events, thus extending clubs' reach to the greater student population, especially because this funding is designed to get students that aren't involved in the club involved in their events. Next slide, please. Yeah.
So keeping in mind what the partnership fund is meant to be and why it's important to the student body, I'd like to mention how much we're asking for. So we believe to construct a really valuable partnership between IVP and student organizations, we'd like to request $40,000 from the current surplus. And we get that amount from wanting to give around $500 to each organization, which would permit us to assist like at least 80 clubs on campus out of the 1,000 plus. And we got 80 because roughly 80 student organizations have interacted with the student groups and outreach committee so far this year, mainly asking for financial guidance. And this amount should ensure that like our committee can tangibly financially support this number of student organizations. Next slide. So in terms of the timeline, as soon as the funds are approved, we will start spreading, or our office will start spreading the word about it and creating an application. And we'll post that application at the start of winter quarter week 10. So that would be by Monday, March 13th specifically. And we'll have the application due by Friday of spring quarter week 1. So that'd be April 7th. And then from weeks 2 to 3 of spring quarter, our office would go through the applications and send out approvals. And then finally, from weeks 4 to 7 of spring quarter, we'd work with the applicants towards getting their funds, hosting events, and offering any kind of logistical support or outreach or anything else that they could benefit from our partnership. Next slide, please. So yeah, that's all that we wanted to say. So thank you for all your time, and we could open up for any questions.
I also wanted to add, like with this fund, we have had a lot of student groups reach out to us because we do act, or our office does act as the executive liaison between like student groups and just USAC. So a lot of the struggles, I think, around just programming and student programming, and a lot of the struggles around like clubs right now is just finances that isn't covered through like contingency or ASU CLA like board directors fund. I think this could really help, especially with the spring, where there are a lot of programs that students are trying to put on. But yeah, any questions? Sarah?
Yes, Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much for a great proposal. I think obviously like all of us on USAC know the importance of giving funding to clubs. My one concern is that, so for a lot of the, as we know, for a lot of the budget committees, there's been a slow process giving clubs the funding that they request. So how does your office, I guess, sort of like try to like, or like to, how does your office try to ensure that funds are given to students in an appropriate and timely manner for this proposal?
Yeah, so I know that like a lot of the funds and the problems with funds, that's a lot of the struggles arise when there is a lack of kind of student staff to kind of process these funds and make sure that these requests are being processed. I'm not quite sure on the SGA, on SGA's end, but I'm pretty sure we do go through SGA, but I know that my office does not manage any funds. So we would have the staff and the students, especially the student outreach or the student groups and outreach committee, which will be facilitating these funds and making sure that students are able to get their funds on time. And I think Simon and Xavier, you can talk about your staff if you want, and how many members would be able to kind of facilitate this process.
Yeah, so we have a total of 6 people, including us. So that does leave enough people to help students get their funds. We also split each member of our director or committee. Yeah, each member of our committee has a certain type of club that they're kind of responsible for. So we already have the layout assigned to when this happens. We'll be able to get the funds out more easily. Also, something I've noticed is that I think a lot of people don't know how to do requisition forms, and I think I know how to do requisition forms, so I can help out with that. I'm sure Xavier can too, and I'm sure we can help out a lot on their end for getting the actual money.
Perfect. That was such a lovely answer. Thank you, guys. I also had just one more quick follow-up question, if that's okay. Can you just sort of explain to me the difference between this fund and capital contingency?
I think you're referring to contingency instead, but we wanted to add this fund on top of contingency just so that, because we know that contingency doesn't give the full amount. I know also contingency funding might be getting pretty exhausted. So a lot of clubs are facing budget cuts, and there's a lot of materials that isn't funding. And if you look at the contingency guidelines, some things are capped, food is capped at 500, and we've run into the problem of we can't cover the full food costs with only $500 that are allocated through contingency. So we're just hoping to kind of give more funds to student groups so that they can host maybe larger events, or make sure that student groups have the funds to do things that isn't covered through the contingency guidelines. So I think it's just a broader type of funding body so that the student groups don't go into debt when planning their events. But yes, Simon.
May I add that just an example, something that's happened to me is no offense, anyone that runs contingency. I don't know if you guys do that, but last year, I had an a cappella concert and we couldn't, we applied for contingency, but I think at that point we only received 50% of the funds. So our concert ended up, which normally does get paid for by contingency. It's held on campus, it's open for the entire student body. However, we weren't able to get we had to pay half out of pocket essentially for our concert, and I think this fund would help a lot with situations like that.
All right, and that's all the time we have for questioning for that one. Thank you so much for coming. All right, next up we have the Internal Vice President, IDP Housing Relief Fund.
That will be me as well. Let me. Wait, why did I think this is okay. Let me share my screen again for this proposal. Okay, so our next proposal, sorry. Okay, our next proposal, this is by my Education Accessibility Committee, who's been working with the off-campus housing fair, as well as the rent relief funds and raising money for that. So we're requesting money for the housing relief fund that has been a thing in the IVP office since 2019, since COVID. So I can go into more about the history of this fund, but basically what we're requesting is $50,000 to distribute grants with $250 per student for housing relief. So what is the housing relief fund? It is a USAC IVP initiative which seeks to lighten the financial burden of housing and food payments for students who are facing housing insecurity, or who are facing housing and financial insecurity. Some prior initiatives that we put in place, this was a fund that began in 2019 to address COVID-19 related nationwide houselessness and the housing insecurity crisis, and has continued because of the inflated housing prices within UCLA and the LA area. And we think that this fund is necessary, that this fund must be continued so that students can have the resources to stay at UCLA and not have to face housing insecurity. Some initiatives that we tried to do to address this housing crisis is the off-campus housing fair, which has been an integral part of the IVP's initiatives since forever. I think I can go back to the Facebook, and it's been here since 2010, and we've kind of added things to it. So now we charge landlords to be here, and we were able to raise around $6,000 for students, and we give that all back to students with this housing relief fund. But because of the inflated prices of just housing, we have had more students who are in need of of relief and like help from just USAC and a lot of student groups. So yes, this is why we're asking for surplus as well. So motivations for the fund, the Housing Relief Fund seeks to alleviate financial burden. Just to give you all some statistics, 5% of all UCLA students, which is 2,250 students, are experiencing houselessness at any given time. And that does not include students who like are facing like housing insecurity as well. So this is like the most extreme, and a lot of students kind of have to go through it, and they shouldn't have to go through it at UCLA, I think, especially if they're students. And another statistic is 1 in 20 students in the UC system experience some form of housing insecurity. And we have found that it has disproportionately affected the Black and Latin student populations. So the current housing options in LA right now, there's the UCLA housing, third-party housing, affordable. I don't have to go like into it, but those are the statistics. And right now there's the UCLA Economic Crisis Team, which is working on this housing insecurity, but there are only like a specific criterion that the students can apply to it with. So there will be like limited room for only 14 days, and there are only limited funds. So we are trying to work with them to kind of produce more housing security for everyone. The process of the application, we're planning to open up weeks 1 through 3, and then applications will be due week 4. Weeks 5 through 6, applications will be reviewed, and then students will get their funds week 7. And then some funding strategies. I don't know if we need to go into this, but we have been trying to work with Spark campaign. It's been really, really hard to work with Spark this year because it was really hard to raise money last year for this fund. So that's why I'm also applying to surplus. We also raised money with the off-campus housing fair, but that's not nearly enough to support the amount of students and the demand that students have asked for. And I can get into what happened last year. Oh yes, during the 2022 Housing Relief Fund, so last year, only 40% of eligible applicants received funding. It was really sad to kind of cut that funding for students, especially because most of them qualified and most of them deserve these funds. We just didn't have enough money to give students. So our proposal is we're requesting $50,000 to distribute grants of $250 per student to 200 UCLA students who are facing housing insecurity. Why are we doing this? Because of recent rent increases that have posed a large barrier for students. Housing is honestly a basic need that all students should have access to, and it's really sad that a lot of UCLA students do not have this basic need. And we are seeing more and more students facing housing insecurity after the COVID-19 pandemic, the housing crisis, and then the just increased housing prices in LA that have not been going down. And I think this could really help alleviate financial strain and barrier to basic needs and housing at UCLA and accommodate the influx of students facing housing insecurity. But yeah, that should be all. And these are all of our sources if you all would like to read up more about it. I hope I made time. I'm sorry, that was long. Okay. Any questions?
Does anyone have any questions? Jessica, what you said, is this distributed through ECRT?
This is not. I think this would just be surplus because ECRT, we're working with them, but we're not quite sure what their involvement is quite yet. I think it's a bit different from last year.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I know that some of the things you're requesting from students for the application are like sensitive documents and information. So let's chat offline and I can connect you. But I think when we did this last year, we actually sent the funds from surplus to ECRT for them to manage that application directly and distribute to students. So I'll try to see who the contacts were. Okay, yeah, I'll put you in contact with them. But I would definitely recommend that just because, yeah, I mean, you don't want to be collecting students like FAFSA info and things like that, things that are sensitive and like impacting their financial aid and that kind of thing. So yeah, we can chat offline and I'll try to connect you.
Okay, for sure. That'd be really helpful. Thank you, Jessica. Okay. Sarah?
I have just one quick question. Can you explain the reasoning? Was the $250 just to maximize the amount of people who get who get accepted into the program, or why was the $250 chosen to distribute from the 50,000?
Yeah, so last year we actually distributed $250,000 because there was just so many people who applied, and we wanted to maximize the number of students that we're accommodated for, because we wanted to try and give it to as many students as possible who are eligible. And that led to the kind of decrease in prices. And I thought that it would be better to keep that price and then increase so that more students, so the 80 students, no, 200 students, sorry, I got the number from the previous one, so that 200 students are able to have these funds and have, in fact, like get some sort of housing relief. But I'm also open to opening it. But I think 250 is a great number just to support like maybe food and groceries and stuff for students.
Okay, it looks like that's the last question. All right, next up, we have the Academic Affairs Commissioner, Programming and Operations.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to speed through it for all of our sakes, but I just put it the link to the presentation in the chat. Okay, so I'm essentially going to be asking for support with programming for 4 areas of AAC. I'm just gonna let you all see all of my tabs just for maximum accessibility. So Sanctuary Campus is one of the platforms of AAC that one tends to advocate for more holistic wellness resources to students. Then we have In and Out UCLA. That one is all about supporting student self-actualization beyond UCLA, ensuring that they get some kind of return on their investment with the framework of community cultural wealth. And then we have the Academic Success Referendum Fund, which takes up currently 40% of AAC's budget, totaling to around $18,000 that is available to student organizations throughout one academic year. And we want to request $1,000 to expand this pool to support more student orgs. This is just like a recap of all the work that the 2 platforms I mentioned here have done throughout the year thus far. One thing that I do really want to highlight is the grad prep rental program that In and Out is actually going to launch next quarter. This is a new initiative that is being brought to AAC. I'm really excited to see it through. I'm going to touch a little bit more specifically on Post-Grad Visibility Week, which is an initiative under In and Out. Like I mentioned, this is all about supporting student self-actualization beyond UCLA with the community cultural wealth framework. So with that, particularly nourishing students' navigational capital with resources and solid networks that can support them throughout. This initiative is also grounded on statistics because we want to uplift primarily students from marginalized communities. So understanding the conditions in which we exist. So when we look at higher education enrollments, only around 36% of the individuals who identify as Black and Latinx across California enroll in higher education post high school. When we talk about bachelor's degrees acquisition amongst Latinx and Black individuals in California, about 13% of Latinx students in California get BAs, and 26% of students who are Black in California get BAs as well. And as you can see, these numbers just start to diminish even more as we continue to fall down the line of higher education aspirations. So when we talk about graduate school enrollment, and this isn't even comparing students who are Latinx and Black identifying across California, because that's number would probably be in the digits of like 1s to 0.1 percentages. But even just like amongst the pool of those who are in graduate school, that number is already so small. Only 11% of Latinx students are in graduate schools, and only 12% of Black students are in graduate schools, or amongst those pools identify as Latinx and Black students. And so for PGV Week, we already have relationships established with the Alumni Association, the Career Center, ACCLA, RISE, and the Financial Wellness Program. So these things are already underway to put together an event that will take place throughout week 3 of spring quarter. From Monday through Friday, there will be programming that will touch on different aspects that we feel could help enhance student self-actualization and their navigational capital in order to get a return on their investment and to support their dreams beyond UCLA. So now going into holistic wellness events programmed by Sanctuary Campus. Primarily, these are de-stress events collaborated with Rest Life. So again, a relationship and support that is already there. And then guest speakers, which is actually going to be a collaboration with Naomi's Gen Rep 2 office to bring on campus a mental health advocate that can touch on mental health primarily for Black students. So like I mentioned, just like a little overview of the events. I'm not going to go into it a little bit like super in depth because you all have the slides, then I want to be respectful of your time. But I do want to touch on the details of the guest speaking event. So this is a part of the historic series that AAC has had in the past called Decolonization of the Mind. So we'll bring one speaker in the spring quarter. A time has already been set. We've already been in communication with their booking agents to bring them on to speak with our students. This will be a hybrid event. The speaker will be Dr. Shara C. Dube, who is a mental health professional and advocate for BIPOC students and social justice in particular. The topics that we will be touching on will be the benefits of mental health services for African Americans, mental health in educational institutions, and the importance of mental health and self-care practices. So now, as for the ask, this is a breakdown of the surplus requests. So for the 23 guest panelists that we will have throughout the week for PGB week and spring quarter, we're asking for $5,500 to reimburse them for their time, which totals to around $250 per each. And then for events, which 2 of them will be at the very least hybrid, we're asking for $1,000 for event expenses that would be split evenly across both events. For de-stress events, this current quarter, we're asking for $100 for supplies. And then for the guest speaker, in collaboration with Naomi's office, we're asking for $1,500. And then as a reminder for ASRF, $2,000. So this comes out to the total of $10,000 and $10,100. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Let me know if y'all have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? All right, we'll be moving forward. All right, next up, we have the Cultural Affairs Commissioner, Hip Hop Congress.
Hello. My directors are on their way to present. But if we could we I think they need a couple more minutes. So could we use another Cultural Affairs Commission surplus proposal for now until they hop on? Is that okay?
Yeah, you want to go to Jazz Reggae Festival?
Could I go to the community budget?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Let me see if Jeffrey can present with me. But I'll share my screen right now.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Alicia. I can.
Okay, you got it. Thank you, love.
Yeah. Can you just share your screen, please? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Munoz. I'm CAC's Arts Fund Chair, and I'm going to be presenting about our community fund surplus proposal. Next slide, please. All right, so the purpose of, well, I'm just gonna speak really quickly through this, but essentially, so the purpose of our community fund, what we wanna do is we wanna create new USAC initiatives, especially to address students that often feel left out or have their needs unequally met. We also wanna establish a new precedent that USAC can continue to create opportunities and access for all student groups, especially those that dedicate themselves to a specific service or embrace of their communities. We also wanna be sure that we're considering all possible line items of focus that can benefit from the available surplus funds and that we're generating a positive campus impact with it. And just making sure that we're setting out our intentions and knowing that students need as many funds as possible always, and making sure that we can prioritize as much money to go to them directly. Next slide, please. All right, so for a bit of 101 over what the Community 101 Fund is, so the link to that application is essentially what folks would apply to this specific fund. So the Community Fund is ran through the ARC Fund. Essentially, it's run as like a supplemental fund. So the way that a lot of your funds have like mini funds, that's essentially the way that ARC does it for community. And what it does is that it provides programming support fund, but it also provides stipend support to student leaders and student organizations. And like it says right there, it'll give $2,000 to one organization for each quarter for a program or an initiative, and it'll give $200 in a stipend to stipend project leaders, but essentially student organization representatives and leaders. And so this is a way that, we try to bring a little bit of equity the same way that you all are getting stipended. We try to be able to spread some of that wealth and stipend student leaders on the ground directly. So from the ARC Fund, we've already looked at our finances internally, and we've already set aside $8,000 to sort of be the seed fund to start community. And so what we're asking from surplus tonight is to essentially be the supplemental to that. So yeah, next slide. All right, so this is just a little bit of an overview over what the current ARC Fund demand is, what our current allocations are looking like. So ARC continues to be in heavy demand, and so we are also looking to compensate student organizers as sort of like an additional thing to what we can do in addition to supporting students programming. So we also included a little bit of our numbers about what community funds looked like last year. So we are expecting an increase in that if we funded this year. Next slide. Okay, and so I can speed through these, but so we just wanted to give you an example of essentially what ARC has been funding. So, ARC is funding very important, like culturally significant events for students on campus, that are providing like food services and religious observances. Next slide. Then we're also making sure that students have the funds that they need to attend cultural conferences. Sorry, I don't want to skip through these, but like essentially these are like folks can look through these. They have the link through these. Like these are like essentially like what we're funding, but we also, in addition, we fund like these really important programs that essentially always happen during the spring. So stuff like graduation ceremonies, cultural ceremonies, conferences. A lot of those cultural orgs pull their funding from ARC specifically, including honorariums and also the SIOC and CRC projects. So ARC is a really heavy saturated fund. So we kind of hope that like encourages people to prioritize our funding a little bit. So next slide. Okay, so we're requesting 25,000. So the previous slide is wrong. We're requesting 25,000 from community fund, and that's in knowledge that like we've already set aside 8,000. So we're hoping that we'll have a total 33,000 budget for community fund, because we know that spring quarter is going to be peak cultural programming season at UCLA. We also know that student organizing programming has gone up dramatically this year at UCLA, so we can expect a dramatic increase in folks that want to have their labor stipended. So we think 25,000 is a sufficient ask to be able to assess those needs. Honestly, we could have some more, but yeah, we're settling into 25,000. So yeah, I can take any questions. Also, I really encourage folks to go through the presentation because there's a lot of really valuable information about ARC that I couldn't really go through.
No problem. Naomi?
Slay. Love it. Sorry, I'm like half awake. So did y'all say like what the application would look like?
Yeah, the
Or what
application. Yeah, the application is fully linked there.
Okay, awesome. Cool. I will check that out.
And then I think to sort of answer someone else's question about a previous application, I think we're starting to onboard some temporary staffers that we were able to pull from GR3 and from OP. So we should be able to push things through by spring quarters, especially because they'll be fully trained on how to allocate funds.
I have a quick question. I saw that it says 200 stipends for project leaders. Is that just saying whoever throws an event? So we'll give you $2,000 to make the event, and then they personally make $200 that can go to their pocket for the event. Is that correct?
Yeah, essentially. So they can apply to like a maximum of $2,000 to fund their event, like an event per quarter. And then a student organization for that specific event could sponsor one of the students as their project leader to have them be stipended, and that stipend would go directly to the student.
I understand. Thank you.
Also, it's one stipend maximum per student. So if a student was like a project leader for like 2 events, they could only be paid for it once.
And I'm sorry, I just had one question. So how is, I know you said you took 8,000 from ARC to start this fund, and I think, obviously this has pretty good intentions. I was just curious in regards to like, how is this different from any other funds that, AAC is currently in control of? I'm sorry, I mean CAC. CAC is currently in control of.
How is community different?
Yeah, the community, like how are you, I guess like the application process, how is this different from like ARC? Like why couldn't those same individuals just apply to ARC, I guess?
Oh, well, essentially because we sort of set this aside as a separate funding source. Like even though the art committee processes it, the community fund has always typically been drawn from surplus, but has a little bit of a seed grant from like the general art fund. And it's usually like, that's why it's usually only run during the spring quarter.
Okay, bet. Thank you. All right. I think that's it for that one. I don't see no other hands raised. So we'll, I see that we have some new attendees with their hands raised. Alicia, are these your staff members?
Yes, it should be Briaja Payton, Madeline Resin, and Kayla Hill.
Bet. Okay. Can we promote them, please? And we're gonna go back to Hip Hop Congress, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for letting me present this to you all. So this is Hip Hop Congress's presentation for funding, for surplus funding. Next slide, please. So a brief introduction on what Hip Hop Congress is. Hip Hop Congress is one of the 9 organizations underneath the Cultural Affairs Commission, and we inspire social action and creativity here at UCLA to promote and celebrate hip hop culture, specifically during the month of February, which is Hip Hop Appreciation Month and also Black History Month. So some examples of programming that we put on are our panels, DJ and MC exhibitions, and our famous Explosion concert, which is what we're requesting most of the funding for this year. Next slide, please. So about Hip Hop Appreciation Month, I briefly mentioned some of these things, but it's a Hip Hop Congress hosted event that occurs every February / beginning of March, or even sometimes in spring quarter, to celebrate Hip Hop Appreciation Month and Black History Month. Some of the things that we do include fashion shows, concerts, panels, DJs, and whatnot. And the background is a picture of Megan Thee Stallion, who performed in 2019 at our Explosion concert. Next slide, please. So more details about Explosion. Typically, we have it every year in Ackman Grand Ballroom. We have around 500 concert attendees based on the limits, the fire marshal gives us, but we sell it every year. And it's around an event that lasts for around 3 hours, and the audience is UCLA students. Here are some of our previous guests that we've had perform at Explosion. We've had A$AP Rocky, Earl Sweatshirt, Vince Staples, next slide, and J. Cole, Megan Thee Stallion, and more recently, we've had Doechii, Kamaya, and Tia Corinne at our last Explosion concert. Next slide, please. In addition to Explosion, one of our highly attended events is Fashion Show, which is also happening this week, actually, also in Ackman Grand Ballroom, around 400 to 500 attendees with the similar time frame and audience of UCLA students. In terms of funding, CAC allocates Hip Hop Appreciation Month and Hip Hop Congress $36,000 for the entirety of our events, and our estimated costs based off of honorarium and venue costs and other things for our events, we anticipate to spend closer to $70,000 to $90,000. And again, these are the events that we have, and these are breakdowns of some of the estimated costs that we've had from previous months or previous Hip Hop Appreciation Month events. So kickoff, we typically spend around $300 for that. Workshop is around $1,800. Next slide. Hip Hop Appreciation film screening and panel is closer to $3,000. And our fashion show and Explosion, which is on the next slide, get closer to $17,000 and around hold on. Yeah, you could go back. And around 45,000 for Explosion concert. And because of Explosion and fashion show, you know, requiring honorarium, it typically costs us more money. Next slide. And then these are just some supporting documents of current artists rates that we've gotten. And then next slide. And the reason why we need the funding is due to inflation. The prices for artists and venues have continued to increase while the money allocated to us have not. And other funding apps that we've applied to, such as BOD and smaller apps like ARC, have been unable to provide us the money. And so we are asking Surplus to help cover the costs for our programming that we think that we need. So we're asking for around $54,000 to supplement the money CAC already provides us. And these are just our social accounts. And yeah. And any questions I'm free to take.
I think you were saying that you've had these events in the past, correct?
Yes.
And how was it paid for, like in previous years? Is it always through surplus?
So in previous years, we applied to several sources of additional funding. Like I mentioned, we applied to BOD every year, TGIF and ARC. And so surplus we've applied to in the past as well. Typically, we've been able to kind of fund our events with what we're given, but due to the expansion of our events every year, such as Fashion Show and Explosion, and wanting to bring newer artists to campus, we've been like unable to have the programming that we've wanted to bring to the students. So we've been able to get by, but it definitely has limited what we're able to provide to students, if that makes sense.
Understood.
Also,
And we haven't, oh, sorry.
Oh, I just want to clarify one more thing that like last year we got like around 13,000 from BOD and this year we got around 2,000. So that has also significantly impacted like our budgeting this year. So yeah.
And did BOD tell you why they gave you significantly less money this year?
I believe it's because there were more applicants this year.
Yeah, a lot more people applied. So the funding was limited to which organizations they could give amounts to.
Understood. And have we secured any like of the speaker? I mean, any of the singers for this quarter?
So in terms of for fashion show, so fashion show is happening this Thursday, and we've secured an artist and a host for the event. But due to lack of funding and also just, you know, talking to artist management, we are having to postpone Explosion this quarter, unfortunately, and push it to next quarter.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any more questions? Okay. What was the total amount again? I'm sorry. What was the total ask?
54,000 is what we requested.
Okay. And this whole event is going to cost, would that cover the whole event or would it just cover a portion of it?
So out of the 36,000 that we've been allocated, we've already had like several of our events to kind of go through that fund. So this would help cover our last two events, which are happening in spring quarter, which is our flea market, and then the Explosion concert, which uses the majority of the funds for artist honorarium.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It looks like we don't have any more questions for this one. So we're going to move forward with Jazz, Cultural Affairs Commissioner Jazz Reggae Festival.
Carl, can you please make Briaja a panelist, please?
Yeah,
He just
did.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Briaja, and Madeline is my co-director for Jazz Reggae. So you can go to the next slide.
So
And you can Maddie, go ahead.
Today, we're going to be discussing why JRF. So, jazz reggae is a really important part of the UCLA community, as well as the overall Los Angeles community, because we have been a festival that's been running for 36 years. We promote like Black and Brown people and providing like a safe healing space for them, as well as our students, exposing them to diversity in food, music, art, etc. We try to promote a really like cultural space for our students in our community. And we have been doing so since 1986. And like the slide says, we have even had festival members say that their grandparents and their parents have been coming since the very first JRF and are continuing to come to even our last festival. Slide.
And I was just going to add that jazz reggae is such a staple. We go out into underrepresented places in Los Angeles and mainly Black and Brown communities, and people always know what jazz reggae is and always talk about how it's been such an important thing. So when we didn't have it for COVID, it kind of affected a lot of people in the community. So coming back last year, we sold out and had 1,100 people, and it just really has continued to have a great impact. You can go to the next slide. So why jazz reggae? Jazz reggae is at Sunset Rec, and to rent out Sunset Rec alone last year, it cost $111,000, which was definitely very unexpected. But because of post-COVID and inflation prices and just the lack of previous funding from the previous years, everything began to cost a lot, including our artists being raised from pre-COVID to post-COVID by plus $80,000. And we usually have 4 artists, and we try to maintain that. In previous years, they had 10 artists, but that was becoming too much for jazz reggae. So we've kind of lowered that down, but we also have to rent out a stage and all stage equipment, which can add up to almost $20,000. And overall, the festival's pricing has raised significantly. Go to the next one.
So our proposal is for $60K. This would be a perfect amount of surplus money because it would allow us to allocate our money towards our different teams in jazz reggae. So we have an A&R team, which is our artist and relations team, who pay our performing artists as well as their honorarium. We have our stage management team, who covers our stage costs and all of the behind the scenes stage costs. We have our operations team, who covers facilities, which is Sunset Rec and booking other things. We have our marketing team, who purchases our merchandise, our advertisement, reaching out to sponsors, etc. And then we also have our other teams like art, vendor, chief of staff, and me and Briaja. And so this would split up between all of us being able to pay for different things throughout our festival.
And sort of as we mentioned earlier, jazz reggae just costs a lot more now than we had ever predicted. It costs almost $200,000 to put on. And because it is a festival that serves plus 1,500 people, we really just want to continue to bring that full experience and not limit it at all. Because the past 36 years, it has been able to be so impactful. We don't want to change that too much. And you can just kind of see pictures from last year's festival and just like the vibe that was brought. Go to the next one. These are our contacts. This is our jazz reggae email, and we can answer any questions you guys might have.
Awesome, thank you. Does any council members have any questions regarding this? Sarah?
I have 2 questions real quick. The first one was, so would this be a paid, like would students pay for tickets to come to this event? Or
yes, so students have discounted.
Or would, oh, sorry. I didn't.
No, you're good. Students have discounted tickets. So student tickets are $10, staff tickets are $15, and then tickets to anyone non-UCLA affiliated is $20.
I also want to add that like we've in the past we've had like a safety net, and we didn't have the need to come to surplus to ask for money. But because in the past this past year actually we exhausted the funds because the costs of venue facilities like skyrocketed, and because of inflation and because of COVID. And so we don't have the revenue from ticket sales this year to help fund like our costs in our area and like all the different things that my directors were talking about. So I do want to emphasize that in the future, we probably won't need to come to council for surplus because we will reestablish that safety net again in the future.
I have a question. Do you know the breakdown of how many students come, how many staff member comes, and how many community members come on average by any chance?
Yes, so approximately from last year, I want to say it was about 600 students that came, and then I think around 200 or 300 like UCLA affiliated staff and like post like UCLA grads, and then the rest was community members. And we had 1,100 people come last year.
And our capacity will also increase this year due to COVID protocols being as strict. So we're hoping to sell out again, but on an even bigger scale this year.
All right, thank you. It just seems like, yeah, because I would hope that it would be invited to a lot more students. I think that'd be great. Especially, yeah, thanks.
All right, we got like 20 seconds left. I think that's all the questions for this one. All right, awesome. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next up, we have the Cultural Affairs Commissioner Professional Headshots booth.
Okay, hi everyone. My community projects chair, Avril, was not able to make it because she is driving home. So I will take care of this presentation. So this is an initiative that was also brought up last year, but was not able to happen. So Cultural Affairs Commission's ARC initiative proposal for this year, unique, is a professional headshots photo booth. The community-based programming committee aims to provide various events and workshops pertaining to demystifying professionalism, career development, and overall community development. The purpose of this is to provide accessible professional headshots because they are a basic component of creating a profile for school and career related purposes, which is very central to the UCLA community and is very, very essential for students. Typically, students either have to do these with their fraternities, with their clubs and organizations, or locate the service from an individual photographer, which could cost a lot of money. So our proposal is to provide a professional headshot photo booth that will be accessible and free of charge to all students. Creating this resource will enable students to apply to academic, job, volunteer, and other opportunities that require resumes and profiles. We did our research. We will have what we will purchase with the money from surplus, if allocated, is this Iris photo booth. It'll be an enclosed space. It'll have image editing, and the photos will be delivered via email. And there isn't going to be an admin account to track the usage. So this is what it looks like. It's really, really cute. So the estimated costs for the academic purchase option, which will be a forever option, is starting at $15,000, and it will have a service fee of $6,000 annually, which we could pay this like every year with surplus, the $6,000 fee for it, which is worth it, like for any technical difficulties, for any upkeep, et cetera, et cetera. And then the shipping will be like $2,500 to $3,000 to UCLA campus, but that'll be a one-time thing. Funding. So we're requesting funds from USAC surplus, requesting a total fund of $30,000, $15,000 booths, which is the academic price, and then a $2,500 to $3,000 shipping, installation, and user training fee, and then the $12,000 software fee. And that is the end of my presentation. But if anyone has questions, please let me know.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I did have a question about this. I remember last year, Promise presented this to council, and I think some of the concerns were, obviously, first off, a lot of students, kind of, take photos and they use that as a way to like get revenue, especially during like, for the professional aspect. So that's one. but also like, is there any reason why? I mean, I know the money was voted on last year for this to become a thing, right?
Yes.
And so it was allocated. So
Mhm.
I mean, it's been a year now. Is there any reason why it didn't happen?
Oh, because I think it fell through. The funds had to be used by the end of last school year. And it fell through because I think I'm not sure because this was not my council, but not my term, but I'm pretty sure it's because we couldn't find a location for it. So with that being said, I would love to work closely with Jessica on finding a home for this, and that will also involve a lot of planning in terms of like, is it accessible, is it like, planning like how it will be like regulated if there's like lines and stuff like that, not obstructing any pathways. So I think like that was the missing piece, but I'm definitely like ARC and I are definitely at capacity for making that like viable.
Okay, got you. And I guess the next question, because you see, like, I guess my one of my big concerns is just like if there's no if the like I guess one of the main reasons for it not being the funds were were $30,000 were allocated for this, and it wasn't done last year. If we don't have a location now, like if we had a location currently for it, then I feel more comfortable like voting for this and getting other council members to support this, because this is a good, this could be a good thing. But my whole problem is just locking up $30,000 again, and then it falling through again. So I guess that's one of my main concerns. And I think Lori kind of brought it up as well. Like, where will it be installed? And then also the future maintenance fees. Like, what is the plan for that?
If we are unable to get surplus funding to fund the service fee, we could take that 6,000 out of ARC's budget as a safety net. And then also, if we're not able to find a place for it in Kirkhoff or Ackerman, which are, the student centers, I will look into reaching out to UCLA to see if we could put it in some career center. They're like, I will like that is my that is like my backup of like finding a place for it, like looking into spaces in the UCLA, like in other UCLA buildings. But I definitely will be taking into consideration like having that conversation with like Jessica and admin and my sole advisor Pam to find an accessible place for this machine, which isn't too big. I know it looks a little big, but it's not that big. I don't know the exact diameters, but it's not that big.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. All right. Going once, going twice. Any more questions? Okay, moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Gen Rep 3, Disability Peer Mentoring Program.
I'm actually gonna do the Afro Latinx Coalition request first because Reggie's been staying up way too late already. They pay us for this, they don't pay him. So could someone please promote Reggie Miles to be a panelist and also turn on my screen sharing? Appreciate it. So anyhow, I'll get started. So basically, thanks, appreciate that. So basically, as a lot of y'all know, UCLA is in the process of trying to become a Hispanic serving institution, and I think it's worthwhile for USAC to be involved. Like, it's important to have this involvement through us as our elected student government. Is part of our responsibility to serve our constituents, to make sure that there is some involvement through democratic student organizations. And I think this is a really good way to do this, to really, as we're moving into this new phase at UCLA, really make sure the Afro Latinx Coalition gets the respect and the support they deserve. So someone, I have my screen sharing on. Okay, I do. Perfect. Sorry about this. Let me pull up what I want to pull up. And okay, So let's see if I got the right stuff. No, let me pull it up again. My bad. So here is the presentation, and Reggie, do you want to take over now?
Yes, thank you so much, Eliana. First, in starting off my presentation, I know it's not the traditional presentation, my apologies, based off of everyone else's. But yes, as I mentioned earlier, when I first did my public comment at the beginning of the meeting, the two initiatives that essentially we're doing this year for 2023 is ASUCAD is the first one. And the other one is really not an initiative, but more of a culture show, which is community centered, which will be on June 3rd. But firstly, is ASUCAD, right? It's a community driven initiative / event in Lamar Park, South Los Angeles. And essentially we started ASUCAD last year. It was a celebration of Afro-Salvadorians and Afro-Costa Ricans through basically the multidisciplinary arts, food, community dialogue, and cultural education. This year, the celebration will also be in August. We're still choosing a weekend, but typically it's towards the end of August, right? El mes de Afrodescendencia, which basically that's when El Salvador and Costa Rica celebrate their Black History Month. And really the event last year, and our intention, right, was to socially and culturally engage folks through music, dance, presentations on the history, existence, and a cooking workshop, right, of these specific communities. Really just demonstrating the contributions and the beauty and the existence of these communities. And essentially, right, our ALC's intention in creating this event, why is it happening, right? Historically, Afro-Salvadorians and Afro-Costa Ricans within their respective countries have not been recognized constitutionally as a form of anti-Blackness and attempted erasure. And also too, just thinking about the Afro-Latin diaspora, I think these specific communities are to be celebrated, to like be recognized, right, a better word, through this event. And I think last year we just saw like the beauty of like community, people learning. Personally, I have a personal connection to this initiative and this event, being Afro-Salvadorian. Just seeing like people in my family or just people across LA County just come through and just like feel seen and appreciated, right? If you want to click the link real quick, Eliana, for the last year's, yeah. I could put the sound.
Is this the right one?
Yes, it is. I know it's working. Can y'all hear the sound? My bad. I should have had a formal video on the document. But if not, it's all good. This is just really a recap of all the Afro-Salvadorian and Afro-Costa Rican performers and artists. That's me. Cultural presentation. I'm gonna just let y'all watch it for like literally 1 minute. Oh, okay, my bad. I have 1 minute left. Can we go back? My bad. I need to hurry up. I did not know how much time I had. My apologies, y'all. Can you go back, Eliana, to the main doc? But as you can see, the goals and the intention of ASUCAD, right, is to culturally educate people on these specific communities. It's an important initiative, right, because we're demonstrating to not just the UCLA community, but the LA community, broader LA community, that these people exist. And actually, we made history by being the first ever public celebration that recognized and celebrated these specific communities in LA. Eliana, can you go back to the main doc? I'm just gonna go over the culture show real quick. I'm gonna run that down and we will be done. Yes, I will share the IG in the chat right now. Can you hear me, Eliana? Can you go back to the main doc?
Where are we at now?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, but essentially the budget for this event, as you can see, the goals are right there listed. Community connectedness, that was an important thing. Just thinking about how these specific communities have been displaced through, right, their processes of immigration to the Americas, even in their own respective countries. Community connectedness, political education, right? Us educating folks on these specific communities and like other Afro-Latin communities is political. Given like just the rampant anti-Blackness, anti-indigeneity, I mean, all forms of discrimination in those countries and how these people navigate and assimilate in America. Right, and celebrating and empowering marginalized communities, cultural awareness and competence. I think thinking about the communities that we come from, especially just being in student leadership at UCLA, I think there's a certain and specific like obligation that we have to be culturally aware and competent, and really build a future of dismantling anti-Black racism, like I said in the beginning, through cultural education and building solidarity, not just within Afro Salvadorians and Afro Costa Ricans, but like Latinx folks, period, and Black folks. And the last thing, oh, my bad, the budget for that was $7,500, and we are requesting $4,000. What's really important in surplus funds is really just commissioning Afro Salvadoran and Afro Costa Rican artists, and then city wide fees. So like we did it in Leimert Park. As if y'all don't know, Leimert is like a prominent culturally rich community. And the last thing, as I go over real quick, can you scroll down, please, Eliana, is our culture show. This year, we're having our first ever annual culture show. I'm really excited. The culture show, right, is a event that'll take place June 3rd, where we will highlight and celebrate Afro-Latin cultures and histories across Latin America and the Caribbean through dance performances, music, food, oral histories, and guest artist performances. And the goals for this, really, I know this is our first ever time doing it, but essentially, with this culture show significant, and one, just having a space to celebrate marginalized communities within the Latina within the Latina diaspora or community, as whatever you want to call it. I call it diaspora as well. But really, it's really just this event especially is hitting our mission to really create solidarity, to showcase the richness and contributions of Afro-Latin cultures. Like I mentioned before, cultural education for us is political. It's a form of resistance as well. If you want to scroll down, I know I'm about to wrap up. The budget for this is $26,000, and we are asking for a proposal from y'all of $10,000. And essentially, we would want to prioritize honorarium and food. I know if you want to go scroll up a little bit, Eliana. Oh no, it's right there. Actually, honorarium is right there. It's 10,000. But as I wrap up, I'm gonna leave y'all with this. And again, my bad if I'm rushing. I did not know the time limit. UCLA is becoming a Hispanic serving institution, meaning that services, resources, and access will shift in terms of like how we reimagine and think about access and equity for Hispanic and Latina students. And I think with our initiatives and events coming up, it's really significant because we're reimagining a space and place where Black folks, part of the Latinx community, are recognized, given equitable resources, and really just in the fold of HSI. I know we're building a coalition with Mecha and Unica, Mecha being a mother org. So I'm done talking. That was a lot. I know y'all probably have questions, but again, thank y'all so much for being patient, and giving me grace in speaking. And I will make sure Eliana sends all this information to y'all. It's in the doc. I know it's on the formal presentation, but it's in the doc. Everything is there. And yeah, thank y'all so much. I appreciate it.
No problem, Reggie. Thank you so much. I see Keon, you got your hand raised. Is that a question?
Yeah. Hey, Reggie, I really appreciate it. Loved all these programs that we're putting on, and happy that USAC can help pay for it potentially. Just wanted to clarify that you're asking for $10,000 if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 10,000 for the culture show. Yes.
Beautiful. It's just, yeah, because our spreadsheet just says 31. I just wanted to make sure that that's incorrect.
You said what was 31?
Well, our spreadsheet about all the proposals.
Yeah, that's an apology on my end. My apologies.
No, you're good, Eliana. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much once again. Appreciate you coming out.
My bad. Can I just clarify the question? It was 31 for what again?
We have a separate doc that says all the proposals and how much they were asking, and I just wanted to clarify that you were asking for $10,000.
And it's up to 31,000.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. At that point, it's 31,000. My bad. But yes, yeah, it would be amazing if we can get the 26,000 and the 7,500. So I mean, that's amazing. But yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that insight. I did not know. And it's all good, Eliana. I know. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Reggie. Appreciate it. And thank you for putting up with this crazy schedule.
Yeah, thanks for staying out the whole time, Reggie.
It's all good. Thank y'all so much for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Good night, Reggie.
All right, bye.
All right. Now we'll go back to Eliana. Are you ready to do the disability peer mentoring program?
I'm ready to do that. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Really appreciate this opportunity. So here is the Disability Mentoring Program. This is a collaboration of USAC, especially like my office, and Amethyst Phillips, a student member of University Council on Disability, and generally a wonderful person. So basically what she's talking about, it's as a lot of y'all are familiar with, there's a bunch of issues for disabled students on campus. And as she's talking about, she has a lot of experience, lived experience and experience advocating for other people and for herself. And she's talking about the social stigma, the lack of access, civil rights violations, and she's talking about the need. She and I are talking, and a lot of people, we're saying there's a need for like the student-initiated, student-run support for the disability community to deal with this, because as a lot of y'all have heard, Center for Accessible Education and other organizations have problems of bureaucracy, ableism, and just even at their best, there's no substitute for stuff that's by and for the community of students with disability. So there's a bunch of, we have some awesome mentorship programs like alumni mentor program, transfer mentorship program, student athlete mentorship program, various programs right by access and retention, all those things. But anyhow, there's nothing that's like disability focused. Obviously, a lot of these programs, especially access and retention and other mentorship programs, do great work with disabled people as staff, as mentees, as mentors, and are in solidarity with the disabled community, but still it's not the same as having something that is by and for the disabled community. So we want to start spring 2023 to establish this program to get funding specifically to pay staff, because like folks were talking about, if you're not paying staff is important as a matter of equity, and discuss. People only have so much free time, especially disabled people with higher rates of poverty and a lot of disabilities being expensive and time consuming. So you would really appreciate it. What we're asking is, due to the overrun, I'm bringing it down to $5,000 to $7,500. All that would go for staff. There's like 5 confirmed staff people right now, and it's gonna be a lot of hours they're gonna be putting in. So all money will help. And we're hoping once we've got this pilot program off the ground, let's see, now we're going to be able to expand it to do stuff like outreach for the disabled students. Here's the numbers. Hoping we're going to be able to expand it in the long run, do stuff like outreach for disabled students in K-12 and community college and events and all sorts of really have expanded as a community resource. But right now we're just asking for this money to pay staff, get this off the ground. And I can just say I've heard from a lot of students as well as professors and professionals who work in this field and who have disabilities themselves and who work with students with disabilities, that there's a great need for this. So I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to work on this and grateful for all of your support. Thank you. Love to hear your questions.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions regarding this? Great. Amazing work, Eliana. Great.
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate it. Always great working with you. And thanks, Daniela and Alicia. Y'all are the best.
All right. Next up, we have the Cultural Affairs Commissioner Artist Professional Development Workshop Initiative.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I'm gonna present this one again. Oh, Alicia. Okay, so this is our proposal. Sorry, we like reworded it a little bit. It's for our artist professional development support program that we want to run under ARC. So just to give a little bit of background, like we all know that there's a really big struggle around the professional development, mentorship, and building of networking in arts and the entertainment industry. Artists and especially student artists find it really hard to build professional and career skills and really develop professional networks because of one, the major problem being a social apathy towards artistic skills and career. And like our society's focus on capital and materialism really drives people away from really seeing the creative arts as a meaningful career for fulfillment. And so from that stems a lot of issues like the lack of knowledge and resources and being able to support how students can market and showcase artistic skills and works and talent, and how they can specifically make themselves unique in the entertainment industry. There's also struggles because of the fact that the entertainment industry tends to be concentrated in certain areas and it's inherently built up to with a need for networks and wealth. And for cutie BIPOC artists, all of these struggles are compounded by their intersectional experiences of being marginalized and in an entertainment and arts industry that's structurally designed to exclude them. And this is sort of what the ARC Artist Professional Development Support Program wants to address, or at least begin to address here at UCLA with our cutie BIPOC artist students. So this is a little bit about what like our program would actually be about. So rather than like the one-off workshop that was like sort of listed on the agenda, we worked it in such sort of being a annual standing component of the Cultural Affairs ARC initiative, which is what the ARC committee is. So just for like a little bit of reference, like ARC is split up into 3 specific parts. ARC Fund, so like the ARC funding that I presented on earlier, our community projects, which would work really closely with the Artist Professional Development Support Program, and then the CAC internship is also part of the ARC initiative. And so we would specifically with this program, we would want to offer yearly staple services, but then we would also want to do unique year-to-year events, and all aimed around the idea to empower and support UCLA's cutie BIPOC student artists and being able to pursue their passions as careers. And so some of the staple services that we want to offer would be bi-weekly professional headshot sessions that we would offer 5 times per quarter, so every other week. We also wanted to do by appointment resume headshot and portfolio lamination services. We wanted to do an annual BIPOC mentorship night for these artists. We wanted to do a meet and greet with art-related faculty that meet these community needs. We wanted to do a workshop night, an art exhibition, and then specifically some of the unique events. So like these are sort of like programming events that we want to do year to year. We want to do consistent cutie BIPOC artist community building nights and events on campus so that artists can meet each other and interact with each other. Some vision building and zine night building, some Q&A conversations and meet and greets with some cutie BIPOC artists outside of the university. Provide some subscription gift card programs to Canva Pros and other software for graphic designers and certain artists, and then also buy student art to engage in a cutie BIPOC artist poster sale to support student art directly, but also to sustain the program itself. Next slide. So sort of like a little bit about that, just before moving into like sort of the funding aspect of it, the second part of the program would also be to create a critical new resource for cutie BIPOC student artists who struggle to access professional material and equipment that they need for their specific type of work. Even though some of these students may be picking these careers as majors right now, some of them still struggle to be able to fund the equipment that they necessarily need for their projects and even just their creative passion. And so that's what the second half of the program would come. We want to create a community art supply closet where a portion of the surplus funds that would be allocated to the project would be used to build a new central resource closet in the CAC office of necessary art materials for student use. So we want to be able to purchase 2 to 3 professional cameras, 1 to 3 microphones, including various different types of microphones, a green screen and a laminator, and as well as different miscellaneous single-use items, such as canvases, sketchbooks, and different drawing and art materials. Next slide. And so our request is for $10,000. So to launch sorry, that's a mistake. The top one is the correct one. To launch the program, we're requesting $10,000 from the winter 2023 surplus. And so the funding would help us buy all the major items and miscellaneous materials to launch the community art supply closet, and also to fund those 3 specific major events that we want to do as staple events for the program every single year and gets to them by spring quarter, and also to purchase student artwork for the production of a poster sale and sort of do a mutual aid project with student artists directly on campus. And then as a new component, and because of everything that we're talking about, since we want them to be stable projects, we're also definitely thinking of different mechanisms to ensure how the program's longevity and sustainability can be ensured, including solidifying a funding agreement with the ARC initiative specifically, so ARC funding, different other USAC and UCLA funding sources, and then seeing how we can do outreach to community partners, engage in some grant writing work, donor work, and even do some staple fundraisers for ARC each year to be able to fund the artist program support development. So yeah, I think that's, yeah, so sort of just, yeah, I know I'm running out of time, so yeah, I'll just do questions.
No problem, thank you. Yeah, does council members have any questions regarding this? Is everybody checked out right now? Okay. Okay, if we don't have any questions, then we will move on to the next initiative, which is the Cultural Affairs Commissioner Concert Series.
Okay, well, hi everyone. My name is Ariana. It's nice to meet all of you. And I'm one of the co-directors for the Cultural Affairs Commission Concert Series. Next slide, please. So the concert series is 1/9 of a series within the Cultural Affairs Commission. And the purpose of the concert series is to promote and give a platform to BIPOC artists and singers and performers of color. Our series tries to provide programming that's both educational and entertaining. And if we were given some surplus funding, the goal of this will be to fund a festival focusing LA-based artists entitled Based in LA, and also fund a concert in April celebrating female empowerment called For the Girls, a celebration of women, femme individuals, and the female identifying. And both of these events are able to be attended, experienced, and appreciated by a majority of the student body, but also highlight individuals who may feel lost within UCLA's campus. So right now, Concerts is one of the smaller series within Cultural Affairs Commission and has a budget of $4,000. And with our current budget, we have already performed 2 successful events, with one on the way next week, a philanthropy event for an organization. We're thinking No Name Book Club, which focuses on providing books for individuals who are incarcerated. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the history of our organization. Before COVID, Concerts would have weekly concerts in Kirchhoff Coffee House, highlighting different BIPOC artists. During COVID, our series created virtual zines and did virtual sets with text on the screen to make it more accessible to all viewers. And then post-COVID-19, we're transitioning back to in-person programming, but we want to provide a wider variety of events within that programming. So 2 of the projects that we've completed already are an album listening session where we had an artist, Noah James, come to the Kirchhoff Art Gallery and talk about what inspired his album. And another one was our Love and Lyrics concert on Valentine's Day, featuring 4 student performers and with a giveaway for students who attended. So for 2022 and 2023, some of the upcoming projects we hope to have are the event I was talking about from No Name Book Club, which would have around $650 for the venue and $325 for a DJ. On April 8th, we're planning on having For the Girls in honor of International Women's Month, but just a little bit closer to the start of the quarter, so more people can hopefully attend. And this would be a concert featuring BIPOC women artists with a clothing swap where people can trade their clothes, and then an upcycling component where people could also paint those clothes and exchange them as a more sustainable form of shopping. We are also hoping to have some events closer to the end of the quarter, flea market and performances, UC Fest, and Based in LA, featuring LA artists. Next slide, please. So in this request, we are requesting $10,000 in funding to book our venues and pay our performers. Some of the previous costs of venues that we've booked, the Kirchhoff Art Gallery, Grand Salon, and Coffee House prices range from $400 to $500 for a 2-hour reservation. We like to have two-hour concerts, and we either pay artists $250 for a 30-minute set or $500 for a 1-hour set. And we like to have 2 to 4 artists for each concert for a 2-hour show. So the total payment for our artists is approximately $1,000, and the total payment for the venue is approximately $500. So it's a minimum of that, and we're hoping to have 5 events. So that adds to $7,500, but we'd also like to have prizes and giveaways for people who attend our concerts, as well as decorations for these concerts, snacks, and other activities like the upcycling event and potentially a photo booth. So in order to create more events and pay multiple artists that we have to perform, some additional funding is necessary for our future programming. So again, my name is Ariana King. I'm one of the co-directors. Please feel free to reach out to me via text or email or calling if you have any questions at all. Love is my co-director, and her contact information is there as well. Does anyone have any questions? And again, thank you so much for your attention and listening.
Yes, I just had one question. Okay, so I mean, I understand this is a series, correct?
Yes, correct.
So this funding typically, what does it typically come from, the funding for this?
So typically the funding for this comes from the Cultural Affairs Commission fund.
Okay, and is there a specific reason why it's like not available this year for this, or?
Oh, we have the entertainment fee, and then we have the entertainment fee to fund all of CAC's programming, and then each series gets a similar amount budget every single year. And this year I was able to make it $4,000, but in the past it was around $3,000. But that $4,000 is not really enough anymore to cover like the ideas for programming that we have, just because of the venue costs and like the amount we really want to compensate our artists with. So $4,000 is not enough for the lineup of things that concerts as planned.
Okay, Sarah?
Thank you so much, Ariana, for coming to talk. Sorry about that. For coming to talk with us. That was a really good presentation. My question is more directed towards Alicia. I think she would just be able to answer more fully. So I was just looking over your proposals, and you just have requested, I think, about like 6 funds. So is there anyone that you would like us to prioritize? Just because I'm not sure if we'll be able to fund all of your clearly well thought out proposals.
I appreciate that. You put me in a tight spot. I really don't know what to say. But I will say that community is always traditionally been funded by surplus. So that's like one of our biggest priorities. And it is like a fund for student groups and cultural programming and compensating those student leaders. But in terms of like my series, I don't feel comfortable like answering that, because all of the programming that we do is extremely significant in each way. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Does anyone else have any other questions? All right, if not, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Financial Supports Commissioner, New York Times subscription.
Oh my God. Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to keep it as fast as I can. Too many tabs. So sorry. Okay. New York Times subscription. We're going to make, I have 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I am asking for a total of about almost 39,000. It's specifically like 38,900 something for a New York Times subscription for all UCLA students, including undergraduates and graduates. I started off with UCLA's mission statement because we clearly emphasize open access to information. However, no resources currently at UCLA offer a new subscription, which I would argue is important as one, being a student at UCLA, one, if you do any type of research at UCLA, being just an informed citizen of the world, you sort of need access to this information, especially at a time when sources of reliable information are growing more and more scarce, and reliable information is hard to find. So the importance for UCLA students includes students do research for like research papers. There are some, I've talked to many students who need a New York Times subscription specifically for their classes. And specifically like for, let's say, a political science assignment or something like that. In 2020, last year, the Office of the President conducted a survey, which over 2,000 students participated in, asking about a New York Times subscription. And 99% of students were in favor of receiving a New York Times subscription. And an important thing I'd like to highlight is that interest was both driven from North and South Campus majors. So it's not, despite probably an inclination of you thinking that this would be beneficial for North Campus majors, it would also help South Campus majors. If you want the link for the survey, it is right here. And then in addition, 98% of students said they would use the subscription for news, and 90% said they would use it for research. What's next? This is just the outline of the packages. So yes, it would be 38,997. And then so the contract with the New York Times that would be for a year subscription. So every UCLA student would get a subscription for 52 weeks. This includes news, all of these, basically unlimited downloads for research, and then the 52-week subscription. Also full access in English, Spanish, and Chinese, which would help, I assume, international students, but also bilingual students. Every other UC, except I believe UC Riverside, provides their students with a New York Times subscription. I think most, if not all, also provides their graduate students with a New York Times subscription. I think Berkeley, at least some of it is funded through their student government. And they all receive access to the same things that we would get access to. And I think Riverside is gaining access to the New York Times in a similar fashion through their student government, like within this calendar year. So closing, I just wanted to emphasize a New York Times subscription would benefit all students at UCLA, with all students having a need for this service, as it would be an academic resource. It aligns with the mission statement of the school and the values that the school is trying to promote. It also is a unique opportunity to, I would argue, dramatically improve the quality of life for all UCLA students at a fraction of the traditional cost of a New York Times subscription. If we were to monetize this to how much it would cost per student, it would be less than $1, which typically a subscription to the New York Times, which is a leading paper, is about $52 for a year. If anyone has any questions, I would love to take them, but that's pretty much it.
Daniela?
Hey, Sarah, thank you so much for your proposal. I know that you mentioned that this would be available to all students, including graduate students, which I think is great, but I was just wondering if you've been able to talk with GSA and ask if they'd be able to collaborate with you on covering a portion of the cost.
Yes, I have talked to GSA about that. We are still tuning out the details, but they were supportive of the New York Times subscription. And so we just have to see if they'd be willing to fund. And then also the thing with this subscription is that it, I tried to advocate when talking to the New York Times for an undergrad only option, but they only offer either an undergrad, graduate, and faculty option, or just a student only option with undergrads and graduates.
May I ask a quick follow-up to that, if that's okay? So let's say, like, hypothetically, GSA is able to cover a portion of the cost. Would the ask for tonight be the same, or would that change?
The ask would change then.
Yeah, I just want to point two things why I really like this. One, I think it would bring bring all Bruins united together, because a lot of times my classmates have sent me a link to the New York Times. I can't read it, so that's been really annoying. And then I also agree that it's ridiculous that every other UC has it and we don't. So I think it's something that we should push, and I love it.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of just read, I guess.
To answer Lori's question in the chat, no, but I would I could give more information once I have further talks with GSA, but I wouldn't be able to give an estimate at this moment.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Sarah, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sorry, Carl.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I was gonna ask, I guess just one request, like, obviously, yeah, Daniela brought up a good point about the GSA thing. And also I was gonna say, like, I feel like this is something that like could be used to like, if we, fund this and kind of, like retain the usage of it from students, like we can kind of build a case for the school to like permanently fund it so that students don't have to fund it in the future. So that was just gonna be my one request. Like if we do get this funded, like let's definitely retain the stats of the usage so that we can go to the school and get them to permanently fund this.
Yes, to add real quickly, I don't want to take up too much time. That was sort of my strategy of I've been in talks for like the year with administration and funding this, and they do not see a need for it, which I think is really, it doesn't make sense to me. But I think after we have it for a year, and then I assume a lot of UCLA students will be using it, then we can use that as a leveraging tactic to try to make administration or other sources on campus fund this as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right. And then last, but wait, Divine says, does the admin fund the Adobe Suites? Adobe Suite?
That is the IT department.
Okay. Awesome. Does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, awesome. Moving forward. All right, next up we have Office of the President surplus proposal. So one of my chair of external affairs will be presenting this, Marcus Gomez. Can we please promote him? So we'll try to run through this. We have a couple of different like proposals in one. This is like how council did it last year. It wasn't like so many different proposals. Like if this is your office, like this is everything you're trying to do. So I kind of like stuck to that format. Has Marcus been promoted yet?
Yes, I have.
Awesome.
Good evening, everyone. So as Carl mentioned, I'm Marcus Gomez. I'm actually the Chief of External Affairs for the Office of the President. So I'm going to try and make this quick and snappy because I can imagine just like all of y'all, you're tired just like me. So why don't we just get started without further ado? So as Carl mentioned earlier, the Office of the President, along with the other Gen Rep offices, receives approximately $8,000 per year. Our office specifically only received $2,000 this year. So we've been moving forward with a lot of initiatives, and we're looking for surplus funding in order to fill in the gaps that we're facing. So the first event that we're looking to fund, we're requesting $6,100 for exploring nature-based solutions in an urban population event. So we're essentially connecting modern technology with environmental research initiatives to address key environmental and social inequalities that exist in urban industrial spaces. In a city like LA, which is very car heavy, very car focused culture, it exists very heavily here. Communities of color, especially those in Compton and South Central, East Los Angeles, are often facing these inequalities, and they're often faced with an unfair burden that communities, for example, like Westwood, Brentwood, and Beverly Hills don't face. So this event is going to bring sustainability from various disciplines and backgrounds, and we're going to be questioning how can nature-based solutions promote biodiversity and be applied to urban environments around LA. I like to say that UCLA does not only exist within the confines of Westwood, but it really just extends to the confines of LA, and we really do benefit from residing in the greater Los Angeles area. The next event that we're actually asking to fund is going to be our career fair. We're partnering with the Career Center, and we're requesting approximately $1,000 just to provide student incentives. For those of you that are unaware, most incoming freshmen actually have undeclared as their major. So this is just a great way for not only first-year students, but also all of our students to explore various career paths, find out what they're interested, and really just be able to connect with professionals in their field. We're reaching out to some of our specialty schools and professional schools, such as our Factor School of Nursing, our Samueli School of Engineering, our law school, and our medical school, to get some professionals out here and to talk with our students. It's going to be a great networking opportunities for our students, and it's just going to be a great time overall. We're also requesting $10,000 for a UCLA Women's Center. It's not necessarily going to be named that, it's definitely a name in the works, but we do want to provide a space for our female identifying students here on campus so they can have a safe place where they can go get the resources they need and talk about issues which they may be facing. We're currently in the talks with Bruin Bells to find out what would be needed at the center. And we're looking to hold focus groups throughout spring quarter to get a variety of opinions from female identifying students on campus on what they would like to see from the center, what programming and what resources they would specifically like to see. We're also asking $15,000 for an ASH abortion pill fee waiver. So the ASH Center is currently providing abortion pills. It's costing approximately $550 out of pocket. And that really isn't just feasible for a lot of students. I'm a working student here on campus, and within a month, I'll make at most $600. So essentially, if I were a female identifying student and I did need one of these pills, I would not be able to afford this if I had other costs in my life. We've been working very closely with Dr. Chaitali, who's the head of the ASH Center here, and she says approximately 60 to 70 unplanned pregnancies are seen annually at ASH Center. So we believe providing this fee waiver can really impact the lives of our students. And we really just want to make this as accessible as possible. And more importantly, provide a safe avenue for students to get abortions. Next, we're looking for a CAPS fee waiver. We're asking for $20,000, and we want to reduce the burden on uninsured students that are looking for counseling and psychological services. UCLA as an institution and USAC as a governing institution on our campus really likes to emphasize mental health and mental health wellness. And I believe a part of that involves making sure that all of our students have access to counseling and psychological services. You know, it really isn't fair that we're putting essentially a paywall for them to access these fees. So I think having them have access and just have these fee waivers in the long run will greatly benefit the mental health of our students and just promote a general wellness and general idea of contributing to ensuring that everyone here on campus is okay. Overall goal is to alleviate this monetary burden and just to make a process equitable for all students at UCLA. Now, when it comes to events, we're looking to host a presidential banquet in the spring quarter and we're requesting $30,000. $20,000 is going to be spent specifically on ASUCLA catering, with $5,000 being on operational costs and $5,000 being with raffle and miscellaneous costs. So this event is really looking to address issues of diversity and equity within student organizations. As a transfer student myself, I can definitely speak on this issue. I've spoke to many other transfer students who have been faced with barriers here at UCLA and have been faced by discrimination from professional organizations simply because they are transfers. In addition to that, we do see a lot of underrepresented groups not being involved in these organizations. It's not a question of whether these students can succeed in these organizations. It's a question of why they are being barred from these organizations. So this event is really looking to speak on that and to really emphasize the fact that UCLA is an institution that supports all student groups. And actually the chancellor has agreed to come speak at this event. And we're really just looking to support our mission of DEI on campus. And we really do want to recognize and honor the work of our student leaders. You all are student leaders. You know how much work it takes to put on events. You know how much work it takes to reach out to people. So I really hope you can understand the perspective we're coming from. The next event, which we're looking to request funding for, is UCLA Mardi Gras. We're requesting approximately $127,500. And we're really just looking to bring the UCLA student body together. We've been working closely with admin and Stratcom to bring back this event. And we're really not only looking to honor Black culture, which is tied with Mardi Gras, but also the Asian and Hispanic culture, which resides here in LA. Since the pandemic, Westwood has really taken a hit, and we're hoping that this event will not only revitalize the Westwood area, but also just revitalize the student body and make them very hopeful and just look back and to have a great time. We've been working also with our alumni association, and they are very eager for this event. They have told us multiple times how they would be so excited, and they've shared so many memories about why they love this event. And finally, another event request fund is for $1,000 for de-stress with dogs. We had this last quarter and it was a great success. Personally, I really enjoyed seeing the dogs on campus when I was walking to my final. Thankfully, I did pass, but it's just a good time and it's a great way for students to de-stress and to really just not focus on finals for once. We're also requesting $3,000 for a DEI fair. So we basically want to do the enormous activity fair, but really put an emphasis on DEI. So we're looking to highlight cultural organizations, sex-ed organizations, and accessibility organizations. Examples of those would be Latin American Student Organization, Sexperts, and the Disabled Student Union. We really do just want to bring awareness and increase accessibility to mental, emotional, physical health resources on campus. And we want to create a low-risk environment for students just to casually walk around campus and learn about organizations that they may not have known about. For example, I had no clue about Latin Student Organization until someone came up and approached me about it. With over 1,300 organizations on campus, it could be really intimidating to find a group that really you resonate with, somewhere that looks like home for you and people who understand the lived experiences which you have. And this is just going to be a financial breakdown of everything that we are requesting. Now, are there any questions that I can answer? Yes, so I will start with Giovanna.
Hi, Marcus. Appreciate you coming. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, cool. I've just got 2 questions. So I think like most of the initiatives are pretty cool. I guess my biggest contention is with Mardi Gras.
Yes.
I'm assuming that's kind of like something you expected. To my knowledge, historically, Mardi Gras is an event that campus events used to put on, and there was strong reasoning to end it because it was super unsuccessful in its last couple of years. Just going through the article that is attached in the like presentation. And I'm just kind of thinking like, since there was like a really strong reason to end this event and not do that, why are we deciding to like start it up again in like a super intense way and like start it up in like this super grand way rather than maybe like doing a trial run like how Keon was trying to do with the lift thing. And then on the other hand is like, yeah, I'm just thinking like it seems like a really large amount of money to be requesting for an event that didn't happen in 30 years and that we're just like expecting to happen like really successfully. And then I just feel like it would have been more successful if there was some sort of partnership between the entertainment orgs that already exist on campus, like SCA, like CAC, like CEC, and just kind of seeing like what sort of plans there are in place to like make sure this isn't conflicting with the numerous events that are planned by other entertainment programming on campus during the spring.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Marcus, can I answer this?
Yeah, of course, Carl.
Thank you. Thank you. So the UCLA Mardi Gras was started by USAC president around like 1950, 1940s. So initially it came out of the USAC Office of the Presidency, which is the catalyst for it being brought back by the Office of the Presidency. It's one of the few events, especially that we've heard of today, that we have to like start the funding, right? We have to put in 127,000, or put some towards it, right? But this is an event that's going to pay dividends and is going to pay for itself and make a profit in the future. Specifically, initially what it used to be used for in the article I sent was Unicamp, right? Which Unicamp is for a lot of, students who are from low income environments. And, a lot of the proceeds used to go to that. And I spoke with the chancellor and he's willing to, put money towards this as well. And also the vice chancellor of strategic communications, Mary Osaka, who throws First Thursdays. They're willing to help out and plan this as well. So this isn't just being planned by students, this is being planned by professionals in order for us to actually get, a profit on this, right? So one, it is going to pay for itself eventually, right? It's not an event that's going to just require a certain amount of money from surplus or a referendum. It's going to pay for itself. It's just the initiation of this, bringing it back starts that. My second point I wanted to bring to you, you brought up its failures in the 1990s. And so I wanted to explain that because it failed because, obviously there was a huge gang problem back in the 90s, right, in LA. And what had happened was students started to, or not just students, but individuals from all over started to come to UCLA to come to this event, right? When there was a huge gang problem in LA, and there was a shooting, right? And there were some other things that happened. And basically the police officers at the time put a curfew on Mardi Gras, which effectively like killed it, right? Because people just didn't have the time to come during the time periods that they put the constraints that they put on it, right? And so that was a while ago, right? And we could raise those concerns and say that that could be a potential concern, this year. But I mean, we've had several huge events that are essentially going to be, just a grander. This is going to be a grander version of those, which is, the UCLA Block Party, first Thursdays, right, which is open to everyone. And we haven't had any things like that happen recently since we've been throwing these events. So I think we're fine on that aspect. Marcus, if you want anything, or I know that Sarah has her hand raised too.
Can I just get also a response to the question about how we've got a lot of programming going on, like CAC's events that they're requesting funding for, events that I'm kind of requesting funding for. And so it's trying to understand why we're not focusing on supporting the events that are already happening on campus that are trying to get reestablished coming out of COVID, as opposed to introducing new events that are asking for basically I want to say what kind of close to what Bruin Bash receives as a referendum, and just trying to understand why we don't support the things that are already there, as opposed to trying to start all these different things and new things that may be successful, but also we don't know. And that's just kind of what I'm trying to figure out here.
Yeah, I got you. I think the first part of your question in regards to why we're trying to fund something new. I think, as I stated before, the difference between this event and a lot of the events that were mentioned earlier is that this event is going to pay for itself, right? And it's also going to eventually raise a profit that can go towards Unicamp or go towards scholarships to help students. And we're still figuring that aspect of it out, right? But this is eventually going to pay for itself. And so that's the difference between this event and the other events that have already been mentioned. The second part of your question in regards to, I guess, why we're, instead of putting a priority on events events that were mentioned earlier, I think we have put a priority on. I mean, most of the events that were mentioned, they have referendum fees that go to them every year. CAC, CEC, you guys have some of the biggest budgets of all USAC officers, even out of the USAC president, right? So I think that we have put a priority on your events for years now, and I'm frankly a little confused on how we have to use surplus that's typically used for offices that get $2,000 for the entire year. We have to use that to give to groups that already are getting $300,000. So I hope that answers your question.
Can I just respond one last time, and then I'm going to let other people speak, but just because I feel like I directly can respond to that, is considering CEC and CAC have applied to surplus for events like Bruin Bash in the past 5 or 6 years to reflect the increasing costs that have gone into putting those events. I don't think that it's saying we're putting a priority. It's more why aren't we addressing the issues that already exist in the events that we've made an essential aspect to Welcome Week, and that have become these institutionalized things. And so I'm just saying I feel like there's a lot of issues that you're seeing yourself, that you're complaining we have these huge budgets and yet we're still asking for money. Why is that? I feel like people aren't kind of recognizing that. And so that's just kind of where I'm at, is thinking why aren't we kind of getting a bit more of a focus on just letting the staffs that do those aspects to campus life do that, and not add in competing things that are saying you shouldn't be asking for money, but I'm going to ask for money. That's just kind of my point, but I'll go let Sarah ask a question.
My question's on a different topic. So if Alicia or anyone else wants to respond to that first, you guys can go ahead.
Thank you, Sarah. Is it okay if I speak, Eliana?
Yeah, go ahead, Alicia. No problem.
Thank you. Carl, my budget is not affected by inflation, and we have 9 series. And a big chunk of that goes to JRF because, as you can see, it's a $150,000 event. And approximately, and it's and it's not as big of a budget as you think it is, because of the cost we are constantly scrambling for funding, like programming costs have skyrocketed, honorarium costs have skyrocketed, and the admin on here can attest to that. Like, it's not enough. It's especially not enough for CAC, and I will not let anyone speak about my org in that way, because we truly like apply to everything we can apply to make sure that our events continue to happen. We are not trying to request over $100,000 for any of the events like that, any of the series events that we have, because we are aware and mindful that other offices also have their own projects and initiatives that they don't have as much funding for. But our budget, I mean, my budget is specifically detailed for each one of my 9 series, and it's not enough. And in neglecting the impact that inflation has had on entertainment and education, and the impact that COVID-19 has had, is really insensitive to the fact that like we had to postpone Explosion, for example, which we really wanted to occur within HHAM. We really wanted it to occur like with the other like timeline of our events, but we had to postpone it because our budget was not finalized, because we are trying to get funding. We were really glad that surplus was brought up, because, you know, if we do have to postpone it, still we want to create meaningful programming and a meaningful concert for students to go to. Thank you.
So did you have a question, or was that just?
I was responding to you.
Oh, okay. All right. Who's next? Eliana, are you next?
Sarah, you can go.
Carl, I just had a quick question for the Mardi Gras budget. One of the main sources was for like logistics and operations. Could you just expand what that entails?
Yeah, so you're talking about the logistics and operations of it, let me see.
Yeah.
Go back to that slide. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So basically, a lot of the logistical and operational costs, I mean, I think most of us have been to the block party, right? And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to throw just a grander version of the block party, where there's rides, where students can come, have a great time. You know, they can celebrate Mardi Gras. It'll be, and we're looking to have it in May, right? Because we're trying to be different from New Orleans. And we're trying to like throw an event where we can have students come out, and, you know, UCLA and the community surrounding can come out and have a good time and just fellowship, because, you know, Westwood, you know, this is another topic, you know, Westwood in general, because of COVID, seemed like a decline, and, you know, individuals coming around, and they've been looking for a way to get the community more involved, you know, with UCLA. So a lot of the logistical and operational costs are, you know, surrounded around carnival rides, and, you know, the fees of the permits, which, you know, we're going to get a deal, because we're working with the Vice Chancellor of Strategic Communication, who throws First Thursdays and who throws the block parties already. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I can also expand on that. So our logistical and operational costs are also going to include generators, porta potties, anything for students to wash their hands, barricades as well, just to ensure that everyone's having a safe time while they're at Mardi Gras. We all also want to make sure it's a sanitary time for everyone as well. We do realize that this is an extremely big event, so we just want to make sure that we're covering all of our bases. And I hope that answers your question, Sarah.
Yeah, and I just had a statement and a follow-up. I'll go with my follow-up first. Do you know how much the chancellor is willing to put up for this as well?
So we're working currently with him in CTO office, Vice Chancellor Strategic Communications, because we're seeing how much they'll be willing to put into like how much of their coattail we'll be able to ride, right? So because they already have a lot of the permits and fees and things of that nature that we'll potentially need. So he hasn't given a specific number yet, which is why we have the number that we have, because, you know, we'll be able to throw it in some fashion if he doesn't put in as much as we would like, but he's aware of it right now, and so a lot of the vice chancellors and a lot of alumni are aware of this. And I seen a question. Does that answer your question, Sarah?
Yes, can I make one quick statement? Is that all right?
That's fine.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I just wanted to say, to just address some of what some council members have said. I empathize with I have not done big event planning on campus, so I'm sure it's very tough and hard and requires more money. However, my office and most of the offices in council have budgets. My budget is $4,000. The Gen Rep's budget is $2,000, and so the point that I see of surplus is for us to add to our very minimal budget to also try to do events or promote different things on campus that we find important. So while I'm not fully aware of the intricacies of event planning, I think I just want everyone to keep that in mind, because there are some of us who don't even have the luxury of paying our directors. I can barely pay my directors with my office budget, and they should be compensated for their work that they do, and the same applies for every other office here.
Yeah, thank you. Let me see. Someone got their hand raised. I see. GS, is that a new hand? Well, I got. Let me get to Keon and Fernando first, and then we'll get back to you. Keon, you got a question?
No, that's my bad.
Okay. Fernando.
I can go last.
Okay. Tyra. Hello.
So sorry. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question. So like in the past years, what has this event looks like? Like I know what actual Mardi Gras looks like, but I can't imagine what this would look like in an academic setting. So I just want to follow up. I do think it's a good idea. It's really like culturally empowering to see something like this at UCLA where like particular cultures are like highlighted, even like the Westwood area. So I do think this is like a really cool idea. I just want to get more information, like logistically, like how would this look like?
Yeah, I got you. So initially, and I'm gonna make this fast because I know everyone. We're gonna take a quick break after this, okay? So I want the reason the basically the way this will look, right, is if you've been to the block party, it'd be the block party, but it'd be with more rides, it'd be more food, it'd be more, it'd be Mardi Gras themed. It'd be a great time, right? I've talked to a lot of alumni, and they've said that this is the highlight. This was the highlight of their UCLA career, going to this event. And so it would be literally it would be a block party, but with more rides, better food, right? Mardi Gras theme, and it'd be a great time for students to come together. And as I stated before, it'll be something that pays for itself. And so I seen that question in the chat about like, could I explain the model in regards to how it would pay for itself? I can get that for you. As I stated before, this isn't a brand new idea. This is an idea that was done for over 60 years at UCLA. And it stopped because if you read the full article I put in there, I wanted you guys to see that it stopped. I wanted you to see why it stopped, right? And the reason why it stopped was because of a fluke. It was a fluke, the reason why it stopped. There's a lot of alumni, there are alumni committees still to this day, and people who are, 50, 60 years old that still meet because they're trying to bring back the UCLA Mardi Gras. And as I stated before, one of the main points of this that's different from the other events that have been, mentioned is that this isn't a event that we'll have to, try to raise referendum fees for or, pay, with surplus every year. This is an event that it's an investment because it's going to pay for itself. And that's going to give council more power to, advocate for students. As I stated before, look into that article that I sent you. Look up what Unicamp is and the great work that this used to allow UCLA students to do for Unicamp. I'm sorry. Let me see who else we got. Fernanda, do you want to go before Gio, or you want me to?
Gio can go.
Yeah, I just I'm really struggling to see how this is gonna pay for itself. Because you're not really giving the details there, and you say you have a model for it, but in seeing the events that we have, even if it's First Thursdays, does First Thursdays get fully paid for itself? Because I've been hearing that they've been struggling with attendance. I'm just there's a lot, Bruin Bash is a huge event with 10,000 people going to a concert, and then another 15 going to EAF. and we can only pull in like 30 to 40K in sponsorship. So I'm just like really struggling to see how this is an event that's gonna like pay for itself in next year. And just like it just like doesn't really make sense. It kind of seems like a little like rushed and put together, and just like you want to restart this thing. And I totally like, I'm the biggest fan of like bringing back events and like trying to restate like traditions and stuff, but I just like, there's a reason why it was probably successful a while back and like why it didn't continue. And I know that you stated those reasons, but like, you know, I could bring up a lot of arguments of like, yeah, we got Red Hot Chili Peppers for like $100 to perform, but like that was the 70s or 80s or whatever. And like times change and things change. And I just feel like using reasoning of how it was so successful in like another time period is not a great argument in saying that it's going to be this like super like money generating event.
All right, so I didn't say it would be a super money generating event. I said that it'd be something that would not only pay for itself, but also eventually, you know, allow for more revenue in regards to, you know, allowing USAC, you know, student government to give back to Unicamp as it was founded originally for, and also give to just scholarships and things in general. I think the same argument that you just made in regards to just because it did something in the past, that doesn't mean it's going to do that in the future. I mean, I could say the same for your argument in regards to just because we haven't done this in a while, you're assuming that it won't work. Like, that's speculation. The tangible data that we have, like the tangible years that it's been at UCLA, right? In 60, 70 years, longer than most of us, I mean, all of us have been alive, right? No one's that old. It was successful. It was a great event, right? And, you know, this is something that has been behind the scenes, been trying to, this isn't just a rush thing. I didn't just think about this, you know, last week, or I didn't see surplus and think that, hey, this would be a good idea. This is something that we were looking into last year. If you go look at my platforms that I ran on, that our students, you know, decided to vote for me because they seen some of those platforms and they agree with them. They like them. And a lot of them still see me to this day, and they're excited for this to happen in some shape, form, or fashion. I'm not promising you that this is going to be the Super Bowl, right, in May. I'm not promising you that this is going to be, you know, the World Cup or anything like that. But I'm promising you that eventually, right, you know, per tangible data that we've seen, per the years that this has been at UCLA and how this has operated, that this is going to be successful. And you can disagree. I understand that. And I know you said that it doesn't really make any sense to you. I hope it does in some shape, form, or fashion. I do, you know, value your opinion. You are the community events commissioner. Help me make it make sense, you know, because there is tangible data and there is relevant history that shows that this was a successful thing. And once again, read the article that I put in there. It talks about the reason why it went away. It talks about how a lot of alumni and, you know, other students are interested in bringing this back. And as I stated before, this would be a great opportunity to get the UCLA community involved with its surrounding Westwood neighborhood, and also eventually it'd be an investment. That's what this will be. Fernando.
Okay. Well, I could have gone last, but I think what I do want to mention that is past midnight. This is not just for your proposal, Carl, but just for everyone in general, because I know the deliberations are happening later today. It's past midnight. What I can assure everyone here is that I am probably have the most expertise on the budget out of all of USACs, out of just the USAC budget in general. And I can assure everyone that no one here is asking for funds that they don't essentially need. And if you have any questions about why that may be the case, feel free to reach out to me and I can explain it, because I do know that yeah, for sure. And so I'm here because I've seen how deliberations have gone in the past. I know you can cut out a little bit. What I hope for the most, because I'm not influencing anyone's vote, is everyone has a win-win situation. And I am just going to reiterate that I can reassure everyone that no one here is asking for something that they don't need. And I've seen the budgeting part of things. I've also seen the expenses side of things. And I have seen all the concerns that everyone in the proposals have brought up. I also do know that however the voting goes, I will probably be following up with a lot of you, because some proposals or some initiatives are going to be a lot harder to actually realize than others, and that's something also to keep in mind with your voting. And Lori had a question about, is this event going to be for students only, Carl? I think that's it. That's my spiel.
No, it wouldn't be just for students only. I mean, like I said, it's a way for UCLA to, interact with this local environment. First Thursdays, the UCLA block party is not for students only. I can't put a gate around Westwood and say, stay out or something like that. So.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say that because just to try and address some concerns that I am hearing all night.
Okay, no problem. Let's see. Okay, Alicia, oh shit. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see all these hands. I don't know who raised their hand first. Was it Milan, Alicia, or who wants to go?
I'm not. I think that I was after Fernando.
Okay, you go ahead.
Okay, I just have a few quick questions. I think I'm still kind of confused on the pay for itself statement, because I know that you mentioned that you would be giving back to the community and council members would be able to interact with the community. But that would mean that this amount will in the next years, I think it would still cost this amount if we want to do it again as a reoccurring event. So I'm confused, in the next years, if this were to continue, we would still have to pay this amount for this event, or I'm not sure how.
Yeah, that's my fault. I didn't explain that aspect. So a lot of the way that money will be, raised is obviously some of the vendors who come, we'll be looking to get a portion of their sales, and they'll have to pay to, come to this event, right? And then we're planning on charging for wristbands to come to the event. That's historically how it's been. And, that's why eventually it pays for itself. And like I said, this is just a startup fund. And, when the USAC president first started this a while ago, during I think it was right after World War II, he started it with, student government fees, and then eventually end up paying for itself and allow for the student government to, donate to Unicamp, which I stated before is a great cause, right? And other initiatives, right? So that's the way, the model in which it would eventually, it's an investment, it will eventually pay for itself. I hope that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But are you planning to charge for wristbands this year too?
Yes.
And would that factor into this cost?
Yes, that would factor into this cost. Along with, like I said, this is just a portion of what we're asking for, because we're going to get we're going to hop on the curtail of the vice chancellor of strategic communications, because a lot of the venues that they currently use, that we want to use in Westwood, some of the permits and things of that nature, we're not going to have to pay for, because we're going to jump on their curtail. We're going to work with them to make this happen. So, and this is one of the things I spoke with the chancellor about, and the vice chancellor student affairs about on Monday. And, they've been very excited about this, and they've been saying how the community of Westwood, right, has been looking for more ways to engage with the UCLA student body, just besides Rocco's or Barney's or something,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So your cost breakdown that you put here right now is the maximum that you would need for this event?
Yeah, from that I'm asking for from council. But also, to be transparent, I'm willing to obviously lower this amount for the sake of, everyone else trying to get their initiatives to work. I'm not saying it's hard deadline, 127. I'm willing to work with you guys. That's what this is all about, right? This is about bargaining, helping each other out. So I'm willing to, lower this amount because I know that there are other individuals that also need to do the same for some of their initiatives. So I'll take the lead on that. I hope that answers your question, Milan. I'm trying to get
Those
to,
are all my
I think
questions.
that's the
Thank you,
last one.
Carl.
Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, boom. All right, listen, everyone, this has been great. This is at the end of the day, this is all love. We're all gonna be like, don't stress too much. I know we're over 200,000, whatever, but we're gonna find a way to make sure that everyone is supported in some shape, form, or fashion. Okay. So these are great conversations that we're having. Please don't take anything personal. It's all love at the end of the day. All right. With that, we're gonna take like a 5-minute recess. Are y'all cool with that?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is, can somebody motion to do a 5-minute recess?
I motion to recess USAC for 5 minutes.
Second.
Okay, who was that second? Was that Daniela?
Yeah.
Okay, so Eliana motions, Daniela seconds, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, 9, 10, 12. Okay, I see some people in. All right, so by a vote of 13-0, the motion passes, and we're going on a 5-minute recess starting now. Right.
I don't know if it's just me, but Carl, if you're talking, I can't hear you. I can't hear you either.
All right. Everyone back?
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning, Eliana.
Good morning, Carl. Appreciate y'all.
All right. So I think the appropriate way to go about this is obviously currently we're over $210,000, which means that our first step can be for individuals to, start proactively lowering the amount that they're requesting so that we can kind of get to and try to work to get to a decent number. And then we can, if we do get to that threshold that we're looking for, then, obviously it'll just take a vote and then we'll be fine. If we can't get to that conclusion, then obviously we'll just have to go line by line and vote to lower things. So, and then also, yeah, don't forget about Tyra. She also, she has a request that she wants to do that she wasn't able to put forward. It's not her fault. She doesn't have a staff currently. So she's working towards that. Okay. So we'll keep that in mind as well. All right. So, all right. Okay, so is there anyone who wants to, volunteer first or talk in regards to, potentially lowering the amount that they're requesting? Oh, I'm sorry, Elisa, you got your hand raised?
Yes, I was just gonna say I have for like almost all of mine significantly lowered them as much as I could. So I just want to say that I have during the break I did that.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna give everyone maybe like 3 minutes right now to go and do that. I'm gonna go do the same. Alicia, thank you so much. Great leader in regards to starting that initiative. So I'll go do the same, okay? All right, we'll give it one more minute. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just to Eliana. So Eliana, just to clarify, is one of your programs 31,000? Because I thought we decided that it was gonna be $10,000 when
I checked in
it was
with Reggie
presented.
again, and 31,000 is our initial preference, but I will consider lowering this part of, I already lowered my other program by like 40%. And since due to the situation we're in, I'll consider lowering this one. So that is the initial request.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we've lowered the number a lot, but we're still not there. So, I mean, is there anyone who wants to help out in regards to, getting this number lower before we have to do it the voting way?
I did lower the other
No,
request.
I appreciate you, Eliana. I know. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Appreciate you too. And yeah, see that you lowered yours too a lot. So much appreciated.
Mhm. All right. So we can go line by line and just kind of discuss these real quick. And council members can just give their thoughts. So
can I give a quick proposal quick?
Yeah, what's up?
I think it would be smarter how I just think about it. Can we just decide on there's some that 100% everyone wants to fund completely, so we can just knock that, for me, STI testing, that sounds amazing. I feel like a lot of people would agree with it, like basic needs. So we can just knock these out and see then what are the arguments? Unless someone has a better, or we go line by line.
Yeah, I mean, the way we're about to do it, if no one had any objections, it was going to be all right, is everybody good with this one? All right,
Got it.
So yeah. All right, so first up, Student Wellness Commission surplus STI testing presentation. Is there any objections to this one? Are there any points of concerns or anything that anyone has in regards to this event and the amount is being asked? Okay, moving forward. SWC surplus basic needs gift card program. Is there anything in particular that individuals want to bring up as a point of concern or a point of contention? Okay, awesome. Next up, we have the Campus Events Commission and Cultural Affairs Commissioner Surplus Bruin Bash 2022. Is there any questions, comments, or points of concern regarding this? Okay. Next up, we have Academic Affairs Commissioner Surplus Books for Bruins. Wait, let me see some in the chat. Okay, are there any questions, concerns, or comments regarding the amount or this initiative in general? Milan, can you start sharing the proposals, the screen? Just bear with us, everyone. We should be done with this in like the next 10, 15 minutes. Okay, moving forward. So for General Representative 1, Live Safe Ride Program, is there any questions, concerns, comments, or points of contention regarding this that anyone would like to bring up? Yeah, Alicia.
I totally support this. In no way am I, in no way do I not want this to happen, but is there any way we could lower the amount? For the sake of other proposals? If not, let me know.
Thank you so much. I did lower it by, I think, 11,000 so far, and depending on what we see at the end, there is potential to change it. I just want to see how it plays out.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, going forward, are there any questions, concerns regarding USAC executive, staff, and director stipends? Okay. Going forward, is there any questions, concerns, or comments regarding campus events commission reimbursement 21-22 fiscal year bill? Oh, reimburse 21-22 fiscal year bills for campus events.
Can we get a quick reminder on what that one is?
Wait, who was that? Gio?
It was the past bills she received like last week that weren't covered or paid for, so they need to be paid for, and it really can't come out of her budget. So it was like 3 events that were put on, but just never paid for because there were delays in SGA.
Okay. What is the amount? Can we pull up the amount again?
Is Gio here to pull them out? I don't think I have. Or maybe I do. This is the amount.
She said okay. She said it's on the spreadsheet. Okay. So the amount is, where is it? So $8,564. Okay. And I guess the question I would have, is there any reason that I guess it can't be paid for now, like with your current budget, or? I'm sorry, I know your audio isn't working. I hope you don't have to type a lot. Okay. Someone from SGA, Fernando, are you still here?
Yeah, I am. So I can do a little bit of explaining. So the money that Gio, when she did the requisition forms, that money that would have been used to cover those requisition forms went to surplus. So she's just working with SGA to rectify that issue through getting it from surplus.
Okay, so it was SGA's fault for this, like that they didn't, like, I guess.
Yes. So because it wasn't paid during the 22 or the 21-22 fiscal year, or put it this way, the way you can think about it is this way. Since it wasn't paid, it was available for surplus. But if it was paid and processed on time, it wouldn't be available in surplus. Like it would just be, yeah.
Okay, that's a no-brainer then. Okay, got you.
Hi, sorry, I missed that, but I just heard Fernando's last bit. My audio stopped working, but yeah, whatever he said, that's exactly kind of the reasoning for it.
Okay, bet. That makes sense. I think everyone understands that, right? No one has any questions about that? All right, awesome. Moving forward. Next up, we have the Campus Events Commissioner, Campus Events Programming Spring Quarter. This is for new events, correct? Sarah, you have a question? All right, well, Giovanna, do you want to explain it?
Yeah, so I kind of took what everyone said, and like I understand that we have a bigger budget, and so that like created a lot of animosity when I asked about like proposing for bonuses. So I scratched that out, and I scratched out requesting for surplus for the Hammer events, because I think that we can kind of work as a staff to maybe think of some ways that we can bring in revenue ourselves and not ask of surplus. But I am still going to ask for 15,000 to go towards just getting a larger artist for Ultra Bloom. This is just an event because I see that we're going to be lowering other things between CEC and CAC. And one way that we can bring in sponsorships for future large events like Bruin Bash is to show a track record of successful events. And so just getting this success, like additional funding for an event like Ultra Bloom will let us pull in sponsors and companies and say, hey, work with us on Ultra Bloom. And we've got another event coming up next fall. You should come and work with us there. If we get this money, we can kind of go and like market and say, we're getting these big artists, like we get these big people, we can bring you in for other events that we have throughout the year. And so I really think that that's not a lot to ask for the amount of programming and things that we do and bring to UCLA.
Okay. Sarah, you have a question?
Yeah, or just like a comment. It doesn't necessarily have to be on this specific fund. However, my thought process of this thing was there are budgets specifically made set aside for funding individual events. So my perspective on it is I'm advocating for using surplus to either fund like programs or financial relief, just because we have money set aside already for events. And I'm not saying, Gio, you've made a lot of cuts already, so it doesn't necessarily have to be the 15,000, but I think we should just keep that in mind, that there are a lot of proposals here that cater to the entire student body that will be used for more prolonged periods. And I just don't think it's sustainable to use surplus and I would argue in large amounts for individual events.
I totally agree with that, especially when it's coming in to fund an entire event. I kind of see like this is a leg up, and something that where I agree with your point is like my biggest mission for this year is to find out how we can do and expand within our budget, because I think we have an appropriate budget if we have the connections that help us get what we want to do. And this like surplus funding for this year will help us get to that, and just kind of support that work so that we can get it established for next year. That's kind of where I see the role of surplus, is to help bring you to a level where you can execute the things that you want to execute within your budget, as opposed to it becoming a standard practice.
Naomi, you had your hand raised. Are you good?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like it is helping for the long term, even in this case. I know you didn't specifically say, Sarah, like for this case, but if they secure a better artist, it's gonna build connections. That's how your basically her role works. Like making these connections is how you secure a better artist to produce more students coming to these events, which in turn like eases their process in the long term. So I think it is sustainable to ask only for like a little bit more to secure that for at least now for whatever event. And then in long term, hopefully it'll be easier on the next elected person. So that's it.
Alicia?
As an event-based commission, I want to add that like our entertainment is a service to students, and these events, at least, especially like for my series, it's continuous programming, established programming that happens every single year and that students look forward to. Some people come to UCLA because of Bruin Bash, like the impact that it has culturally, and like educationally, is incredibly significant for students here. It retains students. It is a part of retention. And I can say that as a retention coordinator for one of the Latinx community at UCLA. And like these community spaces that are formed through these continuous events and continuous programming are really, really, really essential, because they do center, like at least in CAC, like always centering marginalized communities and creating student-run programs each and every year that ignite dialogue regarding current events and facilitate exhibitions of creativity, as well as promote cultural opportunities on campus. And not seeing entertainment and education that is weaved into it, like as a service, is wrong in my eyes, because I've seen what it's done for students. I've seen what it's done for my staff, who's been a part of making these events possible. And like with it getting harder and harder, with inflation costs and venue costs, facilities and honoraria, it's just like, it's really unfair to like not like call it what it is, because it is also a service aside from just a wonderful experience at UCLA. And I just want to say that for a general explanation of, I don't know, on my part.
Okay. And so, yeah, I guess the problem, okay, so CEC's asking for 15,000 for the programming for spring quarter. And I guess just my question, just to end this off before we move to the next one, is so you don't have the capacity to pay for this now with your current budget?
No, like in my presentation stated, we have the capacity to put on any event. I mean, you could put on an event with $500. The question for the 15 is to take it to the same level of programming that it has been when it has happened in the past few years. And in doing so gives us, it kind of just like, as we're lowering this request for next year's Bruin Bash, like it gives us this opportunity to set up a system in place to be able to fund ourselves through outside revenue. And just this like one-time ask is something that I think is appropriate to get us to that point. It's hard to be calling in companies and saying like, you need to sponsor us and you need to work with us, when we can only bring in artists that don't bring in a larger audience. And this 15,000 additional in honorarium that we can add would let us bring in an artist that would like bring in a larger audience. Does that make sense? Like this 15K and plus of an honorarium takes us into a different bracket of monthly listeners and an artist. And that amount directly relates to how many students we can bring into the event. And so it's kind of like that sort of a graph, if that makes sense. And that's kind of my reasoning there. And I do think it's like an appropriate amount in how I've considered it. And with that amount still requires us a lot of work to use UCLA as a brand and leverage us and say like, this event is worth you accepting a lower quote on our end, because we are UCLA and because we're going to promise you this many people in attendance, this amount of promotion, this amount of overall like event. And so that's kind of like what the purpose of the request is for.
Okay. Got you. All right, we're moving forward. I see, I think you guys, you took Bruin Bash 2023 off, right? In the director stipend thing.
I can recheck. Last I heard we had lowered it to 20K, but maybe Elisa took it off.
Which one, the Bruin Bash thing?
The Bruin Bash for next year, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's the amount is gone. But Elisa and I were discussing about lowering it to 20,000. Yeah. And kind of our reasoning, I mean, 20,000 is not obviously going to be enough, but I think it's enough for us to kind of have at least some sort of like deposit that we can put down with the facilities. And I mean, ideally, like I'm not going to be here next year, but this kind of goal in terms of planning Bruin Bash ahead is to stop asking surplus for money, is to take this event and bring in an amount of revenue from sponsorships from outside forces that basically makes it at least that any external costs that come out of like beyond the referendum fee that we get in are covered. And I think that it is doable. It's just like when you're planning an event, you can't start planning an event of that size with 3 months ahead and thinking that you're going to be able to like execute it without a bunch of costs coming up. And so starting to plan it now, we can avoid that.
Yeah. I guess my point, I mean, this wasn't a thing last year though, right? Like, I don't remember Bruin Bash asking for money so early in surplus last year. So this is like, unless you know something different, but it just seems that this request is like kind of unprecedented.
I think part of that might be because like both our predecessors were graduating, but so I don't, and I don't think they were looking into, they also had a safety net. Yeah, they had 2 years of reference, so I don't think they like pictured how that would affect the cost of a future Bruin Bash when they weren't gonna have to work it. Yeah, we don't have a safety net anymore.
Also, like going off what Alicia said, I think seeing this initiative as like us taking a step forward in the planning of Bruin Bash, and kind of trying to make this something that's well planned and becomes its independent thing. This is kind of a hard thing. It's like a hard step to take. I see what you guys are thinking is like, this is next year, we need to focus on this year, but sometimes taking that necessary step of looking forward and trying to plan ahead really helps the following years. And it's kind of like the idea of an endowment. If you think about it, like you're getting you're putting something in the reserve and setting it up and starting to plan something way further in advance, so that it's successful and so that it can be executed well. And when you keep pushing things off and saying like we need to focus on the immediate and not thinking about those big things that happen later on, then you just keep falling into the same routine of expenses and of not being able to really do a job that reflects what students want. I mean, like I think me and Elisa are super aware of how students feel about Bruin Bash and where they think it succeeds and where they think it lacks. And I think we both saw this as a huge opportunity to take a step forward in fixing that issue that's been around for a couple of years.
All right. If no one has any more questions or comments about this, we'll move forward. Next up, we have IVP Partnership Fund, asking for $40,000. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? All right. I hope everyone ain't asleep. I know it's 1 a.m., but we got to get through this, okay? We're almost there. We're right there. Okay, moving forward. IVP Housing Relief Fund for $50,000. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? Going once, going twice. Okay. Next. Programming operations for, wait, let me make sure I'm not skipping any. Yeah, programming operations for Academic Affairs Commissioner. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? All right, moving forward. Next up, we have Cultural Affairs Commissioner, Hip Hop Congress. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments? Keon?
Yeah, my only concern would be, as Sarah said, that I would prefer not to fund one-time events. I know we've talked about it, like there's reasons for yes, reasons for no. I understand that completely. It's just my personal view, and I understand completely, Alicia, if you have a different view.
It wouldn't be a one-time event. It would be 2 of our events coming up in the spring quarter, which we postponed our concert and have our flea market in. And also I feel like it's wrong to see this like as like it's not a one, it's a recurring event every single year since the 90s. And it's just I feel like it's wrong to deny HHC this money because you're taking away from the fact that like it's not just an event, like it's I don't even know. I'm like, my brain is fried, but it means so much more, especially to like the Black community at UCLA, which is very underrepresented, with lower admission rates. And it's just, it's a very meaningful program. And I don't think this is some money that we should deny. And also, Lyft is a one-time thing until the end of spring, and like it's also like you could compare the same thing. Like you could compare. I don't know. I'll take that back. I'm just saying that like the programming that HHC will have is like one of the most culturally, like Tyra said, like culturally annual events at UCLA for many years. And honoraria costs are very expensive. Like as you saw on the presentation, if you went to look back, like the quotes that they're giving us for artists are like very expensive. And for us to have like an event with like multiple acts, like we need this money. And I even lowered it from 54 to 40K as much as I could, because like we have not been able to get the same funding allocations as we were in the previous years. And it is also the 50th year anniversary of hip hop this year. And we were unable to have our explosion concert like in the on the date we wanted, which was next week, because of funding concerns. And that's not, that shouldn't be happening, but it is. And so denying this money would be wrong. Yes.
All right, Anna.
I really like the concept behind this event and a lot of the events that you have proposed additional funding requests for. I kind of want to think of this as not just talking about like the Hip Hop Congress, but everything that you've proposed for CAC or for CAC. And the thing is that you do have a budget for these programs that I'm assuming you knew about in the beginning of the year, and that has been created and allocated. If not, then that's like my bad on the understanding of how at least I know for like my commission, other commissions know what programs are going to have each year. And since these have been annual events, I think that considering all of that and like looking at all of these as a budget altogether, because they would all be going towards CAC and events that reoccur, that there are also like funding sources, and sort of avoiding using surplus as a programming fund, just because there are a lot of other ones that are out there like BOD, even like if you want to apply to other USAC offices, like there are those too. And this is a lot of funding to be allocating towards events that are in a budget. And I understand the idea of programming, and that it has definitely got a lot more expensive, and we have been struggling with that too as well in SWC, but that's just required us to get a little bit more creative with the ways that we put on events, like choosing the location or like adjusting the times, and collabing with administration to sort of like work on adjusting those costs to ensure that those spaces that we used to use are still available for us. But it is like reinventing what these events may look like, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a negative thing. And now it just creates more additional partnerships. And I would urge people who are looking at or who are using surplus as a programming fund, to maybe reevaluate some of these.
Okay, Naomi.
Slay. Okay. I really truly believe that Giovanna and Alicia have some of the most unique positions in this office, in this space, because they have to like go outside and like they can't be creative. Honestly, I don't think there's any creativity because prices keep rising to book these artists is like the main thing I'm seeing. And I feel like Alicia said in her presentation that she did apply to some fund like BOD or something, and they didn't give her as much money as they received previous years, like 2,000, I think it was, compared to like 20,000 or something like that in the presentation. But like she's trying to like use resources, like trying to like this is like a last resort kind of method. Like, I don't think she would have just like, hey, I saw the budget and was like, fuck. Like, I don't think that was like the end goal here. I think, especially given the anti-Blackness on this fucking campus, I think we should definitely like fund this. I think this is, like we said, it's a very, very cultural event for a lot of Black students. It's how we form this sense of belonging to this space. It's why people come here. It's why we keep our retention, the little we have, the 4.6% of African-American students on this college. And that's only undergraduates, not including graduate students. I don't see why we're fighting or to even be like, hey, like some things are worth more than others, because half of the things on this list, y'all, I could say more, but I'm not. But honestly, it's 104. Let's keep pushing.
Yeah, Alicia, can you do like 30 seconds and then we'll move on to the next one?
Yes, thank you, Naomi. We did TGIF. We even did 580. I went to 580 because I heard we tried to touch surplus. We like, again, like we do have a budget, but it's not affected by inflation. Unlike yours, I know SWC's referendum is affected by inflation. So yours continues to grow. We also cannot move around. It's not easy to be creative because what we struggle with most is honorarium, especially for like HHC, it's mainly honorarium. But for JRF, it's Sunset Rec. It's the entirety of Sunset Rec. And also for Bruin Bash, it's Poly or it's LETC. Like those venues and the rise in costs for those have skyrocketed. And we have no way to offset these costs with the amount of factors that just kept changing post-pandemic. And it's really, really important to understand the cultural impact that this has. And like, that is what CAC is. And it's really unfair to not pass my surplus proposals. I also scrapped my headshots, professional headshots booth, which took away $30,000 in order to fit my other proposals and be mindful of the total budget.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Culture Fairs, Jazz Reggae Festival. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? Okay. I guess the one question I did have is like, so is there already a budget for this, right? Like in your office?
Yes, we allocate the most of our money to JRF because Sunset Rec is around $110,000, just the venue. And CAC can only give like $65K to JRF, and that is the majority of our budget. That's like almost half.
I guess I was just wondering like why like the 50,000 for, I mean, I know you kind of explained it specifically, but I guess like some of my like, because obviously, you know, surplus isn't promised, you know, surplus could have been $10 this year. And I mean, I don't think there's ever been a time when it has been, but it theoretically it could be. You know, what would happen to some of these events, you know, if you know, a lot of these events, if there was no surplus, like if there was like $100 or something?
We're also venturing into, aside from the other funds that USAC entities have, into sponsorships. We haven't had the time to develop them, but that would be our other thing we're looking into. And also, yeah, JRF has never really asked for surplus, but because we I don't think we're gonna ask for it next year just because we'll have the ticket revenue. But this year we don't, because we were indebted to UCLA Rec because I think like last year we had a lot of budgeting problems with JRF because like they didn't know that the prices would change, and like immensely. And so like that caused us to be indebted to Lori basically because we were like, I think like my directors last year did not calculate correctly, and we had to spend all of our ticket money to cover. So yeah, we usually will have the safety cushion of ticket sales in the future. So we would not be asking for service. This is a special ask. Yeah.
Okay. All right. If no one has any other questions, concerns, or comments regarding this, next up we have Culture Affairs Commissioner Community Unity Budget. That's like a new fund, correct?
It's not new. It's been here for the past, I think.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I know that Jeffrey
We always
said,
ask for this. Yeah, every year.
okay. And Jeffrey said y'all put 8,000 so far in it?
Yes. And I also lowered it from 25 to 8,000, and maybe we could allocate some more from the ARC budget to to offset the 5,000 we took off from surplus.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? All right. I know the CAC, you took the photo booth headshot thing out too. Okay. Next up, we have Disability Peer Mentoring Program. Eliana, you've already lowered this, and this is like a great initiative. I really appreciate you. I think everyone should be like fine with this, correct? All right.
Thank you so much, Carl. Appreciate that. Thanks, everyone.
And then Afro Latinx Coalition Cultural Programming. You're asking for 25,000.
Yeah, lowered it from 31,000.
Okay, it was 31,000. Okay.
Yeah.
So I know that, you know, Reggie, I call him the mayor. He was asking for 10,000, but you think 25. I know he obviously with events like this, whatever you can get is amazing.
Yeah, I talked with him and he said he does want 31,000. Just for your information, I didn't just pull a number up.
Okay. All right.
But I mean, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? All right, no problem. Next up, we have Cultural Fair.
Oh, wait, I think there was a question.
Oh, wait, were there?
I'm sorry, I just had a quick question. What is the cost breakdown for the 31,000 or 25,000?
Yeah, I need to pull that back up. It's basically, yeah, actually, yeah, sorry, my bad. Let me pull this back up. Where have I got it? It goes towards honorarium, food, permit fees, speakers, equipment, rentals, costumes and props. If you want a more detailed breakdown, I can go back in the chat or something. Let me correct the name.
Does that answer your question, Milan?
Wait, sorry, what was the breakdown? I don't think I heard.
Sorry, it's gonna be like costumes and props, honoraria, Caribbean Soul Kitchen, Claude's Belizean Catering, those are gonna be for food, sound equipment, rentals, electricity, venue crew. I think that basically takes care of it.
Okay, thank you, Eliana.
You're welcome, Mylan.
Daniela?
Hi, yeah, sorry. I'm just still a little bit confused because I'm looking at the funding proposal that's linked on the agenda. And at the bottom it does say $10,000. So I'm confused. Jump to 31 and then to 20.
I guess we just decided to base the request, but up to you. If y'all feel the need to lower it again, I would definitely not blame you, but I guess we just figured may as well increase it.
Okay. So, Eliana, do you want to keep it at 25 or?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Danielle. Appreciate it.
Okay. If no one has any questions, concerns, or comments, next up we have the Artist Professional Development Workshop Initiative. Is this let me see. So is this something that's always something that you do annually, Alicia, or is this like a new thing?
This would be a new project. Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I know you already lowered it, right?
Yeah, we asked for 10K, but I lowered it by half.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? Okay. We're at 66,000, everyone. Like, if we make some changes, we can be done with this. Everyone can be, I think for the most part, everyone will be able to get something out of this, which is the way this is intended to go, okay? Gio?
I'm sorry if this comes off as like personal, but like I feel like your surplus request for that 127,000 to put on Mardi Gras is like a big one, and I feel like putting that off till the last is kind of weird. But my only reasoning is like I just really don't understand how there's enough time to plan that, and how that like money is gonna be used properly. And like I trust that like you've been thinking about this for a while. It just like it's a huge initiative that like just didn't get a lot of like background, and so that's kind of where I'm saying like if you're saying we need to get down 66,000, like I think that's like a big ask that could be looked at more than like the other ones.
Okay. I would just say, like, let's be careful with the adjectives we use, like using the terms weird and stuff. Like, let's not insult people. First off.
Did I say weird?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, my bad. I don't know. Okay. Sorry. It's late, but yeah, I'm sorry if I offended you.
No, it's cool. I mean, I've lowered it already by $77,000, which I think is the most that anyone's lowered anything here. And, this is an initiative that, like I stated before, I think this is one of the only events where there's literally there's planning committees that's been, focusing on this for years. There's alumni that want to bring this back. There's, a lot of people that want to bring this back. So, this isn't something, like I say, this isn't something I just seen surplus for and thought that like, oh, we're going to do this. And as I stated before, I just feel like, as a Black man, I shouldn't be looked at to, just, scrap my initiatives when I've already done a very huge chunk of it. I've done $77,000. So there's other individuals who have initiatives and things that can also be, kind of talked about, but, calling me weird and jumping directly to mine is kind of inappropriate. So in my opinion. Alicia?
I just want to say that I've lowered altogether all my asks by $96,000. I just want to see that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next up we have concert series for 3,000. You did lower this already, correct?
By 7,000, yes.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? Okay. Moving forward. Next up, we have the New York Times subscription for $38,900. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? Yes, Naomi.
So okay, sorry. So the price is still like subject to change depending on your conversations with GSA after, right? For that one?
Yes.
Okay.
I just think it's I want to allocate that, like that is just something I cannot cut because of the amount. That is just the amount of the subscription.
Okay.
And we've been working. I'm not trying to come off as aggressive. If that is how. No. Okay. Sorry. I'm just very, very tired. It's just that the New York Times subscription has been in the process for like the last few years, and every year it
Bestie, I was
just
in the
doesn't.
office of the president last year. I know.
Oh my God. Sorry. Okay.
You're good.
So I am definitely going to talk to GSA. I just don't want to bank on relying on anyone else for this money.
Okay.
That process.
Fernando?
Yeah, Sarah, and everyone. I'm not sure what the policy is. I would have to confirm about. So we would be using USAC fees to pay for something that GSA can potentially use. So we need to really check on that if they will be able to provide funding for it. If it's all just coming out of USAC surplus.
Yeah. Daniela?
Yeah, so I guess just like assuming that this would only be paying for the undergraduate portion of the New York Times subscriptions. Do you happen to have the numbers of what that would look like versus what's currently on this proposal, just out of curiosity?
So not to cut you off, Danielle, that is just not, like, I've tried to advocate for that. That's just not a possibility. The only package they offer is for undergrads and graduates, unfortunately.
Got you. Thank you.
All right, does anyone else have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this? Sarah, do you have like a number if I guess if GSA wasn't factored into this? Or it's already considered they're not factored into this, right?
That is the number right now is they're not factored into this. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, moving forward. Next up we have my initiative. So I have like 7 to 8 different ones. I've lowered the Mardi Gras thing by 77,000. Which means that I'll have to obviously, I'm sorry, 77,500, which means that I'll be speaking with the chancellor regarding this to try to get funds for it. And well, I mean, we're going to partner with Vice Chancellor Strategic Communications anyway. So, yeah, Naomi.
So with okay, I know you said like there's been like committees been working on this for like years to like bring this back. But if that's the case, is there like any alumni that had like put together some money, like a Spark campaign or like something like that to like I don't know. I feel like they're loaded, right? Like I don't know. I don't feel like all this money should just be coming from surplus. Like, I feel like if they wanted to pay like 50-50, I'd be down. But it's just a lot of money, Carl. And I'm not trying to be like, come across as like hating on your idea. Like, I know you ran on this. Like, this was like, you thought about this for a long time. Like, I remember you mentioning this to me like months ago. But it's a lot of money. But, yeah.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said before, it's one of the only events up here where it's not like a one and done event where it's like you just have to fund it and catch up with inflation every year. You know, as I stated before, like one of the fundamental concepts of this event in the first place, which I've cut by 77,000. Once again, there's people that have cut their initiatives by $10,000 or by 5,000. So I've cut this by 77,000, which means that I'm still gonna have to do work to, get the rest of the funding, which I've already started in the process because I was prepared for this. But this is something that has historically worked. I mean, it's worked for years. And the same way that I'm attempting to start it now was the same way that it started back in the day, when it was started over, 60, 70 years ago. The USAC president at the time, he did the same thing. He used student fees to start this event. And then this event started to pay for itself. So yeah, I mean, I understand it is a lot of it. I mean, it's a decent amount of money. It's not too much. It's not more than what other people are asking for. I mean, there are other people that are asking for, hundreds, $90,000, $100,000 when they already receive a huge amount of the funding. We only received $2,000 in the office of the presidency, which I'll make sure that the next president doesn't have to deal with that. But yeah, that's just kind of ridiculous. So I don't know who raised their hand first, Phoebe or Alicia.
Phoebe can go.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. My thing, just add a couple of questions about it, some of the different proposals in it. I think one is the Sustainability Committee exploring nature-based solutions in an urban population event fund. I feel like at least a good amount of this can probably be applied to by TJF. This does seems to be like an environmental related event. Like unless there's like costs that like might not like fly for that funding body. Like if you're like trying to propose something unsustainable, like at the event, like merch or something, I think you can probably at least lower by like half the cost of that event because there is a funding body available that will likely like fund part of it. And then my other question was related to the presidential banquet. I just wanted to clarify again, the premise of the banquet, just because like, I mean, FAC doesn't like do a banquet for like our like commission and its affiliates. So just wanted to know more about like your event.
Yeah, so for the first, I'm sorry, the first question you asked was about the sustainability, so the TGIF thing, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Like I think there's probably things that you can apply to TGIF for, so you don't need to apply out of surplus.
Okay. Well, I'm down to lower it if you are willing to like commit to work together to, make something of this nature happen.
Yeah, I'm definitely committed to working together. I can't say that like I can like directly influence anything just because like I would have to then like abstain my vote and like the rest of the committee would have to vote. So there's no like guarantees, but I can work with you to like make sure that the event like complies with as much of the funding guidelines as possible to get as much money as possible.
Okay, bet. All right, give me a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. So, okay. So what we'll do is we'll just ask for 3,000 even on that one then. Just so we can still do something regarding sustainability. Okay. I'm sorry. So minus 31. Okay. Okay, and then your other question was what again? I'm sorry.
No worries. It was about the banquet.
Yeah. What question do you have? I feel like the slides did a pretty good job of explaining what it was, but essentially, I mean, all right, there we go. So essentially the banquet, which I've also I partnered with the chancellor about, there's no secret that there's a lot of organizations, a lot of business organizations, just a plethora of organizations that have a monopoly on internships, right? And one thing about getting a job is not just about your GPA or your accolades. It's also about getting internships. And so this is something that a lot of students have complained to me about. This is something that as Gen Rep, as currently as the longest serving council member, this has been a problem for a while, and we identified that last year. And so the premise of this is to throw a banquet to bring some of those organizations that have a monopoly on internships, bring some organizations that typically aren't involved with internships, and just bring a bunch of individuals together who wouldn't necessarily meet each other and discuss making sure that clubs are ensuring that they have a plan for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and making sure and selling the cost of what it means and the importance of diversifying their groups, right? So that's basically what we're doing. It's not like I'm just throwing something with people in my office. It's some of you guys are going to be invited to it. Hopefully all of you will come, honestly. There's going to be Mother Orgs, ASU, somehow Filipino, Brewing Consulting, all these groups who, never really get to be face to face. We're going to bring these individuals together and we're going to talk, and we're going to have the chancellor come there, and he's going to stress the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. He's going to speak at this event, and it's an event that he's really looking forward to. So yeah, I mean, and once again, these are all events that I've mentioned, since last year. Nothing that I've mentioned is something that I came up with a month ago or 2 months ago. It's something that my team has always been working on. But as I stated before, Office of the President, we only get $2,000. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
No, yeah, that's fair. I just wanted to ask one just like quick follow-up, just like clarifying the line item of like the $5,000 raffle. Like, is the raffle like for programming funds for orgs so that like, like underrepresented orgs like have more money to work with to like provide resources to their clubs, or what are these raffle items that are like costing $5,000?
Yeah, so I mean, it says, prizes go to programming funds for organizations. So that exactly what you just explained, pretty much. It's going to go to help out different organizations, and obviously, if they're coming there, they should receive something. Especially if we're talking about supporting organizations. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. That's all of my questions. Thanks for answering that.
All right. Daniela.
Alicia can go first.
Okay, Alicia.
Hi, I just have a couple of questions. Did we get an exact date for your Mardi Gras event? As an event planner myself, I'm concerned because like spring quarter is in like 2 weeks. So like how, like in terms of how many like plans, in terms of vendors, layout,
Right.
cost, like is there like an actual like a breakdown of like invoices you've received and like invoices, costs, like receipts, anything like of the sort, like just so we can know like how like secure this event will happen in the spring. And then also like I scrapped my headshot photo booth thing, and I feel like it has the same like intention and value as your like initiative of the presidential banquet, like making connections and establishing like an accessible path to like building one's career. And like I feel like that's just more like serviceful to all students rather than just like the people who attend the presidential banquet. I feel like it's a lot of money to ask for a banquet and for a one-time event. When like I had to scrap my proposal of a photo booth for headshots. But that's all. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's definitely not a fair argument to compare, promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion to a photo booth. I also think that, I mean, the photo booth was approved last year. 30,000 was given. And, you had that for like, I guess until the new fiscal year started, and no plans were made. I mean, there's not even a plan for a location of it, right? There wasn't even a plan and I know you scrapped it, and I appreciate that. But and this isn't me attacking you. I'm just saying that like, I don't think you can compare a photo booth, which you had the funds approved last year, you didn't even find a location for it, to promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion at UCLA. So I just don't really see like, and I did read I know that it wasn't you, Alicia. It wasn't your initiative. You weren't the Cultural Affairs Commissioner at the time, but the proposal that you put, it looked very similar to the one from last year, which means that I'm assuming that you probably talked to the previous Cultural Affairs Commissioner regarding this event. And I'm still like, if this has been an idea for a year, I don't see why there wasn't a location specifically already outlined and planned for it, because we did the money. We had approved the money. So yeah. Let me see who else. Did you have, I'm sorry, I think, at least, did you have another question? About the you asked, you said about the Mardi Gras thing, right? Okay. Milan.
I think it's Daniela next.
Okay, I'm sorry, Daniela.
Thank you. I'll make it super quick. And this is really minor because you're only asking for $1,000 for the career fair student incentives. I believe it's on slide 3 if you all prefer to look on it on the screen. But so I guess just wanted to ask, like, is there any reason why this is coming out of surplus and not the career center? And then also, as a follow-up on a line item to like examples for the incentives that you provided were gift cards. And I just wanted to inform you that like AAC, for example, has tried to offer incentives for our workshops through gift cards. But when we try to get that through BICOM, they denied it because like new regulations, they just wouldn't allow to like the purchasing of gift cards to incentivize student attendance to workshops. So I don't know if that would be applicable in this scenario, and perhaps like maybe it just wouldn't be feasible. Yeah, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that if like maybe you had other information.
So are you saying that this isn't feasible, or are you speculating?
I'm like asking if you have any knowledge of whether tangibly like it could actually get approved via a requisition to incentivize the gift card.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, yes, this is good to go. I mean, this isn't the first event of this kind. I mean, obviously we're trying to incentivize going to the career center more because there's a lack of students going there. So we're trying to get more individuals there, and it's a community engagement event. So and then you said something about, what else did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, like just curiosity, like what was the agreement with the Career Center? And if there's like a reason why they can't fund this and why it has to come out of surplus.
No, we're working with the career center. I mean, they're gonna do, they're gonna fund this as well. So this isn't something like, we're not carrying the costs of this event, at all, right? I mean, but this is a partnership, and like all partnerships, you have to bring something to the table. And so we're using our office, we're using our influence of the student body to bring this forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
And I don't know who, Eliana or Milan, I don't know who's next.
Okay. I don't know, Eliana, do you want to go?
You can go, Rylan.
Okay. I think the one thing that I want to bring up was, where was it? The presidential banquet again. I was looking at it and it seems like it could be covered with different funding bodies, similar to how like the sustainability initiative that you have. I think like part of this could be covered by like ASUCLA, BOD, or like contingency, which is also something that maybe could be taken into consideration, so that surplus doesn't have to fully fund this specific initiative. But I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, thank you. And honestly, with this whole thing, we tried a couple different ways to get this funded, to try to not come to surplus. So, we reached out to Westcom, try to get a partnership, and also SUEF, but the student union event fund, they didn't give us too much money, because I guess they didn't really have the funds. So that's why we came for this. At the end of the day, this is about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I feel like a lot of council members here ran on. And this is a tangible way to do that. As I stated before, the Office of the President, along with the other offices, we don't get a lot of funding. And, this is a way for us to do some of our initiatives that we wanted to do all year. I also, just to be honest with you, like, I just feel like it's kind of like sad that like there's, a bunch of council members, I'm not gonna lie, I'm trying not to take it personal, but I just think it's kind of ridiculous that the Black man on council is the one that has to give up his initiatives. This is a trend. I mean, this happened last year. I've already given up, I feel like, a lot of what I was asking for. There are other individuals who have budgets. I want to remind you, there are people that have budgets in here currently for events, and they're still coming and asking for more money. While my office, which gets $2,000, is asking to do something for the student body for our platforms in which we ran on. And for some reason, I'm the one that's supposed to give up all my, the request that I'm trying to give up when I've already given up a decent amount. So I just think this is like very ridiculous that like, you know, everyone's so comfortable with, oh yeah, like, yeah, let's get the black dude to, yeah, no, yeah, you know, get, yeah, put, you know, yeah, you know, you can give a little more, take a little bit more off, take a little bit more off. Like, this is actually ridiculous when the things that I'm asking for are going to help all students. You know, I'm not saying that I don't have any initiatives in here that's only helping a certain group of individuals. It's helping a bunch of students. So I just feel like, you know, everyone needs to, you know, kind of check their thoughts. At the end of the day, you can vote the way you vote. It is what it is, but I feel like I've made a great case for my initiatives. I haven't overspent, you know, my budget. I'm not coming here because I overspent on anything and I need more money. You know, I'm coming here because these are my initiatives that I want to do, and I don't have the money to do it. And I shouldn't have to give up any more funds because I've already done a lot. I've already given up a lot. So yeah, thank you for all the questions, concerns, and comments. I really appreciate it. I'm not taking any more questions. We're moving on.
Not a question for you.
Well,
Or
you
just
have-
like a statement, I think that would be helpful, like anytime a surplus is done. I think this is why I don't know if I stressed it to everybody, but I really want to see and hear what other people were thinking about asking for surplus proposals so that something like this wouldn't happen. I think that was the main goal of asking people, hey, what are you thinking about asking for? What are you planning on like doing? So just so that we can come to like a discussion like this and not have it last for more than 6 hours. Like I didn't know how else to like say that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I mean, we're past it at this point, so we got to figure this out. It's almost 2 a.m., but no, Naomi did bring up a very valid point. Okay, well, at the end of the day, we can start voting, I guess. So let me see. And last year, the way this went also, this doesn't have to be a completely yes or no thing. It could be like well, maybe I don't feel comfortable giving the person this. Would you be okay with us doing this, giving you this amount? And then it could be a final vote. But obviously, if there's things that you actually want to vote on, you know, you can do that as well. And yeah, so let me see. I'm sorry. All right, so we can start with the Student Wellness Commissioner surplus STI testing presentation. STI testing, presentation. So can we get a motion?
I move to approve the STI testing presentation for $50,000.
I second.
All right, so Sarah motions 1 second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, everyone lower their hands. Can everyone lower that? Okay. Anna, Anna, can you lower your hand?
Yeah, sorry, my Zoom is kind of glitching.
It's okay. All against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, we have one person in vote. By vote of 12-0, the motion passes and the funding for Student Wellness Commissioner surplus STI testing presentation is approved. Next up, we have Student Wellness Commissioner surplus basic needs gift card program. Can we get a motion?
I motion to pass basic needs gift cards.
I second.
Okay, Keon motions, Alicia seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 13. Okay, everyone lower their hands. All right, all abstaining, please raise your hand. All against, please raise your hand. We have one person that vote. Okay. By a vote of 13-0, the motion passes, and the Student Wellness Commissioner surplus basic needs gift card program is approved. All right, next up, we have the Campus Events Commissioner and Cultural Affairs Commissioner surplus Braun Bash proposal. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve the surplus proposal for Bruin Bash 2022.
Second.
Okay. Phoebe motion, Sarah seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. And by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. All right, next up, we have the next up we have Academic Affairs Commissioner surplus books for Bruins.
I move to approve books for Bruins.
I second.
Okay, Phoebe motions, 1 second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and the ASC surplus books for Bruins is approved. All right, can everyone lower their hands? All right, next up, we have the General Representative 1 Lift Safe Ride Program. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve the Lift Ride Safe program.
Wait, who's that, Alicia?
Yes.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Sarah, okay, Alicia motion, Sarah seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, everyone lower your hands. I've seen 13 so far. All right, all abstaining, please raise your hand. All against, please raise your hand. Okay, by a vote of 13 to 0-1, the motion passes and the General Representative Live Safe Ride program is approved. Next up, we have the USAC Executive Staff and Director stipends. All in favor, please raise your hand. I'm sorry. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve exec and staff stipends or director stipends.
I second.
I second.
Oh, wait. That was Sarah? Who spoke first? I'm sorry.
Phoebe, and then who was it? Oh my god.
Okay. I think it was Phoebe and Daniela, right?
Oh, that was me.
Tyra? Okay. Phoebe motion, Tyra seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and the USAC Executive Staff and Director stipends are approved. Next up, we have Campus Events Commissioner reimbursed 2021-22 fiscal year bills for campus events. Can we get a motion?
I motion to reimburse the 21-22 fiscal year bills.
I second.
All right, Keon motions, Naomi seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 13. All right, everyone lower their hands. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Sarah, did you try to vote yes?
Yeah, that was a yes.
Okay, by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and the Campus Events Commissioner reimbursed for 21-22 fiscal year for bills for campus event is approved. All right, next up we have Campus Events Commissioner, campus events programming for spring quarter.
Question.
Yep.
If you don't want to vote yes, but you want to give some, should we just abstain for now?
So if you don't want to vote for, like, if you don't agree with the amount, you can just vote no for now, and then we'll go into like a quick little discussion of how much would council members feel comfortable giving to make it approve, like to approve it.
Yeah, I'm just worried that like if we're going down the list, I'm scared that the people at the end are just gonna get screwed just because they're on the bottom of the list. So yeah, that's my concern.
I mean, council members got to speak up, you know. So I mean, I will say this: I do have veto power over surplus. So I mean, don't just be voting just to vote. I know it's late, but let's do this thing right so that we don't have to, you know, come back to this next Tuesday or later this week. So, yeah, let's actually like vote the way you want to vote.
Carl, I have a question.
Yes.
So we're still over the budget, over 60,000.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still over about 66,000. Let me see.
It's technically more than that actually, because Tyra's amount at the bottom isn't calculated within the total calculation because of the dash.
Okay, so Tyra, you want like 10,000?
I was planning to use my surplus funds to support the Transfer Student Center, but also the different mother orgs for their POC admit weekends for the transfers. The transfer population really doesn't receive a lot of institutional support from UCLA. So I understand like you guys are saying you don't want to use surplus for like events. But as someone who is like planning a transfer admit weekend, a lot is going into this and we're not receiving any support from like faculty or staff. Basically, like we're doing this as students. And so I want to alleviate some of that stress as the TSR. And I know that you guys all have your initiatives and stuff, but I just really want to emphasize like the transfer population is really underrepresented. Like we don't get as support as like everyone else. So I think it's really important for me to at least get 10,000, but I'm gonna ask for as much as I can get. But those are like bare minimum, like ballpark numbers that I just put there because there's so many people asking for like so much money.
Right. Okay. All right. Eliana says she cut another 10%.
Just so that we have a number to work with directly there, so that we're like inching at like reducing like the number down. Let's just put 17,500 if that's okay, because that's the midpoint between 10,000 and 25,000.
Yeah. Okay. So Eliana, you're cutting more. All right. It's fine. I guess I'll just get rid of the Mardi Gras thing. I'll just figure that out. And just fundraise for that. So that but let me do the math real quick. Because I had already cut it. 27.
Carl, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
I just feel like Carl has done a lot to cut down on his budget. And if he's going to the chancellor to request a lot of money, I think he needs to go at least with a little bit to say that students are willing to put this on. And that the UCLA student body has voted him in twice with this on his platform for the past 2 years. So I think instead of us aiming to cut for that, I don't think that's completely fair to Carl personally.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Giovanna?
Yeah, like look, I get what you're like was going here, and I think it's like a really cool idea. Like I really think it's something we can start and do. But just like how it's been presented and the systems in place, like you can say that we're calling cheap shots and stuff, but I think if you like partner with a lot of different people on council and we kind of think about how to like set this up, it can be done, but I just don't think it's something that you can start from the ground up in even 2 years. Like this is a really big event that you're trying to put on, and it takes time to like develop things like this. And like if you think about, like, I'm just saying, like, I think something like this just needs a bit more like planning, like long term, and I think that you're almost there. I just think this is like too soon of an ask from like what's been said.
I cut it, Gio. I cut it. I cut it out. Okay. I already took it out, so we don't have to keep talking about it. We're still over by 23,000 though. So, Anna.
Yeah, I kind of want to touch on the thing that I said earlier that y'all, like, Carl's been taking a pretty big hit to his budget. But that also we're still over, and that some of these like programming events and these funds, they have been like allocated money towards from the beginning of the year, and now there's more that's being asked to be put in them. And just to consider that these are events that should be allocated for originally, and if there isn't a budget for it, then collaborating with other individuals who might have funding or people that do, because we are still over. And it's just something that I want to put out there again.
I want to say, like, I just asked you. We have eliminated our ask of 20,000 as a whole for next year's Broom Bash. We'll just figure it out next year, I believe. Yeah, so that leaves us with nearly $3,000, around $3,000 to take off.
All right. Where were we for voting? So is there anyone? Okay, we're at 2,221.
I can take off the rest from, oh, did we already vote? We haven't voted the spring programming for CEC, right?
No, we have not.
We can take off whatever's remaining. It's like what, 3,000, something like that?
Well, technically we still like, actually, yeah, that makes sense because we have Tyra 17,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
we're good, right? Can someone, I just can't access that form right now. Could someone edit that to the amount? And then I think we're good, right?
Yeah, and it's 2,000 now, so that's good.
Yeah.
So you want us to take that off of spring programming? Is that right?
Yeah, off the spring programming. Request of 15 to make it 13. Or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, I did it. 13,000. We need, okay, there's like $221 and stuff. Thank you, Giovanna.
Wait, Giovanna, do you want us to just take off the $221 too from that one?
Like whatever was the remaining amount after we cut off the Bruin Bash, take that off.
Put it in my calculator really quick.
Thank
I'll do
you.
it.
Okay, awesome. All right. Wait, somebody said something?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, you good?
I wanted to ask
Balance
another
budget.
question.
You said what now, Tyra?
I wanted to ask for like, I don't know if you have like a streamlined answer to this, but like for the people that have the larger ask or like the larger surplus fund proposals, do those people have like access to larger funds for their office? If that makes sense. Like I know specifically for me, Jessica said that I have like $5,000 to work with, but like for the people who are asking for like a lot of money, do they have access to that in their offices or no? Like for the larger ones.
Yeah, I mean that's been we've balanced the budget, so we can vote on everything, and everyone will be able to get some of their initiatives. But just to answer your question, that was a point of concern for a couple of offices that get 200 times the smaller offices. So that was a point of confusion. But as I stated before, I'll make sure that I'm the last USAC president that has to deal with this ridiculous $2,000 budget that the USAC president gets. And obviously there's other offices that also need funding as well. But yeah, we'll go through that. So but okay, we'll get back to this vote so everyone can go to sleep. Okay, so I think we were on the campus events commissioner, campus events programming spring quarter, correct? So
Yeah.
Okay, I should have been saying the amounts too, so we'll do it just in case. So well, I'll just go back through and say the amounts afterwards. All right, so yeah, so can we get a motion?
Move to approve the campus events spring programming.
I second.
All right, so Giovanna motions, Alicia seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, can everyone lower their hands? Can everyone lower their hands, please? All against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, only 13 people voted. Oh. Tara, was that a new vote?
No, that was an accident. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. By a vote of 13-0, the motion passes, and the Campus Events Commissioner reimbursement 21-22 fiscal year bills for campus events is approved. I'm sorry, the campus events programming spring quarter is approved. Next up we have, okay, that was scrapped. Next up we have the internal vice president partnership fund. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve the IVP Partnership Fund surplus proposal allocation.
I second.
Alicia motions, Anna seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. By a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. And the IVP Partnership Fund is approved. Next up, we have the IVP Housing Relief Fund. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve the IVP, Housing Relief Fund.
All right. Okay, so Naomi motions, Eliana seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. Next up, we have the Programming and Operations Fund for the Academic Affairs Commissioner. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve the programming funds for the Academic Affairs Commissioner.
I second.
Okay, Sarah motions, Naomi seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right. Everyone lower their hands. All against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, one person didn't vote. But by a vote of 13-0, the motion passes. Next up, we have a HHC. Oh yeah, the Hip Hop Congress. So can we get a motion?
I move to approve the funds for Hip Hop Congress.
Can we get a second?
I second.
Who's that?
Me.
Okay. Naomi motions, Giovanna seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. By a vote of 14-0, the funding for the Hip Hop Congress is approved. Next up, we have the Jazz Reggae Festival. Oh, I'm sorry, Tyra. We'll correct that in the minutes next.
I move to approve the Jazz Reggae funds.
Can we get a second?
I second.
Who's that?
That was Milan.
Okay, Naomi motions, Milan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. Next up, community unity budget. Can we get a motion?
Go ahead.
Bessie, you're already unmuted.
I move to approve the community unity budget.
I second. Oh,
Eliana motions, Naomi seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 12. All right. Oh, 13. All right. Everyone lower their hands. Everyone. Everyone, please.
Sorry. I'll look.
All right. All abstaining, please raise your hand. All against, please raise your hand. All right, and by a vote of 13-0, the community unity budget is approved. Next up, we have the disability peer mentoring program. Can we?
I move to approve the disability peer mentoring program surplus proposal.
I second.
Okay, Alicia motions. I heard Keon seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. Next up, we have the Afro Latinx, I think it's connection cultural programming. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve the funding for AOC.
I second.
Tyra motions, Naomi seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, 13, 14. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and the funding for the Afro Latinx Connection Culture Program is approved. All right, next up, we have the Artist Professional Development Workshop Initiative. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve artist professional development initiative.
All right, Eliana motions.
I second.
Wait, who's that?
I'll take it. Phoebe
Okay.
seconded.
Eliana motions, Phoebe seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. It's 11. All right. Can everybody lower their hands? All right, all against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. All right, and wait, that's 2. Okay. Anna, was that hand on purpose or not?
That was on purpose.
Okay, by a vote of 11-0, the motion passes, and the Artist Professional Development Workshop Initiative is approved. Next up, we have concert series programming. Can we get a motion?
I move to approve the concert series programming funds.
Second.
Naomi motions, Daniela seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, everyone, please lower your hands. All right, all abstaining, please raise your hand. Let's see, that's 3. Okay, all against, please raise your hand. Okay, so by a vote of I think it's 11-3-0, the motion passes, and the concert series programming is approved. Next up, we have the New York Times subscription. Can we get a motion?
I motion to approve New York Times subscription.
I
Okay.
second.
That was Anna that seconded.
Yep.
Okay, Keon motions, Anna seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes, and the New York Times subscription fund is approved. funding for it is approved. All right, and then next up, we have Office of the President for my initiatives.
I move to approve the initiatives of the Office of the President.
I second.
All right, Keon motions, Tyra seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, and by a vote of 14-0, the motion passes. Okay. Thank you all. And then we'll do Tyra's next week when she gives us a surplus proposal. Okay, awesome. All right. Hey, it's been a long night, one that we'll remember forever. So thank you, everyone. You know, this is what this is all about at the end of the day, you know, just kind of working with each other and bargaining and debating. But I'm gonna let y'all go to sleep. I gotta get up in like 3 hours anyway. So everyone have a good night, and you know, congrats to everyone who got their funding. And yeah, see you guys next Tuesday.